This is Audible.
Macmillan Audio presents Inheritance by Nora Roberts. Read for you by Brittany Presley with an introduction from the author.
Dear listeners, when I think of hauntings, I first think of my maternal grandmother. I suppose this is because it was my earliest experience that I remember. Sweetheart, as we called her, lived with us for a number of years. I'm going to add, though I adored her, sweet is not the first word that comes to mind when I think of her. Tough, opinionated, funny, fey, acerbic, quick Irish temper. They all rank before I get to sweet. She had flaming red hair and was quite the dish in her day. She was married 5 times before I was born. Yes, I said 5, and she didn't keep any of them. She had her own apartment in our house, bedroom, bath, living room with fireplace, and a kitchenette. She read palms and loved watching the roller derby. In the house where I grew up, we had a huge backyard, tons of fruit trees, a veg garden we worked in every summer. We had a good-sized front yard with a pussy willow tree, sort of centered between the front and side walkways. My father hated that tree. I have no idea why. My grandmother loved that tree. Also no idea. He would, periodically, threaten to cut it down, and she'd bring the axe down on my father. The tree stayed. One evening, a week or two after Sweetheart passed, my father thought of that tree. I remember him saying, "Well, Epps is gone." Epps was his nickname for her, something from a comic or cartoon. "She's gone and I'm cutting that damn tree down tomorrow morning." And that night, it was hit by lightning, split cleanly in 2, and taken to the ground. She just wouldn't give him the satisfaction. She stayed in the house for some time, winding her cuckoo clock, closing doors, probably watching the roller derby, or kibitzing at the Friday night pinochle game at our dining room table. I know my mother felt her often, and it brought comfort and amusement. Since that first experience, I've had others, but then I live on a Civil War battlefield, so to me it would be odd if I hadn't. Hearing battle drums in the middle of the night while walking a fretful baby, or some strange knocking when no one's there. A child's voice, and I admit this one creeped me. A child's voice coming from downstairs while I was working upstairs, alone in the house, and the voice calling for Mama. I did get my guts up to go down and look for her, but I wasn't Mama, so she didn't show herself to me. As it happens, I own a haunted inn. Now some of you will say, "Oh, please, Nora, the others were coincidence or imaginings." But I know what I know. So does the staff at Inn Boonesboro, who often have to turn off showers in locked, empty rooms, or put some item back from where it mysteriously moved. Doors opening, doors closing, footsteps on the stairs. Many guests have had encounters while staying there. Our ghosts are, fortunately, benign. Playful, but benign. We even have a ghost cat who visits guests in their rooms often. His name is Johnson. Once a year, along with several girl pals, I spend a week at the Greenbrier in West Virginia. We book a house that's attached to the hotel. The very first time I walked in, I thought, oh, okay, we are not alone here. All of my pals, plus my grandson Griffin, who goes with us, have had encounters. Oh, I could tell you stories. So, I decided to. When I thought about the theme of my next trilogy, I thought of old houses with history and spirit occupants. Personally, I love haunted houses, and so far have been comfortable with those who walk there. So why not write about one? My fictional one stands on the coast of Maine, a house, or manor as it's called, the main character inherits from an uncle she didn't know she had. I don't want to get into the reasons why and spoil it, but the reasons worked for me. This manor's not only haunted, but carries a 200-year-old curse. As it's in the prologue, I don't think it's a spoiler to say a woman was killed on her wedding day by an evil, jealous, crazy witch. And the witch cursed the house and subsequent brides. A haunted house, a curse, doomed brides through the ages. Well, that checked a lot of boxes for me. I had a mystery to solve to break that curse, some romance, the not at all benign witch who haunts the place, and a bevy of other spirits, and more boxes checked. I like the idea of having my very rational-minded main character find herself in a completely irrational situation and discovering her heritage, her family history, while she takes the risk of rebuilding her career, and with bonus points for learning to trust her heart. I had such fun writing Inheritance, the first book in the Lost Bride trilogy. I hope you'll enjoy listening to it and all the things that go bump in the night.
For Benita, because I still hear your wonderful laugh. Part 1. Betrayal. He was her man, but he done her wrong. Frankie and Johnny. Prologue. 1806. I am a bride. I am a wife. It thrills me to know my life began today, as today I am no longer Astrid Granville. I am Mrs. Colin Poole. When we met, barely a year ago, I loved not just his handsome face, his fine figure, for his twin Connor has the same. I loved the smile in his deep green eyes, the tenor of his voice, the dogged intelligence of his mind. I loved his fairness, his knowledge of the world, his quick laugh, his dedication to his family and the business they built. He is a shipbuilder, my husband, as was his father before him. I knew Arthur Poole only briefly, but grieved for him when a fall from his horse took him from this world. Now the brothers man the wheel of the business their father established. But not today. Today is a holiday for all in Poole's Bay, and in the home his father built there is music and dancing, food and wine, love and laughter. On this wild cliff above the wide sea, where Arthur built his sturdy stone castle, we make our home from this day, my beloved and I. We will fill our home with children, children born of love. Perhaps we will create that first spark of light tonight, our wedding night. Arabelle, my dearest friend, a friend who will be a sister by law when she and Connor marry in the autumn, asked if I was nervous as I come, as she will in turn, to the marriage bed maid. No. Oh no, I am eager to know what there is beyond the kisses that so heat my blood, so rouse my passions. With my body I thee worship. I will keep my vows, one and all. I look in the glass now in what will be our bedchamber, husband and wife, and see a woman so different from the girl she was. I see the hair Colin calls sunlit silk worn up under a crown of roses, with a short veil floating behind as my mother requested it. I see the white dress I worried so over. It floats as well, as I wanted, from the silk ribbon at its high waist. I know I am not a beauty, whatever Colin tells me. But I am pleasing, especially today when the girl becomes a woman, and the bride becomes a wife. I see the sparkle of the ring he gave me when he asked for my hand, when he said, "I love you with all of my heart, my darling Astrid. I will never love another, but love you through all of my life and love you even after death takes me." Now that sparkle, that promise, that pledge is on my right hand, and the gold band, the circle that never ends, is on my left. The woman I am becoming will love him throughout her life, and even after death takes her. Now I must go back after this brief moment of quiet contemplation. Back to the music, the dancing, the celebration Colin insisted on to mark this day. I will dance with my husband. I will embrace his family as my own, for so they are. As the pipers play, I will celebrate this first day of the long and happy life we will make together. Or so I believed. I turn to greet her as she comes into the room. I think she looks familiar. But before I can speak, she rushes toward me. I see the knife for an instant before she plunges it into me. Oh, the pain. I will never forget it. The shock of it as the blade slices into my flesh. Once, twice, and again. I stagger back, unable to scream, unable to speak when she tosses the knife at my feet.
"You will never have him," she says. "Die a bride, and know he'll come to me. He will come to me, or by your blood on my tongue, bride after bride will join you in death."
To my horror, she licked my blood off her finger. As I fall, she takes my wedding ring. And this act is somehow worse than the pain.
A marriage isn't a marriage until it is consummated. Only a bride, forever lost. Be damned to you, Astrid Granville.
She leaves me there, dying on the floor near the marriage bed I will never share with my beloved. But my ring, my wedding ring, how can I leave this world without it? The bloodstain spreads over the white of my wedding dress as that desperate need pushes me to my feet. In agony, I stagger to the door. My hands, slick with my own blood, are barely able to open it. But I must find Colin. I must have my ring. With this ring I pledge thee. My sight dims. Every breath is torment. Someone screams, but the sound comes from another world, a world I am leaving. I see him, only him, as all else fades. The music, the pretty gowns and waistcoats, the faces blurring, the shouts going quiet. He rushes to me, calling my name. He catches me in his strong arms as my legs give way. I want to speak to him, my love, my life, but the circle, the promise of a long, happy life was stolen. I feel his tears on my face and see the fear and the grief in those deep green eyes. "Astrid, my love. Astrid, don't leave me. Don't leave me." As it all fades away, I speak my last words, give him my promise with my last breath. I never will. And I have not. Chapter 1. Present Day. Planning a wedding equaled insanity. Sonya decided that once you'd accepted that as incontrovertible fact, you could just get on with it. If she had her way, she'd ditch the whole crazy circus. She'd buy a fabulous dress she could actually wear again, have family and close friends over for a backyard wedding, a short, sweet ceremony, then bust it all open for the best party ever. No fancy, no formal, no fraught and fuss, and all the fun. But Brandon wanted all the fancy and formal and fuss. So she had a fabulous dress that had cost the equivalent of 2 months' mortgage, and she'd wear it for a matter of hours before she had it cleaned and boxed away. They'd booked a fancy Back Bay hotel for a guest list that crept over 300 and might come close to 4 before the invites went out. She'd design the invitations. She earned her living as a graphic designer, after all. Then again, so did Brandon, so he'd had input there. Maybe the invitations had crept up to more formal than she'd envisioned, but they were gorgeous. They'd done the save-the-date deal months before and spent the best part of a day with a photographer for engagement photos. She'd wanted to tap a friend to take some candid shots, casual, fun shots, and had to admit she'd resented his absolute veto there. Still, the photos were lovely, sophisticated. A sleek, sophisticated ad for the perfect, happy, upwardly mobile couple. They'd spent what seemed like days going over the menu. Plated and formal, of course. Then cake. She liked cake. She'd go to the ground believing something was intrinsically wrong with anyone who didn't like cake. But Jesus, who knew building a wedding cake? Flavors, filling, icing, design, tiers, topper could become a study in frustration. She did now. And that didn't count the groom's cake, or the pettifours with their initials in gold on the top. Add the flowers, the music, seating charts, colors, themes, and despite the efficient and incredibly patient wedding planner, it all boiled down to nightmare. She couldn't wait until it was over and done. And that probably made her an aberration. Weren't brides supposed to want the fuss and bother? Didn't a bride want her wedding day to be special, unique, a fairy tale? She did want it to be special, unique, and she very much wanted the happy ever after. But... And those buts had been coming fast over the last few weeks. But it didn't feel like her day, her special, unique, gloriously exciting day, at all. Somehow it had slipped right out of her control. When she reminded herself it was Brandon's wedding day too, and he should have some say, it struck her he had all the say. None of it reflected her vision or her wishes. It clearly reflected all of his. And if their vision and wishes were so dramatically different, didn't that mean they just weren't suited? If she dwelled on that, she worried. Like she worried when they spent 3 Saturdays house hunting and he pushed for the sleek, contemporary McMansion, and she wanted the rambling old house with character. But if she didn't dwell on it, if she remembered the last 18 months of being a couple, she couldn't find anything to worry about. A wedding day was just one day, and why shouldn't Brandon have the fuss he wanted? A house? It's what you put inside it that counted. They'd find a compromise and make it a home. Wedding jitters, she told herself. The big reality was setting in, and she had proof, literally, in the wedding invitation proof in her bag. Accepting jitters, she canceled an appointment with the florist, couldn't face it, and headed home. She'd have a couple of quiet hours. Brandon had some groom thing to deal with, so she'd have the place to herself until he got home. She decreed when he did, they'd open a bottle of wine, go over the wedding invitation proof, finalize that, then finalize the ever-growing guest list. Order the invitations and be done with it, since he'd hired a calligrapher to address them. Something she could have done, but hey, she wouldn't complain about not addressing a couple 100 invitations. She pushed through Boston's Saturday traffic with the windows down and the music up. In 8 weeks, she thought, the color would have exploded with fall, her favorite season, and all this would be behind her. She was 28, closing in fast on 29, and the end of another decade. She was ready to settle down, start a family, and in 8 weeks, she'd marry the man she loved. Brandon Wise, smart, talented, romantic. A man who'd taken it slow and easy when she'd been cautious about starting a relationship with a coworker. He'd won her over, and she'd enjoyed being won over. They rarely fought. He was incredibly sweet to her mother, and that mattered. He enjoyed the company of her friends, and she enjoyed the company of his. Sure, she could think of a lot of ways they diverged. He'd go to a cocktail party, dinner party, art opening, name the social event every night. And she needed to spread those things out, hold on to the quiet-at-home times. He had more shoes than she did, and she liked shoes. When he talked about buying a house, he talked about grounds crews, and she imagined mowing the grass and planting a garden. But who wanted to marry and live with a clone? Differences added variety. By the time she parked, she regretted canceling the appointment with the florist. She should have taken care of it. Flowers, like cake, should make you happy. She'd make up for it by tossing something together for dinner. A ploy to head off a let's eat out suggestion, she considered as she walked to her side of the duplex. Maybe. But he'd come home to a meal in progress, a bottle of wine, and that was a good deal. They'd eat, drink, and finalize that damn guest list. A big checkmark in the done column would lift a weight. Weight lifted, they could spend Saturday night naked in bed. She heard music when she opened the door and stepped into the foyer. And saw, a few feet ahead as the foyer gave way to the living room, a woman's shoe. A red stiletto. She set her purse on the entrance table, dropped her keys in the bowl she kept there, and slowly bent down to pick up the shoe. Its mate lay on its side near the turn toward the bedroom, along with a white, full-skirted strapless dress. Music flowed out of the bedroom, a quiet, sexy score punctuated by a woman's breathless cries and moans. Brandon liked having music on during sex, she thought dully. He made a point of it. She'd found it endearing. Once, since they hadn't bothered to shut the bedroom door, she stepped over the discarded dress, kicked the man's shirt and trousers out of the way. Who knew, she thought, that love could snuff out like a candle in a stiff breeze and leave no trace, none at all. She watched her fiancé's ass grind as he thrust into the woman under him. The woman whose legs were wrapped around his waist as she called out his name. She looked down at the shoe still in her hand, looked at that naked, cheating ass. When she flung it, when it struck, she thought, oh yeah, that'll leave a mark. He reared up, scrambled around. The woman managed a quick shriek and tried to drag up the rumpled sheet. Sonya, shut the fuck up! She snapped at him. Jesus Christ, Tracy, you're my cousin! You're part of the bridal party! Sobbing, Tracy dragged harder at the sheets. Sonya, listen, I said shut the fuck up. I'm in the middle of a goddamn cliche. Get dressed, get out, both of you! I'm sorry. Still sobbing, Tracy snatched at the bra and panties on the floor. Don't speak to me, don't ever speak to me again! If your mother wasn't my aunt and someone I'm very fond of, I'd kick your slut ass here and now. Keep your mouth shut and get out of my house! Tracy grabbed the dress on the run, dragging it over her head, sans underwear as she went. She didn't bother with the shoes. She didn't shut the door behind her. Sonya, I have no excuse. I slipped, I see. You slipped and your clothes just tossed themselves around the room while you fell naked on my cousin. Get out, Brandon. You can get out naked or pull on some clothes first, but get out of my house. Ours, he began. My name's on the mortgage. Sweetheart, you'd seriously dare call me that? Try it again and I swear to God you'll leave bleeding. I said, get out. He dragged on khakis. We need to talk. You just need to calm down so Where are you going? To get my phone. She walked to her purse, took it out. To call the police so they can remove you from my home. Now, Sonya. The way he said it took on that you're just adorable tone. You're not going to call the cops. She stood, phone in hand, studying him. Gym fit, dark blonde hair tousled from another woman's hands. The smooth, handsome face, the killer blue eyes. If you really believe I won't, you don't know me at all. She picked his keys out of the bowl, removed the key to the house, tossed the rest out the door. Get out! I need shoes! She opened the coat closet, pulled out a pair of his slides, tossed them at him. Make do and go, or I start screaming and calling 911. He bent, picked up the slides, slipped them on. We'll talk when you've calmed down. When it comes to you, to this, consider that the far side of never. She slammed the door behind him, turned the security bolt, and waited for the tears, the despair, the misery. None of it, she decided, could burn through the rage. She looked at the phone in her hand again. Taking deep breaths, she walked to the sofa, sat. She started to send a text, realized she couldn't manage it the way her hands shook. She called instead. Hey! Cleo, can you come over? I really need you to come over now. Wedding crisis. You could say. Please. Amusement turned to concern. You okay? Not really, no. Can you come? Sure, I'm on my way. Whatever it is, Sonya, we'll fix it. Give me 10. I fixed it already, Sonya thought, and set the phone down. On her second glass of wine, Cleo circled the living room. Long legs and tiny white shorts covered the ground. She had her mass of curling, burnt honey hair bundled back in weekend-at-home mode. Her jungle cat eyes flashed. The more incensed she became, the more the traces of her Louisiana childhood flowed over the heat, and the calmer Sonya felt. This, Sonya decided, was love. That bastard! That lying, cheating son of a bitchin' bastard! And Tracy? I don't even have words slimy enough. Your own cousin? And that miserable big-titted slut was helping me plan your wedding shower. She ugly cried. Not enough, not close to enough. Oh, she is going to hear from me. You'd better believe she's going to feel my wrath, two-faced whore bitch. I love you, Cleo Faberé. You're the best. Oh, baby. Dropping back down on the couch, Cleo set her wine aside to pull Sonya into a fierce embrace. I'm sorry. I'm just so sorry. I know. What do you want to do? Cleo pulled back, looked at Sonya with her long-lidded tawny eyes. Tell me what you want and it's done. Murder? Decapitation? Castration? For the first time since she'd walked in the door, Sonya smiled. Would you use your great-grandfather Haruto's samurai sword? With pleasure. Let's keep that in reserve. Why aren't you screaming? Why aren't you kicking something? I want to kick something. I want to kick Brandon in the balls. First, I want to go buy a pair of combat boots so I can wear them while I kick him in the balls. Then, I want to go buy brass knuckles so I can wear them when I punch Tracy in the face. But that's just me, she added, and picked up her wine again. What do you want to do? I'm doing it. I'm sitting here drinking wine and watching my best friend get pissed off and outraged for me. Sonya took Cleo's free hand. She ugly cried. I didn't. If you need to, I've got a shoulder right here. I don't. I'm not sure what that says about me. It was like walking into a scene in a movie. The clueless bride-to-be discovers her fiancé and one of her bridesmaids naked in bed. You're not clueless. Well, I was about this, so... Beyoncé's video phone was playing. Come on. Seriously? Cleo struggled against the laugh. Sorry. Don't be. When I think, if I hadn't canceled that appointment, if I hadn't walked in on them. Now Sonya pushed up to circle the room, and her legs in running Saturday errands cropped jeans ate up the floor. She gestured with her wine glass with one hand, shoved the other through her hair, and dragged out the tie that held her maple syrup brown hair out of its long, straight tail. That's what gets me, Cleo. Really fucking gets me. I'd have gone through with it. I'd have married the cheating asshole. And I'd have married him his way, and that kills me. The hotel ballroom he wanted. The big, slick production of it he wanted. The stupid 5-tier wedding cake with the fondant and gold sugar design he wanted. How the hell did I let myself get lost in there? Looks like you're found now. I liked him. I actually liked him, and that kills me. Maybe I thought the wedding was over the top for you, but hell, it's the day, right? So why not? But, and before I get to the but, Let me say it's good to see you found your rage again. Oh, never lost that. I just liked seeing yours take over a while. Okay, but you did cancel the appointment. You did walk in on them. And you're not going to marry the asshole. The fates looked out for you. If fate looked out for me, I'd have told him to get lost a long time ago. You need more wine. Oh, I'm going to get it. And a lot of it. Sonya pressed her fingers to her eyes, not against tears, but sheer frustration. Cleo, I have to cancel everything. The hotel, the photographer, the videographer, the cake, the flowers. Jesus, the stupid string quartet I never wanted. The band. I'm going to lose the deposits. Damn it. I just picked up the proof for the invitations. When I think of the hours and hours I worked on that design. Keep it. We'll put a curse on it. Bury it in a pair of his boxers under a full moon. And every time he thinks about roping another woman in, he'll get a chronic case of jock itch. That's your Creole granny talking. Bien, sir. I'll help you cancel everything. And maybe we can sweet talk some of the deposits back. And you bill the bastard for half of the rest. I never liked that you laid all the money out. After huffing out a breath, Cleo slugged back more wine. And when I think about that, and I really look, I realize I didn't like him as much as I kept telling myself I did. He was paying for the rehearsal dinner, the honeymoon. Doesn't matter. Lesson learned. I could really use some help with the cancellations. Oh, God, the registry. Because it jittered, Sonya pressed a hand to her stomach. We just finalized the gift registry, and we had appointments tomorrow to look at 2 houses. What we're going to do is drink more wine. We'll order pizza. You'll lend me something to sleep in, and we'll go over everything that needs to be done. You're going to stay? Whenever my best friend, my college roomie, my partner in crime, and sister of the heart finds her fiancé in bed with her cousin, I spend the night. For the first time, Sonya felt tears sting her eyes, but not from sorrow or pain, from sheer gratitude. Thanks. Just the thought of dealing with all this makes me want to crawl in a hole. No, she corrected. It makes me want to bury Brandon in one. She broke off at the knock on the door, glanced over. You don't think... Cleo's tiger eyes flashed. Let me answer. I wish I had those combat boots, but a knee in the balls works. Chapter 2. But when Cleo yanked open the door, prepared for battle, Sonya's mother, Winter, rushed in. She squeezed Cleo's hand first, then went straight to her daughter. Honey, baby, I'm so sorry. She wrapped Sonya tight, swayed. Don't cry, he's not worth it. Turning her head, she pressed her lips to Sonya's cheek. I know you love him, but... I don't. I stopped. I don't know if it's supposed to work like that, but I stopped. I don't know either. Winter drew back, cupped her daughter's face, studied it. But if it's true, I'm glad. Anybody who hurts my girl doesn't deserve love. I'm so glad you're here, Cleo. She reached back for Cleo's hand. How do you know about it? Sonya asked. Tracy, who will hear from me, went straight to her mother, blubbering. Can I get in on that wine? I'll get you a glass, Cleo said. Summer called me, after she'd mopped Tracy up and read her the riot act. Sonya, you know Summer loves you, so I hope you don't blame her. She's equal parts furious, mortified, and devastated. I don't blame her, of course I don't. Tracy's an adult slut. Tracy claims it just happened. Thanks, sweetie, she said when Cleo handed her a glass of wine. What bullshit! Landing in bed with your cousin's fiancé doesn't just happen. And in your cousin's house, in your cousin's bed? Red stilettos, a low-cut white dress, and sexy underwear. Just happened my ass. She's welcome to him. I can promise you he won't be welcome in my sister's house. Now, I'm going to go strip those sheets off your bed. I already did. I did that after I called Cleo. I thought about burning them, but they're really good sheets. I'm going to send them out for laundering because I'm not going to wash them myself. Then I'll donate them. Winter grabbed her into another hug, swayed with it. That's my girl. You're really all right. I'm really mad. I'm so damn mad and furious with myself for not seeing what he was. I didn't see it. I think I'm a pretty good judge of character, and I didn't see it. You know what they say about hindsight. I can look back and say, oh, sure, that, and there. I should have known. What good does that do? I'm going to sit. And she did. I was so worried I'd find you heartbroken that I didn't have room to let the anger out. Now that I know you're not, the hell with him. The hell with him, Cleo echoed, and walked over to tap her glass to Winter's. Okay. Sonya did the same. The hell with him. You need to change the locks. I took his key, Mom. Change them anyway. Where do you think he'll go? Don't know? Sonya toasted again. Don't care. No, really. I've got another bottle of wine in the car. And boxes the nice young man at the liquor store gave me. We can use them to pack up his things. Clean sweep. And I'll take them to him. You don't have to do that. Oh, my only child, I insist. Iced fury came into her mother's changeable hazel eyes. He'd probably go to Jerry's, wouldn't he? Best man, close friend. I can go by on my way home and dump them. I love you, Winter. Cleo sat beside her, snuggled in. I love my mama and I love you. Sonya and I hit the mama lottery. Maybe when we're packing up his crap. Some of those cashmere sweaters he's so fond of end up with little pulls and snags. And it would be a shame if a couple of his fine leather jackets somehow ran into something sharp. Girlfriends are the best friends, Winter said. We could do that. Or we could let that go, knowing he lost the best thing he could have had in his life. I'm betting he knows it. I still want to bury a pair of his boxers under a full moon. Curse him with chronic jock itch. Winter smiled. That seems fair. Let's go get those boxes. They packed. His 2 tablets, his laptop, the Alexa, his collection of watches, cufflinks, shoes. So many shoes. Sonya remembered his luggage. Globetrotter, of course. So they packed those pieces with shirts, jackets, sweaters, suits, sportswear. They boxed up toiletries. He's got more skin and hair products than I do. Cleo held up an unopened package of moisturizer. Do you know what this brand costs? And he's got an unopened spare? Keep it, Sonya told her. Hell, take anything you want. Only if it's unopened. Anything else has his cooties in it. Are you sure you don't want it? Absolutely. I don't want any of it. Then I'll take it. Winner, how about we split anything that's still sealed? We've got eye gel and eye masks, serum. I had a sample of this serum once and it's great. I'm making a pile. Winter just nodded, stepped back, hands on hips. She'd used one of Sonya's hair ties to pull her chin-length hair, nearly the same shade as her daughter's, back in a stubby tail. Her eyes, hazel to Sonya's deep green, scanned the now loaded bathroom counter. We're going to need more boxes. Screw boxes, Sonya decided. I have trash bags. He has so much stuff. Where am I in this? Why didn't I notice I have half the space he did? He had the entire closet in the spare room and more than half in the main bedroom closet. And somehow he took over the desk in the spare room for work, and I ended up using the dining room table. Erosion happens gradually. Winter rubbed Sonya's shoulders. A rock's strong, but it doesn't notice how the water's wearing it away. You look so much alike, Cleo murmured. The shape of your faces, that heart shape, your hair color. That peaches and cream skin that tells me I need this high-dollar skincare more than either of you. You have gorgeous skin, Winter told her. Gold dust on caramel, a gift from your wonderfully diverse ancestry. My girl has her father's eyes. Winter gave Sonya a quick hug. He'd have kicked Brandon's ass. I don't think I'd have tried to stop him. Andrew MacTavish was a gentleman, but when roused, she gave Sonya another squeeze. Stand back. Then she nodded. Trash bags. Yeah, seems fair. More than. I'll get them, and order the pizza, Cleo offered. We're closing in on done. She's a treasure, Winter said when Cleo went out. I know. She says the fate saw to it we were roommates in college. What do you say? Luck of the draw. Really lucky for me. For both of you. Your art, your work didn't hurt. Now she's an illustrator, you're a graphic designer. I'm proud of both of you. I need to go into work Monday. So will he. I should never have gotten involved with someone at work. Stop. Winter turned her around. Don't let what he did, what he is, shake who you are or what you do. You loved him enough to plan a life with him. You thought he loved you enough to do the same. I was wrong. You were wrong, Winter agreed. The mistake wasn't in loving someone. He wasn't faithful, and you ended it. You know what I haven't heard from you? What did I do wrong? Why wasn't I enough? What did he see in her he didn't in me? Mom, you know why I haven't heard that? Because you're too smart to fall in that ditch. You know this isn't about you. It's about him, his character. You believed in him. He proved you wrong. That's all there is to it. So clean sweep. Close the book, lock the door. Change the locks, she amended, then lock the door. I'll call a locksmith tomorrow. He'll corner me, or try to, at work on Monday. And you'll deal with it. I'll deal with it. She shut her eyes. I'm embarrassed. Of course you are. Anyone would be, even when it's not their embarrassment. So, Sonya Grace MacTavish, make it his embarrassment. She kissed Sonya's forehead. That, especially to someone like Brandon, it's more painful than chronic jock itch. They ate pizza, and while Sonya and Cleo drank more wine, Winter switched off to iced tea. Together they made a plan. Then they carted boxes, suitcases, and hefty bags out to the car. On the second trip, her neighbor stepped out of her side of the duplex. Do you all need some help with that? Bill's home, he'd give you a hand. Winter sent her a winning smile. Thanks, Donna. If you wouldn't mind, we've got a couple more loads. No problem. Bill, come give Sonya a hand. She put a hand on her hip, a woman with 3 grown children who'd downsized with her husband and had moved into the duplex just over a year before. A nice couple, Sonya thought. Neighborly, but not pushy. Important qualities in her view when you shared a common wall. Bill came out in a Red Sox t-shirt and cargo shorts that showed off his knobby knees. Moving out on us? He grinned when he said it, making a joke. Sonya figured she'd had just enough wine. I'm booting Brandon out. Or I already did after I found him naked in bed with my cousin Tracy. Inside his scruffy goatee, Bill's mouth dropped open. On the other hand, his wife Donna's mouth thinned. Is that the blonde with the big boobs? Why, yes, it is. You might have seen her run out of the house a few hours ago, barefoot and holding her underwear. No, and I'm sorry I missed it. I'm sorry it happened. But I'm going to tell you I've seen her come around twice before when you weren't home. I thought they were working on some surprise for you, for the wedding maybe, but I won't lie, I wondered. Twice before today? That I saw. Last Saturday when I was washing windows, and it must have been about 3 weeks ago. I'd taken some cookies to Marlene's across the street. Her little boy's fond of my snickerdoodles. I was just leaving to come home. So yeah, that's Saturday again, 3 weeks back. We went to the salon, Cleo said, for you to try out styles for the wedding, and shoe shopping for wedding shoes. I remember, Sonya murmured. I'm sorry it happened, Donna said again, but I'm glad you found out sooner than later. Bill, go on and get the rest of that douchebag stuff out of Sonya's house. Anything else we can help you with? She added. You just ask. At least 3 times, Sonya said when they'd loaded the last of it. Now I have to get rid of the bed. Maybe the couch. They might have used the couch. Or God knows where else. No, you don't. I'm going to White Sage the whole place. She looked at Cleo. Seriously? Deadly. I might have some in my purse. Otherwise, I'll run home and get some. We are clearing him out, and her, and anyone else he might have banged in there. Sorry, Son, but maybe. Yeah. Though it made her a little sick, she nodded. Maybe. Now she needed to get tested, she realized. And that added to the humiliation. She'd need to get tested just in case. Now I wish we'd sliced up those leather jackets. And I'm going to have another conversation with Summer. But first I'm dumping all of his things at Jerry's whether he's there or not. Winter grabbed Sonya in another hug, a fierce one. We're going to consider this a narrow and welcome escape. If he's there, Cleo said, can you kick him in the balls? I might just. I'll be here tomorrow. We'll start making those calls. Thanks. When Winter drove away, Cleo put an arm around Sonya's shoulders. More wine? Oh, yeah. Can we bury Tracy's slut shoes with Brandon's boxers? Give her chronic yeast infections? Now you're talking. On Monday morning, Sonya dressed carefully. The red suit helped her feel powerful, in control. She spent time working her hair into a sleek twist, and that made her feel cool and detached. She'd felt the opposite on Sunday when Brandon texted her, 4 times, before she'd listened to Cleo and her mother and blocked his number. We have to talk. We can't throw everything away because I made a terrible mistake. You know I love you. We have to talk. You have to let me explain. Every text had coiled up her anger, and the anger made her feel weak and stupid. Today she had to face him. She needed to feel powerful and cool and detached. When she'd chosen jewelry, bold, and perfected her makeup, she went out to where Cleo sat, half dozing over coffee. Well? Sonya turned to circle. And that's a wow. Kill a look, Son. Here's what you'll never tap again, asshole. Look. That's what I aimed for. Direct hit. Listen, I'm gonna take the spare key in your wedding binder. I'll start canceling what we couldn't reach on a Sunday. Cleo, you've already given me Saturday and all day yesterday. And I go nowhere until the locksmith comes today to change those locks. Then I'm taking the binder and the key home with me. I'm in a good place on my project to take a few hours, so I'll finish the rest of the calls. I'm guessing since there were alterations, you can't just return the wedding dress. No return policy. Mom paid for that ridiculously expensive dress, Cleo. I know. But I bet this isn't the first time they've had this happen. So I'll call, ask them for advice. Consignment shop, eBay, who knows? Maybe they have someone who'll buy it at a discount. I'm gonna handle the dress for you and what else I can. And you know you do the same for me. I would. And when this is behind us, I'm taking you for a weekend. A spa weekend. Mom, too. Yours if she can fly up. Girls' trip in lieu of honeymoon. I'm all in for that. Are you ready to go kick balls? They're not combat boots, but they'll do. As she drove through the madness of Boston morning commute traffic, Sonya reviewed her plan. In theory, it seemed simple. She'd ask for a few minutes to speak with either of the co-owners of By Design, and keep that simple too. She'd called off the wedding after realizing she and Brandon weren't suited, and weren't ready for marriage. No further details necessary. Due to the stress of that decision, she'd request, for the next few months at least, she and Brandon not be assigned to the same project. Brandon had seniority. While she'd worked at By Design for 7 years, including an internship, he had nearly 10 in. But they'd both climbed up the ranks, had their own offices, often headed projects, put their own teams together. He specialized in advertising, billboards, television, and internet ads. And he was good. She couldn't deny it. He was very, very good, the dickhead. Though digital art, websites, banners, social media, comprised the bulk of her work, She also designed visuals for companies and individuals, created looks, consistency in logos, business cards, letterheads, those websites, physical and digital signs. Still, it was a small, privately owned company, exactly the kind of company she'd hoped to work for, and she and Brandon often worked on different parts of the same project. She'd just ask for some breathing room and promised to maintain a courteous, professional relationship with Brandon in the workplace. Simple, she thought, reasonable and clean. Of course, in a small, privately owned company, there would be gossip. She'd handle it. In fact, despite Cleo's objections, she'd take the blame. Simpler, cleaner to say she'd realized she wasn't ready, that she and Brandon had different goals in life. His being to screw her cousin, but no point in mentioning that. And in a few weeks, the talk would die out, replaced by some other drama. She could wait until then. Meanwhile, she had no doubt Brandon would find some way to corner her. So she'd meet that head-on. She'd make it clear to him, in private, face-to-face, that they were done. And she'd do that calmly, dispassionately. He'd hate the calm and dispassion, she thought, and smiled as she pulled into the employee parking of the 2-story refurbished factory that housed By Design. She went in the side door, straight into what she thought of as the nesting area. She'd started there, right out of college, at one of the workstations, and most who'd man those stations now, working on assignments, assisting designers, hoping to make their own mark, would be as green and eager as she'd been. Some would move up, some would move out, others would take a leap and strike out on their own. She'd moved up, happy with the rhythm and tone of her workplace, from production artist to graphic designer and now senior graphic designer. She'd come in early deliberately and walked straight through to her office. Not big, not grand, but it had a window, and she'd put her treasured African violet Xena in that stream of southern exposure. It rewarded her with pretty pink blossoms and glossy green leaves. She set her briefcase on her desk, glanced at her mood board. She routinely created a physical as well as digital mood board for a project. The digital, easy to share, to change, but the physical meant she could stand, shift, study from different angles. And this one, laying out the plan, the visual for a startup company, just worked. Baby Mine, founded by crafty sisters, created handmade baby clothes. No charge for personalization if desired. For preemies, specific to the needs of infants in the NICU, and up to 18 months. For the logo, she'd drawn an infant in an old-fashioned cradle with a mobile overhead, spelling out the company name in softly rounded fonts, in quiet pastels. Soft. Sweet. That's what a parent wanted for their baby. The website visual followed that tone, adding in the easy care, the lovingly handcrafted accessories, photos not just of the products, but of babies wearing the products, or parents using the blankets, the burp cloths. Various social media posts would increase those visuals consistently, and a fresh, and again consistent look for the sisters' blog. And now that they'd moved their little company out of their homes and into an actual workshop, she'd carried that design into the physical space. A few finishing touches, and they'd be off and running. She'd so much rather sit down and work on those finishing touches than air her personal business with her bosses. But it had to be done. She started out. She heard voices now, artists coming into the nesting area or hitting the break room for coffee before they settled in. She walked up the metal stairs to the second floor. It held the director's offices, art, design, creative, and their assistants' work areas. The presentation room where designers pitched their concepts and completed work to the directors, the owners' offices, a second, snazzier break room. Since Lane Cohen had hired her, she went there first, knocked. "Come!" When she opened the door, she saw Lane, hair a sharp, angled wedge of mahogany, bright blue readers dangling from the silver chain around her neck, at her desk. Her partner sat on the corner of her L-shaped workstation. The window behind her offered a view of the Boston Common on a perfect summer day. Posters of designs created in-house lined her walls. She rotated them every few months. Sonya currently had one displayed. So did Brandon. And she saw, When Lane and Matt Barry looked at her, they already knew. Matt, slim in chinos and a pink polo, slid off the desk. As usual, he had his glossy blonde hair pulled back in a tail. A gold hoop winked in his left ear. "I wonder if I could have a couple of minutes," Sonya began. Of course. Matt gestured her in. "Close the door. Have a seat. How are you, Sonya?" "I'm all right, thanks. Lane and I were just talking about you taking a few days off." So Brandon had beaten her to it, she thought. And in his way. "I appreciate that, but I don't need time off. I hope to finalize the Baby Mine account today. And I hope to present some initial designs on the Kettering account by the end of the day." The quiet sympathy in Matt's eyes, the speculation in Lane's, had Sonya tossing the plan out the window. "I take it you heard we've called off the wedding." "Brandon called me last night." All sympathy and comfort, Matt rubbed her arm. "He's upset, of course, but he feels, I agree. You just need a little space, a little time. Planning a wedding is beyond stressful. I can still remember snapping and snarling at Wayne when we were planning ours." "He contacted you, our boss, on a Sunday night to tell you I was stressed over wedding planning?" "We're not just bosses. We're family here. We hope everyone here knows our door is always open if there's a problem. Isn't that right, Lane?" "Of course. And yes, weddings are stressful to plan. I helped plan my daughter's last year, so I know. I've also seen you handle all manner of stress, Sonya. So I was surprised when Matt told me you'd had a kind of crisis over the wedding details." "I had a crisis?" Your mistake, Brandon, she thought, trying to draw me as hysterical. On to Plan B, designed on the spot. "I guess you could call it that." "And nothing to be ashamed of," Matt assured her. "You take a break, pamper yourself a little. I'm sure you and Brandon will work this all out." "That's not going to happen. I had this crisis, since we're calling it that, when I got home unexpectedly early Saturday afternoon and found Brandon in bed with my cousin. Imagine my surprise. And imagine my additional surprise when I learned that wasn't the first time. So, there's not going to be a wedding. I don't need or want time off. I came in this morning with no intention of telling you the embarrassing details of my decision, but to let you know I changed my mind regarding the wedding, and to ask if, because the situation would be awkward for a time, Brandon and I aren't assigned to the same project." Are you sure about the circumstances?" "Oh, please, Matt." Lane gave him an eye roll. "I think Sonya's sure what she saw with her own eyes." "I'm very sorry to hear it." "Yes, God, I'm sorry. Do you want some tea? I can get you some tea." "No, thanks. Thank you. I'm fine. I really am. I know it's awkward, but I give you my word I'll behave professionally in the workplace." "We'll hold you to that word," Lane said, "and we'll expect the same from Brandon. You recently finished a project together." 2 weeks ago. We don't have any mutual projects right now." "We'll keep it that way for now, Sonya. If you want a day or two to decompress and to handle what I know must be a slew of cancellations, notifications, you can certainly have that time." Lane lifted her hands. "And any help we can offer." "Thank you. Really. I've got help with the details, and I'd honestly rather work. I'm sorry to bring all this into you." "Workplace romances." Lane smiled a little. "Who hasn't been there? The door is open, Sonya, if you decide you need that time." "I appreciate it." She rose. "I'm going to get to work." It didn't surprise her to find Brandon waiting between the office and the stairs. "We need to talk." When he reached for her arm, she stepped back. "Don't put your hands on me." "We're not having this discussion out here." He gestured toward the door of the presentation room. "I prefer to keep my personal business private." "Then you shouldn't have called Matt last night and lied to him." But she walked through the door. "I certainly didn't lie." He shut the door with a snap. I told him you'd called off the wedding. You were upset and stressed. You failed to mention why. He had the grace, or the wit, she thought, to look shamed and sorrowful. Listen, Sonya. Nobody feels worse about what happened than I do. I made a terrible mistake and I hurt you. I was weak, stupid. I panicked. She smiled, oh, so pleasantly. I thought you slipped. Please. He reached for her again. Touch me and you'll be up on charges of harassment and inappropriate behavior in the workplace. Try it and see. I know you're hurt. You're angry. You have every right to be. What I did, a moment's weakness, that panic, the wedding, all the details, the decisions, it all started to weigh on me and I panicked. Then Tracy shows up and she came on to me. Hard, and I just gave in. He pressed a hand to his heart. I'm begging you to forgive me, to give me another chance to prove to you how much you mean to me. You slipped. You panicked. You gave in. And had sex with my cousin in the bed we shared while I was out picking up the proof for our wedding invitations. And I only know you had sex with my cousin in the bed we shared because I canceled the appointment with the wedding florist. It was a horrible mistake, sweetheart. I'll spend the rest of my life making it up to you. Please forgive me. It was one horrible mistake. She means nothing to me. You mean everything. It was just sex. She looked at him, really looked, and saw so far beyond the golden good looks. And because she saw the cheat, the liar, it made her a little sick all over again. I'm amazed you think this could work. I'm amazed you think I'm just that stupid. I'm asking for forgiveness. Shame and sorrow made a quick turn into indignant. How can you be so cold, so unforgiving? You sent your mother to Jerry's, for God's sake, with all my belongings. You put my things in trash bags like we had nothing together. I ran out of boxes and suitcases. You went running to your mother with our personal business. That's pathetic. No, actually, Tracy went running to hers, who happens to be my mother's sister. But regardless, you got your things back, and we're done. It's no wonder I gave in to someone warm, someone passionate, when you're so fucking cold. Lucky escape for both of us, then, isn't it? Going forward, since you tried your end run with Matt, I've told them all of it. Not my intention, which was to simply let them know I'd called off the wedding, but I refuse to let you dump this on me. I've given my word I'll behave professionally with you, and they expect you to do the same. Indignation snapped back, of the righteous sort. You couldn't wait to smear me to the bosses. I was human. Tracy ambushed me. She was all over me, and I was human. That one time? How about the Saturday before? Or 2 weeks before that? Was it just being human when the two of you romped around naked then, too? You spied on me? That's how you handle problems, issues? By spying on me? That's contemptible. I didn't have to. You and Tracy didn't cover your tracks very well. We're done. I just want to get on with my life, and I suggest you get on with yours. If you think you'll get away with spreading this around the company, I don't intend to talk about any of this. Your mileage may vary. I've canceled the venue, the band, and so on. All of it. I'll send you a bill for half the non-refundable deposits. Good luck getting a dime out of me. I figured that. I'll just write it off as a bad investment. Now get out of my way. I'm going to work. You're not wearing the ring I put on your finger. I want it back. When she smiled and meant it, it felt so damn good. Let me echo your good luck sentiment there. Legally, it's mine. I'm selling it and donating the money to a women's shelter. You need to move, Brandon, or I call Lane's office and report you. He stepped aside. You'll be sorry for this, he told her when she opened it. No, I won't. But I am sorry I wasted over a year of my life on someone like you. She considered it done, finished, closed. And she spent what she deemed a productive day finalizing the designs for the Baby Mine account. She moved forward on the Kettering account, creating her mood boards, sharing them and her pitch with her design director. She noticed the looks, especially the ones who pretended not to look. She noticed the awkward pauses in conversations when she walked in or by. She suspected Brandon of doing exactly what he'd accused her of planning to do. He'd twist the story, lay blame on her head, outright lie. She wouldn't let it matter, and it would all die down in a week or two. She made it through a week, then 2, then a month, and another 2 weeks. Every time she thought it had died down, he managed to resurrect it all again. She caught wind of a rumor she'd cheated on him. Another went around that their wedding planner had dubbed her Bitch Bride from Hell. He covered his tracks there, as he hadn't with her cousin, and the rumors seemed to pop up out of nowhere. And they lingered. Someone keyed her car. She came in one morning to find a design she'd worked on wiped off her computer, and her backup corrupted. She spent 15 straight hours reconstructing it, and when she finally left the office that night, she had 4 flat tires. Knowing he was behind it meant nothing. She couldn't prove it, but she'd had enough. The next morning, she knocked on Lane's door. "I'm sorry, I need to talk to you." "Come sit. You look tired." "I am tired. I worked until midnight. The Happy Pet account. The design I'd worked on, had nearly completed, was gone. Wiped off my computer. My backup was corrupted. It wasn't user error, Lane. I think you know I'm more careful than that. I reconstructed it, maybe even improved it, and when I went out to my car, I had 4 flats." "Oh, Jesus, Sonya. I know you hear the rumors that come and go. Most people don't believe them, but there are always a few. I could handle that. I have been handling that. But this was my work, a lot of hard work. If I hadn't been able to replicate it in a timely fashion, we might have lost the account. My tires weren't slashed. Someone let the air out. Regardless, I had to take an Uber home and arrange for a garage to deal with the tires." "I'm sorry. I'll talk to Brandon, believe me." "Please don't. I can't prove any of this is on him. And I won't. He'll be shocked, appalled. Why, he's moved on. Isn't he dating other women?" She shrugged. "But it won't stop as long as we both work here." "Sonya, I can't fire Brandon over the possibility. I'm going to make that probability. He had some part in this." "I'm not asking you to. I don't expect you to. I know he does exceptional work." "He does. So do you. It's time for a full staff meeting." "No, Lane. It's time for me to resign. I thought I could weather this, but I dread coming to work now. I loved working here, and now I dread it." "We'll find a way to fix this, Sonya. You know we value you." "I do know, but I don't want you to fix it. You and Matt, you've built such a good company, and I'll always be grateful to have been part of it. I just can't work here anymore, so I'm giving you my 2 weeks. Longer if you need it. But Gina Tallow? She's ready. She can move up. I could work with her for those 2 weeks. But I need to go. For me, Lane. I need to go." Lane sat back. "This sucks. It just sucks." "It really does. But Lane, I'm so unhappy. I don't want to be unhappy in my work. I don't want to get up every morning and have a hole in the pit of my stomach because I have to go to work. I have to move on." "To a competitor. I'm going to hate that. But Matt and I will give you bright and shiny references. We don't want you to be unhappy, and I'm furious you've been made to feel unhappy." "I think this is what's best for me. But I don't plan on going to a competitor, at least for now. I'm going to freelance. I need the time, the space, and I need to see what I can do on my own." Head back, Lane stared up at the ceiling. "We're going to lose accounts. I'm going to hate that." "I won't go after by design accounts." "Then you're stupid. Don't be stupid. Take the Baby Mine account. They're going places. It's a gift," Lane said before Sonya could think of anything to say. Not much of a gift, seeing as they came to you on a recommendation of another account you worked on. I'm telling you that's your account, and Matt will agree with me.
Thank you. Really, it's more than I could ask.
You're right about Gina. We've had our eye on her. She needs a little more polish, and we'll see she gets it. Now listen to me, on a personal level, as I've got a daughter about your age. You've got 2 weeks vacation you haven't used for a honeymoon you can celebrate not going on. Take it. Take today to clear up any projects to the point they can be passed on. Then walk out of here and be happy. I can't leave you in the lurch. You won't be. Or hell, damn right you will be, whether you leave today or in 2 weeks. You're a talented woman with a solid work ethic. But Matt and I will handle your projects. We still know how it's done, and we'll give Gina the polish she needs. And we'll miss the hell out of you.
Lane waved a hand in the air.
No crying. You'll start me up. Finish out the day, and keep in touch.
I will. I owe you and Matt so much.
Pay us back. Make us proud.
When Sonya went out, Lane sat back again, stared at the ceiling again, and after a long sigh said,
Fuck.
Chapter 3. She got through the day, though she skipped lunch to focus on current projects so she could leave them in good shape for whoever took over. She chatted with coworkers in the break room. Casual. Situation normal. As she went through the motions, she realized in her mind, in her heart, she'd already moved on. And because she had, the stress melted away. At the end of the day, she boxed up her things, her personal tools, her emergency power bars, spare chargers, the fluorite obelisk Cleo had given her, her African violet, and all the little things that had made her office her work home. A single box, she thought, to sum up 7 years, 2 as an intern, of her professional life at By Design. The whole, so far, of her professional life. She took one last look around her office, and Matt stepped to her doorway.
I wanted to wait until... Lane said your mind's made up, and for good reasons. I feel I wasn't supportive enough, that I should have found a solution.
No, it was a bad situation. An impossible one for me. I wouldn't be able to try freelancing if it wasn't for you and Lane.
I promised Lane I wouldn't pressure you, so I won't. I want to, but I won't. Let me carry that for you.
Taking the box, he walked her out, past offices, through the nesting area.
You'd better miss us.
I already do. Outside, the fresh fall wind swept over her. It occurred to her she'd have been in the middle of her honeymoon in Paris, if not for a canceled appointment.
If you need advice, Matt told her, a wailing wall, a drinking buddy, just call.
He put the box in the car for her, turned.
I'm going to hug you.
I'm going to hug you back. He gave her a long, hard squeeze.
I shouldn't say this, but I'm going to. He won't last here. He's talented and he's savvy, but he's shown himself to be dishonest, petty, and damn it, vindictive. He won't last with us.
I want to say it doesn't matter to me, but I can't.
Go shine.
He stepped back.
And I know you will. If you ever want to come back here and shine, the door's open.
The first time I walked in the door, as an intern my senior year in college, you were wearing a polka dot bow tie.
Ah, yes, my bow tie period. I may have to revive that.
And you told me if I didn't know the answer, to ask the question. I always knew I could go to you and ask the question.
You still can.
She kissed his cheek before she got in the car, and she cried a little as she drove away. Instead of going home, she drove away from downtown and to her mother's neat 2-story house with its postage stamp yard. She'd grown up there, in that leafy neighborhood. She'd played in that yard, and when old enough, mowed the grass. Her father had taught her to ride a 2-wheeler down the sidewalk. She remembered that so well. "I've got you, Sonya. Keep pedaling, baby. I won't let go." And he hadn't, running along beside her until she'd shouted, "Let go, Daddy. I can do it. Let go." He must have watched, she thought now. Had he felt twinges of pride,
fear, maybe some poignant regret as she'd wobbled her way along on that little pink bike with the white plastic basket. She could see him now, so clearly, jogging down to where she'd stopped, flushed and thrilled with herself at the end of the sidewalk. The sweet spring breeze fluttering through his hair, a deep, rich blonde that never had the chance to gray. A tall, loose-limbed man, in his prime, long arms and long legs, narrow hands like hers, artist's hands like hers. A man who'd die 3 short years later. An accident, a tragedy. He'd started painting a mural on a building downtown. The scaffolding failed and made her mother a widow. She pulled into the narrow drive behind her mother's car, wondering why all that flooded back now. Must be the mood, she decided. Quitting a job hardly ranked with death, but it was a sharp change. The red maple in front of the colonial blue Cape Cod was on fire with fall. Some of the flame-colored leaves had fallen, and before long, October would shake them all from the branches. Mounds of canary-yellow mums brought sunshine to the front corners of the house. And because Winter MacTavish didn't know a holiday she didn't love, fat orange pumpkins flanked the white front door. Her mother would carve them into jack-o'-lanterns closer to Halloween, haul out the old skeleton, the cackling, broomstick-riding witch, don a costume, and hand out full-sized Hershey bars to trick-or-treaters. Sonya didn't knock. She'd never knocked on this door. Inside, the living room smelled of the fall flowers in a vase, the wood smoke from the fire simmering in the hearth. One of her father's paintings hung over the fireplace, as it always had, at least in Sonya's memory. A misty forest, deep green shadows with dappled light turning a path to shades of gold. And to the right of the path, a stream where water seemed to rush and tumble over rocks in quick falls that went from white to silver. She'd wanted to know where the path went, and when she'd asked, he told her, "Wherever you want." Maybe I'm on the path now, and I'll find out. Knowing her mother, she started back toward the kitchen, calling out, "Sonya? What a nice surprise!" She'd changed out of her work clothes into cozy sweats and sneakers and greeted her daughter with a quick hug. "I was just thinking about what's for dinner. Have you eaten?" "No, I came straight from work. Now I have an excuse to get the too much soup I made last weekend out of the freezer. Chicken veg, how about it?" "Sounds great. Why don't you get a bottle of white wine out of the cooler? We'll have a glass while I defrost the soup." "Sounds even better. Then you can tell me what you need to talk to me about." Sonya got a bottle from the under-counter cooler, one of the additions when her mother had had the kitchen updated. The only real change Winter had made to the house since her husband died. "I can't just drop by to see my mom?" "You can, and sometimes do, but—" Winter tapped a finger on Sonya's nose. "I know that face." Working up to it, Sonya got out a corkscrew, the glasses. "You know, I've had some trouble at work. For the most part, I could ignore it. And for the most part, the people I work with aren't idiots. But it really hasn't let up. Again, for the most part. Little things, little digs." He turned out to be a very ugly man inside, didn't he? "He's so good at it." With a half-laugh, she poured the wine. "So smooth. Always careful to be absolutely courteous to my face, and oh so professional, but—" She took a sip, leaned back on the center island. "Relentless at the same time. Just relentless. It's a matter of him paying me back, over and over, for what he sees as me embarrassing him. And yesterday, when I came into work, a project I just finished was gone. Wiped off my computer. That's not relentless, it's vicious. More, my backup was corrupted. I still had my physical mood board. That would have been too blatant. But my initial sketches? Gone too. I had to reconstruct basically from memory. I worked until midnight. No wonder you look tired. He's an absolute bastard. You know he did this. I know he did this, but I can't prove he did this. Any more than I can prove he let out the air in my tires. All 4 of them, while I was putting in the overtime. Good God, Sonya, that's criminal. Did you call the police? I called an Uber. And yes, I did report it. But that's not going anywhere, Mom. I should have given him back the ring instead of selling it and donating the money. He might have let this go if I'd done that, but I wanted to rub his face in it, so... You're not to blame for this. I don't want to hear you taking any of the blame for any of this. Not blame, but maybe a miscalculation. And... Oh, God, don't be disappointed in me. As if I could. She took a breath, held it. I quit my job. Oh, baby. Winter put down her wine, wrapped her arms around Sonya. I thought I could handle it, but I didn't. I couldn't. I let him win. You stop that. Pulling back, she gave Sonya a little shake. You didn't let him win a thing. It's not a damn scorecard. You did what was best for you. Oh, I wish they'd fired the bastard. For what? Cheating on me? You're an administrative assistant in a law firm. You know that's not grounds for firing an employee. And the rest? He's too careful to leave any trail. Matt and Lane? Shaking her head, she walked over, dropped down on a counter stool. They did all they could. I know they had conversations with him, and that probably made it worse in the long run. They're giving me an account, a startup I worked on, and they're letting me take the 2 weeks as paid vacation instead of working it out. They didn't have to do that. It's not their fault. It's no one's fault but his. What do you want to do now? I'm going to freelance. I've been toying with the idea for the last few weeks, and yesterday capped it off. I have savings, I have experience, I have contacts, and I have the Baby Mine account if and when they need or want what I can do. It's a great little company, and I did good work for them. I'll show you. She grabbed her mother's tablet off the island, brought up the website. Well, that's adorable. Oh, look at the outfits. Now I need a baby to buy them for. Wait, Sylvia from work. She's having her first grandchild in early December. A girl. I'm going to send her a link to this site. Please do. Handmade. Oh, look at the little caps. Little cat caps. Sonya found her mood rising as she watched her mother scroll through the site. User-friendly, mobile device efficient. Just let me send this link. You're so talented. You got your father's artist genes. I wish I could paint like he could. You paint beautifully when you want to, but that's not your passion. This is, and it's wonderful. There, Sylvia's going to love it, and your clients are going to get a big order. Now, let's have some soup and talk about your plans for your new company. I'm not sure a one-woman operation qualifies as a company. It absolutely does. And not that I'm advocating revenge, but you know what they say about it. What do they say about it? The best revenge? Winter lifted her eyebrows. Success, and you're going to rock it. I'm sure as hell going to try. But before I get in too deep, I'm taking a long weekend, a long spa weekend. Now that's just exactly what you need. I'm taking my mom, my best friend, and her mom, if she can make it, with me. Oh, now, Sonya, you can't afford that, especially now. I'm not shopping in Paris, am I? I didn't shell out more thousands for a splashy, bougie wedding I didn't even want. I sold that damn wedding dress for 60% of what you paid for it. And Cleo managed to get almost $8,000 back on some of the deposits. She's a clever girl. So I'm taking my mom, her mom, and the clever girl for a spa weekend. It's a personal indulgence and I need it. You're not allowed to say no. Then I won't. You'd better text Cleo so she can ask Melly. Starting a group text right now. Then I'm going to try to book us into the Ripe Plum. The resort on the coast? Wow. When my girl decides to indulge, she indulges. Damn right. I've been so unhappy, Mom. It feels really good not to be. And this soup smells amazing. Buoyed by the visit, the soup, the encouragement, and the fact that while weekends were booked, she'd reserved 3 weekday nights at the Ripe Plum, Sonya dropped into bed just after 9 and slept for 12 hours. She woke with a new sense of purpose and a new plan. First step, contact the sisters at their workshop. 20 minutes later, she jumped up, pumped her fists in the air. Not only were they willing to keep their account with her, but they'd given her 2 contacts for potential clients. She'd worked with the sisters long enough to know their style. They'd made the contacts straight off. So she'd wait an hour, and that gave her time to work on a logo and the design for business cards, her website, social media, and everything else. Mid-afternoon, she answered the knock on her door. "I come bearing pumpkin spice muffins and macchiatos." Cleo shifted the takeout bag, angled her head. "And look at you! I haven't seen that look on your face in weeks. A lot of weeks." "What look?" "Happy. Blow up my skirt, happy. And here I was afraid you'd be mired in the what the hell have I done stage." "I know just what I've done." She pulled Cleo inside. "I've done got me 2 clients and the strong possibility of a 3rd. "Already?" "Already. I think I have my logo, which I need to generate contracts for said clients to finish designing my website and all the rest. I want your honest and true opinion. Wait there." When Sonya ran back to her office, Cleo took the coffee and muffins out of the bag. "Okay, here's the ta-da. Honest and true, Cleo. I want it to sing." She flipped open the sketchbook. She'd drawn a thick circle formed by curved petals in bold colors, red, blue, yellow, green, layered in a way that made them pop in 2 dimensions. Above the circle, in flowing script, she'd centered visual art, and in the circle, by Sonya. "Don't tell me what I want to hear." "I'm sorry. I have to." "It's perfect. I love it. The circle, a strong symbol and with strong colors. The petals give it dimension and interest. Using a font with a flow, going with a curve, brings it together. It's got balance, interest, a smart use of white space. I didn't want hard edges or too slick and modern, but not fussy or too traditional. I didn't want to go cute or girly, but I liked the hint of female with the petals. Direct hit. Holy crap, Son, you're off and running. I'm going to be redesigning a website for a writer. First book coming out in November. The one she's got is absolute crap. Nothing holy about it. And I'm nudging her to have me redo her social media look, which is also crap. I hope her book isn't. She's sending me an advance copy. You'll lie if it sucks. You came over to give me a pep talk. Yeah, and that's unnecessary. But we have coffee and muffins. Can you take a break? You bet. Thanks. For the unnecessary pep talk, for the coffee and muffin. I rearranged my office to make room for the wall screen I'm going to order. I can toss my work up on it, like giving myself a presentation. Want to see? Only if I get to make sure it's feng shui. I can accept that. Cleo, don't get pissed, but Brandon did me a favor. I don't think I'd ever have done this otherwise. And today, I really feel it's what I'm supposed to do. What I was supposed to do. I wouldn't go as far as a favor, but we'll say his absolute assholiness gave you a push in the right direction. That works. Come see. 3 weeks later, she had the new website up and running for the writer, whose book wasn't crap. She designed holiday ads for Baby Mine and wedding invitations, was that irony, for her next-door neighbor's niece. By Christmas, she had 3 more website designs in the works, had designed 2 book covers and more digital ads. She closed out what she'd expected to be the worst year of her life, feeling on top of it. Maybe the cut in salary and benefits stung a little, and the expense of shouldering the cost for her supplies and equipment stung a little more. But for a woman who'd been in business less than 3 months, she did just fine. She'd have done finer without the plumbing emergency the week before Christmas and the $1,600 that cost her. But she did just fine. She had to keep her prices competitive to build up her client list, her project portfolio. And, she reminded herself, she saved on gas, no commute, on lunches out, basic wear and tear on her car. Did she miss the camaraderie of coworkers? Sometimes. Then again, she liked working solo, answering only to herself, and wearing whatever the hell she wanted. Maybe she'd get a dog, or a cat, since she didn't leave the house for 8 or 10 hours every day, She could have a dog or a cat. Companionship. Food bills. Vet bills. With a dog, possibly a groomer. She'd think about it, work out a budget. Most of all, tightening her belt a little meant nothing compared to the satisfaction of doing what she loved and the way she loved doing it. She wasn't worried. Yet. In mid-January, while Boston shivered under 2 feet of snow, when business had slowed, it would pick up again. She answered the door. The man looked to be into his late 40s, what she could see of him in his heavy coat and ear-flap hat. He held a briefcase in his gloved hand and smiled. Slow, easy, charming. Underbrows sharp and black, his eyes soft, almost eerily blue, studied her through the lenses of a pair of glasses. The silver frames matched the tufts of hair that found their way from under the cap.
Ms. Sonya MacTavish?
Yes, can I help you?
I'm Oliver Doyle, attorney for the late Colin Poole, your uncle.
I don't have an uncle, other than my aunt's husband Martin. I don't know anyone named Colin Poole.
Your father's brother.
You have the wrong information, Mr. Doyle. My father didn't have a brother.
I believe he was unaware he had a brother. His twin. Your father was Andrew MacTavish, born March 2nd, 1965.
Yes, but
he was adopted as an infant by Marcia and John MacTavish.
Mr.
Doyle, I understand this is confusing. It's irregular, and I understand if you don't feel comfortable inviting me to come in and explain. I'm staying at the Boston Harbor Hotel and would be happy to meet you where you would feel comfortable. Let me give you my card. And this.
He took a business card case out of his coat pocket and a photograph.
This is Colin Poole. He was a close friend of mine, a lifelong friend. He died just before Christmas.
I'm very sorry, but... She trailed off as she stared at the photo.
That was taken nearly 30 years ago. My wife took it, of Colin and me. I've seen photos of your father at about the same age. They were twins. Not quite identical, but it's very close, isn't it?
I don't understand this.
How could you? I take it you haven't done any DNA testing?
No.
They were born in Maine, in the house that's been in the Poole family for over 200 years.
She had photos of her father at this age. She could see the differences. He'd worn his hair longer. He'd been a little taller, leaner, his chin more square. But for those slight differences, she'd have sworn she was looking at her father. You'd better come in.
I appreciate it. I'm a Mainer, born and bred, but this wind cuts. You have his eyes. As I said, I've seen photos of your father, and I knew Colin very well. You have the same deep green eyes, from the Poole side of the family.
Family seemed wrong. Family seemed impossible. Let me take your coat.
Thank you.
When he pulled off the cap, she saw the black of his eyebrows running through the silvery gray hair. I can make coffee.
I'd appreciate that. Just a drop of milk in mine.
She felt numb. How could her father have had a brother, a twin, and not know it? How could her grandparents not have told him? How could they have separated brothers, taking only one as theirs? And why hadn't this uncle ever contacted her or her father if he'd known?
You have questions.
Mr. Doyle stood, studying photos she had on shelves along with pretty or interesting things that had caught her eye over the years.
I'm going to try to answer them. Can we sit here, at the table? I also have some other things to show you. Some papers.
All right. She set his coffee on the table. Sat. You said he died last month. Was he ill?
It's kind of you to ask. I'll try to explain that, too. First, I want to tell you Colin didn't know he had a brother. Not for many years. That was kept from him. He learned about your father shortly before your father's death. From me. Genealogy is my hobby. A kind of passion, really. I decided to research Colin's as a gift, do an extensive family tree, as it seemed there were missing pieces, or branches, we'll say, on that tree.
He opened his briefcase.
This is a picture of Colin's father, your father's father. This was their mother.
He laid another photo on the table, smiled a little.
It was the 60s, after all.
The woman, girl, really, had long, straight blonde hair. She wore a colorful band around it, over her forehead. A pretty face, Sonya thought, heavy on the eyeliner around blue eyes. A thin build in a t-shirt and low-slung bell-bottom jeans. She held up a 2-fingered peace sign with a hand studded with rings.
Lillian Crest, though apparently she went by the name Clover when this was taken. She died giving birth to the twins. A home birth that went very wrong, it seems, and a storm that knocked out power and phone for 2 days. The house, the manor, is a bit remote. Not inaccessible by any means, but a few miles from the town of Pools Bay.
She's so young.
Only 19 when she died. She'd left home at 17. She and Charles took up residence in the manor. His parents, twin brother and his sister, made their home just outside of Pools Bay at that time.
Twins run in the family.
They do. Charles was, by all accounts, devastated by her death. And I'm afraid wanted nothing to do with the children he blamed for it. He took his own life not long after. Before he did, his sister took Colin and adopted him. Your father was placed with a foster family and put up for private adoption. Out of state, you see. The Poole family insisted, from what I can read in the paperwork. The adoptive family have no information regarding his birth parents.
They didn't know. The relief there came in a flood. My grandparents, they didn't know Dad had a twin. They would have taken them both. They're good people, loving people.
I can't tell you why the Pooles separated the children. I know that Patricia Poole, your father's grandmother, was a very hard woman. I know that your father's uncle, Lawrence, closed up the manor again after his brother's death, and it stayed closed until Colin opened it when he turned 18. It came to him, you see, legally, when he turned 18, as his uncle died 4 years before without an heir. You make good coffee.
Would you like more?
I wouldn't say no. This is a lot to take in,
he said when she went into the kitchen.
And it may seem like a lot of history you don't need to know.
I don't know any of the history, so I need to know.
Colin and I grew up in Pools Bay together. He was best man at my wedding, 33 years ago this spring, and I stood up for him at his.
You married young. He laughed.
Not so very young, but when you know, you know.
I suppose.
Thank you,
he said when she brought him another coffee.
Colin didn't have much interest in his family's history, but he loved the manor. I can't tell you how often the two of us, or a gang of us, snuck into it when we were boys. It's quite haunted.
Naturally. At her amused tone, he looked down into his coffee.
Well, in any case, it's a storied history, but his interest was art. Like your father. Like you.
He was an artist?
That was his calling. His passion. Though he was pushed into the mold of the family business. Shipping. Shipbuilding. Pools Bay is named for the first Poole who began building wooden ships, who started a mill, who founded Pools Bay and built the original portion of the manor in 1794.
As if catching himself, Oliver held up his hands.
A storied history, as I said, which I hope you might find some interest in.
He never knew any of this, my father. He never knew he had a brother. A twin.
No. And I'm sorry for it. I want to assure you Colin was a good man, a good friend, and if he'd had the opportunity, I have no doubt he'd have been a good brother. He'd have been a good husband and father.
You said you stood up for him at his wedding.
I did. Some 5 years after he did the same for me.
Did he have children?
No. Tragically, Joanna died on their wedding day.
That's... It closed her throat, clutched at her heart. That's horrible.
It was. She fell, coming down the stairs during the reception. There was nothing anyone could do. Colin was never quite the same. He rarely left the manor. He grieved Miss MacTavish deeply.
Sonya, she murmured. I can't imagine how awful it had to be for him.
He spent the rest of his life mourning her, largely closed off from the world. I was allowed in, and my family, as they'd become his family, but he cut himself off from his own. As for the business, the work of it was left primarily to cousins, though his grandmother kept her hand in until the day she died. As his lawyer, I handled his financial interests in the business, and as a pool, he retained that financial interest. But he spent his days painting and maintaining the manor he and Joanna loved, the home they'd planned to spend their lives in together. The home, Oliver continued, and all it contains, he left to you.
Chapter 4. Shock was too mild a word. I'm sorry, what? That's crazy. He didn't even know me.
You're his brother's only child.
But you said cousins took over the family business. It doesn't make sense for him to leave a house to a stranger.
You weren't a stranger to him. Your family. And while he was a reclusive man for the last decades of his life, he had an interest in you, your career. He admired your work.
My work? Oliver gave her that slow, easy smile.
The manor has excellent Wi-Fi. Colin saw to that. Reclusive didn't mean ignoring technology or modernization. As I said, when he learned about your father, his brother, his twin, through my research into his genealogy, he had every intention of contacting him. Then another tragedy. Another death. He mourned your father, too, Sonya, though they'd been separated only days after sharing a womb. You're what's left of his brother, and the only direct descendant of their biological father.
For the first time in her life, she fully understood the concept of head spinning. Listen, I'm going to appreciate the sentiment, even the cinematic weirdness of the inheritance from a long-lost uncle. Oliver let out a laugh at that.
He would have liked you. I think you would have liked him.
Maybe, but beyond sentiment and weirdness, there's practicality. I'm just months into establishing my own business. What am I going to do with a house in Maine? A house, she added. You keep calling a manor, which implies a big house in Maine I wouldn't be financially able to afford or maintain.
There's a trust for that.
Excuse me?
Colin established a trust for the maintenance of the manor. It's very well funded and broad-based. I should know, as I'm the trustee. Practicalities such as utilities, taxes, insurance will continue to be paid out of the trust. Repairs, any necessary or desired changes, paint, for example, or other upkeep and personal taste options, you'll find the trustee very open, as his client instructed. As his heir, you'll inherit the rest of his estate, including a 5% interest in the pool businesses. This percentage is a token, a maintaining of tradition. He left the rest of his interest to your cousins, and that is substantial.
Then he paused, adjusted his glasses.
Your inheritance is contingent upon you taking up residence in the manor for a period of no less than 3 years, for no less than 40 weeks per year.
Live there? The shocks just kept coming. I'm supposed to just pick up and move to Maine?
You can contest the will. I'm a good lawyer, Sonya, so the terms are tightly knit as my friend and client wished. But you can contest it, and may prevail there. It would cost you a great deal of money and time. On a personal level, I'll tell you I wish she'd taken my advice, as his friend and lawyer, and contacted you.
I can just say no. I could just refuse to accept any of it.
Of course. I hope you won't.
He took 2 thick packets out of his briefcase.
I have a copy of his will. Financial data, information on the businesses, the house, photos, an inventory of the contents of the house.
He smiled at her.
A great deal of legal nonsense, which I'll be happy to explain once you've had time to absorb all of this.
Right now, I think that might take years.
It's a beautiful home, Sonya. Over the many years, the Pools have added to the original structure, maintained it meticulously. It holds so much history. Your history. It was your uncle's deep hope that you'd accept this legacy and carry it forward.
He rose.
My information, including my cell phone number, is in the packets. Please contact me, or have your attorney, which I advise you to retain, contact me. I'd be happy to meet with you and your attorney, and we'll be here through Thursday. I can and will come back at your convenience, or meet with you at my own office at the manor, wherever it suits you.
She got up to take his coat from the closet. You have to know this is crazy. All of it.
He was of sound mind. Sound enough to make his wishes and terms clear and precise.
He put on his coat, pulled the ear-flap hat over his head.
You haven't asked how much. How much the house is worth. The trust, the interest in the business, and so on. I find that very interesting.
It's not real. Or doesn't seem like it.
It's very real. Look through the information. Take time to think. Hire a good lawyer.
He held out a hand for hers.
We'll talk again.
She shut the door, then just stood. Waited to wake up. But it hadn't been a dream, she admitted. No hallucination. Not when those packets sat on her table. Though she barely felt her legs, she walked back, opened one, and pulled out a many-paged, blue-backed legal document. The last will and testament of Colin Arthur Poole. It occurred to her she'd never seen an actual will, much less read one. She sat, and though it resulted in a banging headache, read every word. He'd left, bequeathed, some things to his lifelong friend. A specific painting titled Boys at Sea, an antique chess set and board, a first edition copy of H.G. Wells's The Time Machine. Other bequests, a carnelian bowl, antique pearl earrings, to a Corinne Whitmer Doyle. Probably the friend's wife, Sonya thought. Separate bequests to Oliver Henry Doyle II and to a Paula Mortimer Doyle. Another painting, some jewelry. More yet to Oliver Henry Doyle III. Son? A Louisville Slugger signed by Mickey Mantle. 8 Matchbox cars circa 1975. To an Anna Rose Doyle, a pearl necklace. Various monetary bequests, 45 of his 50% interest in the shipping company. And to her shock, antique diamond and sapphire earrings to Winter Rogan MacTavish, her mother. When she reached the end, she pressed her fingers to her eyes. How was she supposed to think? How could she absorb any of this? He'd left everything else to her, including a house and its land, 8.3 acres worth. All its contents, inventory listed in a separate document, a trust to maintain said house, property, and contents. Life insurance policy, brokerage accounts, investments, and more she just couldn't begin to comprehend. But rolling over all of it, her father had a brother, a twin. He'd had family he'd never known. And so had she. She grabbed her phone. Cleo, I need you to go to Mom's with me. Now.
What happened? Is she all right?
Yes, she's fine. Something's happened, but I'll explain on the way. I'll pick you up in 10 minutes, please.
Give me 15. Jesus, Sonya, you sound like you've seen a ghost.
Maybe I have. 15. She dragged on boots, her coat, reminded herself of the cold and swung on a scarf, yanked on a wool cap. In 5 minutes, she was out the door, packets in hand. Her mother needed to know, and not by a phone call, and she needed Cleo to talk her through it. And hell, she guessed she'd need that lawyer. She doubted she was coherent during the drive. God knew she didn't feel coherent. Cleo's reaction, as expected, hit shock, amazement, suspicion, curiosity, and some outrage. What kind of heartless excuse for a human separates brothers like that? You know your grandparents would have taken both babies. Exactly what I said. God, why is there always so much traffic? And what you're saying tells me the grandmother, her daughter on the poolside, they could have kept both. They had the means. I don't know. I don't know why they did it or hid it. I definitely got the sense from Mr. Doyle that the family hid it all. The real parentage, the twins. I don't know why, and I don't know what to do. I wonder if your dad knew. I don't mean knew, but felt. Like they say twins can. And oh, his poor brother, losing his bride, his love on their wedding day. But think about it, Sonya. He was an artist like your dad. They had that bond even though they never knew. Where the hell is Pools Bay? I don't know. Let's find out. Cleo pulled out her phone, Googled. Okay, pretty small. One of those juts of land along the Maine coast. It's probably beautiful, scenic. Whatever, it doesn't make any sense, Cleo. Sure it does. This Colin Poole didn't know about your dad until he did. He did some due diligence, made plans to contact him, and your dad died. That's another blow. She reached over, gave Sonya's hand a squeeze. Think of it. You've just found out you have a brother, a twin brother your family kept from you. But before you can reach out to him, he's gone. That's devastating. But he must have felt the bond, so he left his brother's only child his home. Well, pretty much everything from what you've told me. But why didn't he contact Mom or me? Maybe he couldn't face it. Face the possibility of another emotional blow. What if you'd told him to stick it? Or you'd been all, fine, what's in it for me? I wouldn't have done that. I know that, Son. But maybe he was just too emotionally fragile to handle it. It seems like, in the end, he tried to do the right thing. He didn't have to. You'd never have known. Or if you did the DNA thing and found out, he still owed you nothing, really. Here's why I called you. Some of the tightness in her chest loosened. Why I needed you to come with me. When you talked to your mom, when you smoothed out some, you need to find out all you can about him. And about all of it. So I need that lawyer. You do. Let me Google the other one. Oliver Henry Doyle II, you said. Pools Bay, Maine. Okay, here we go. He's 57. Really? I put him 10 years younger even when he took the flap cap off. And I saw a lot of black, like his eyebrows in with the gray. Looks like his father established the firm like 50 years ago. So that's a lot. Married, 2 kids. Son Oliver III is 32, daughter Anna 28, so our age. Everything seems solid and above board. And I like that this Mr. Doyle told you to get a lawyer. What's the worst that can happen? Cleo added. You end up with a house on the Maine coast. You live there a few years. You can work anywhere, right? You think I should? I think you should seriously think about it. Hell, Sonya, it's an adventure, and you're due. And you'd find out more about your ancestry. Your grandparents are always going to be your grandparents. Nothing changes that. This is just more, and a chance to clear your decks and find out that more. Sonya pulled into her mother's drive. I have a life here, a home here. You and Mom are here. I'm trying to establish my business. Working backward, you're just as capable of establishing your business there as here. Your mom and I are always going to be there for you, and Maine's not a distant planet. You have a duplex, which I know very well has always been a stepping stone for you, and right now, your life here is work. She gave Sonya's hand another squeeze. But stay or go. Let's find out what there is to find out. And step 1 to all of it is telling your mom. They found Winter putting another log on the fire. Well, look at this! I was just thinking about making do with a grilled cheese for dinner. Now it's a party. Then she got a good look at her daughter's face. Something's wrong. Not wrong, but we need to sit down and talk. You're scaring me, baby. I don't mean to, and there's nothing scary, but let's sit down. Sonya took off her coat, her hat. A man came to see me today. A lawyer from Maine. A lawyer? Are you in trouble? No, Mom, stop. After putting the packets on the coffee table, Sonya took Winter's hands, drew her down to sit on the sofa. Dad had a twin brother. What? No, he didn't. Honey, this has to be some sort of con because Nan and Grandpa didn't know, and I'll get to all that. But Dad had a twin. Their birth mother died when they were born, and their birth father couldn't handle it. He ended up committing suicide. Sonya, just hear me out on this part, please. The family separated them. I don't know why. The aunt took one and they put the other, Dad, up for adoption. A private adoption. You know Nan and Grandpa adopted Dad privately and weren't given any information on the birth parents. The brother, Dad's brother, didn't know any of this, any more than Dad knew. The brother, his name was Colin Poole, found out right before Dad died and never had the chance to connect. What does this man want from you, Sonya? Nothing. He died last month. The lawyer came to see me because Colin Poole left me, well, pretty much everything. What do you mean? He made me his heir, in his will. There's a house in Maine, a small percentage of the family business that's been around a couple 100 years. There's everything in the house. There's a trust to maintain the house and financial accounts. He left you antique diamond and sapphire earrings. What? I guess he wanted to leave his brother's wife something. A family heirloom. The lawyer, Mr. Doyle, and Colin Poole were friends since they were boys. Colin never had children. His wife died, and so I'm his brother's only child. His niece. She took out the photo Oliver had shown her. This is Mr. Doyle and Colin Poole. Oh, God. God, are you sure this is real? It's starting to feel that way. I need to... Winter stood up, walked to the window, to the fireplace, back again. Your father had dreams sometimes. Recurring. One was he looked in the mirror, but the face looking back wasn't quite his. And the man looking back was talking to him, but he couldn't hear. He'd had them most of his life. A boy looking in the mirror at a boy with his face. Almost his face. Sometimes he'd draw the dream and show me. This is the face. A twin bond, Cleo murmured. Always the same mirror. Full length, freestanding, ornate frame. And this face looking back at him. Not dressed like him, but always the same age. Eyes damp, she looked at Sonya. If we'd had a boy, he wanted to name our first son Colin. Do you think he knew somehow? I don't know. I honestly don't know what to think. I know he would have loved having a brother. I wish he'd had a chance to know. Do we tell Nan and Grandpa? Oh, yes. Yes, they have a right to know. They loved Drew so much, and he loved them. She sat back, closed her eyes a moment. You say his brother died last month? Before Christmas, Mr. Doyle said. I didn't think to ask how. And he left you a house. In Maine, on the coast near some little place. Poole's Bay. The Poole started a shipbuilding company and built the house, or the original house. Mr. Doyle said they'd expanded it over the years. He called it the manor. He said there were photos. I didn't look yet. I read the will, then I got Cleo to come here. She opened the second packet. Maybe in here because the other one looks to have mainly legal stuff. The will, the trust, life insurance, appraisals. She pulled out papers. More of that here, too. God, it's a lot. And here, in this folder. Whoa. Wow. She gaped at the photos of the house on the cliffs. The cobbled brownstone of many shades, the contrast of deep blue cladding, the twin turrets flanking either side with their conical tops. with a kind of half-turret centered. Chimneys rose from the roof, which held a railed platform. A widow's walk. The bare branches of a weeping tree seemed to shiver above a white blanket of snow.
"It's gorgeous,"
Cleo said over Sonia's shoulder.
"Gothic, spooky gorgeous. Victorian Gothic. Here's one at the back. Has to be more modern additions, but fully in keeping with the Gothic gorgeous. The cladded bump out here, with that line of windows and the conical top to connect the look of the turrets. A deck over what looks like a flat-roofed addition. I love they mixed arched windows and tall square-edged ones. There's nothing ordinary. I'm gonna have to use this someday. I just need a book to illustrate the works."
Your dad drew this house. Mom? I don't know if he painted it. I never saw if he did. But he drew this house. Wait. She stood and rushed upstairs.
Okay, first the face in the mirror and now this. Sense memories. Blood memory. Something.
Cleo laid a hand on Sonia's shoulder.
I'm gonna open a bottle of wine. I'll order Chinese. I think we've got a lot to talk about.
By the time Winter came back, Cleo had the wine opened, 3 glasses poured, and the order placed. There may be more, Winter began. I found it in these 2 sketchbooks, but there may be more. She laid the open sketchbooks on the table, picked up one of the glasses. The first time I saw one of the sketches, I asked him where he'd seen the house, because it's fabulous. He told me in dreams. He dreamed of it. He dreamed of it, and he'd hear the waves crashing, feel the wind. She took a long sip. We laughed about it. He'd tell me he'd had the dream house dream, but this time there was a woman in a white dress on the widow's walk, or this time there'd been a party, with women in long gowns and men in old-fashioned suits strolling around the yard. He might see a man, the man from the mirror, standing at a window looking down at him. Sonia looked at the sketchbooks again, at the photos of the house. How can this be? Winter sat. What do you want to do? I have no idea. Maybe Dad saw the house as a child, and it imprinted. It made an impression. But for him to dream of it, to draw it, and more than once, it meant something to him. He never had the chance to find out. I do. I need a lawyer. You know my boss will help you with this. I do, and I'm going to dump this in his lap. I want to go through Dad's sketchbooks, see if I can find more drawings of the house, and look for the sketches he made of the mirror. You're going to Maine, Cleo said it matter-of-factly. Unless Winter's very smart boss advises against it and gives you solid reasons, you're going. And you'll want to, she added, because your dad had this visceral connection. Because that house is you, Son, right down to the ground. Last, because you're just going to need to know. She picked up her father's sketch pad. I do need to know. I'm going to call Marshall. Oh, Mom, you don't have to call the boss at home. There's no hurry. I think you'll sleep better tonight knowing he's on top of this. I know I will. Go on up, both of you. See what you can find. I'll let you know when dinner gets here. Her father had converted the attic into what he affectionately called his garret. Sonia remembered climbing those steep, narrow steps, coming into the space, the light, the smell of paints and oils and solvents. She remembered how he'd looked standing at an easel. Battered jeans, a sweatshirt in the winter, a t-shirt in the summer. The mop of dark blonde hair shining in the light from the windows, the light shooting down from the skylights. And the focus in his green eyes that inevitably turned to a smile when he turned to her. Let's set you up, monkey, and see what you've got. He'd never turned her away, never told her he was too busy. And he'd taught her, as patiently as he'd taught his high school students, how to use space, color, the absence of color, how to add texture and dimension, light, shadow. After his death, months and months after, when they could face it, she'd helped her mother store or give away his paints and tools, box up his sketchbooks. Some of his canvases had gone to galleries and eventually sold. Others, unfinished, were still stacked against the wall. I've always loved coming up here. Cleo slid an arm around Sonia's waist.
I never met him, but coming up here always makes me feel like I did.
I know. Sonia tipped her head toward Cleo's. When I look back, I think how much patience, how much simple good-heartedness he had to make time for me. Not just giving me time, but giving me his interest. When I was about 10, I showed him a drawing for a poster for a school project. After he looked at it, he looked at me. So serious. So serious, I thought. Oh, it's a silly drawing, just dumb and silly. Then he told me to come back on Saturday. He'd get the poster board, and I could use the studio. And that was the moment. When he looked at me, when he said that to me, I knew I was going to be an artist, not just play at it or have a little fun. He changed my life that day. Shaking her head, she brushed a hand over the easel that still stood under the skylight. He didn't have enough time. His art was just starting to move, but he didn't have enough time. She moved over to one of the storage boxes that held his sketch pads. Mom and I didn't go through all of these. Later, we talked about doing that, but never did. What would we do with them? We'd never throw them out. We wouldn't sell them even if we could. She's never used the space. Not even for storage. Some loves are forever. They sat on the floor, each with a pile of sketchbooks. As she paged through, Sonia understood the full meaning of poignant. It hurt, and it warmed. It brushed the dust off old sorrows even as it lifted new joy. He was so good. Look, it's Mom holding me when I was a baby. Both of us curled up sleeping. Here's another one of you. What were you, about 6 or 7? Having a tea party in your room. Wearing a tiara. I need a tiara. She set the book aside, picked another. Oh, Sonia, look. A dream sketch, Sonia thought. Not the manor. The mirror. Her father, in those battered jeans, a paint-splattered sweatshirt. He held a paintbrush in one hand, his palette in the other. In the glass, the reflection, the man, the brother, stood in rough boots, a plaid shirt loose over a tee. He, too, held a brush and palette. Her father wore his hair back in a stub of a tail, as he did when he'd gone too long without a trim. Colin, for surely it was, wore his above the collar of the shirt. Animals snarled and flew on the thick frame of the cheval glass. Wolves, fangs sharp. A hawk, wings spread, talons curled. A buck, with antlers tipped like razors. A coiled cobra, a two-headed dragon, a bear rearing up on its back legs, a cougar on the spring. He saw this, Sonia. It's so detailed. And Jesus, that mirror is creepy. There's more in here. The same mirror, but they're wearing different clothes. And different ages. Some younger, some older. They're just boys here. He drew these from memory. Has to be. The same mirror, but they can't be more than 6 or 7. Dad's holding a little car. But in this one, Colin's holding it. It's the same car, Cleo, isn't it? It looks the same. He passed it to his brother through the mirror? That's not possible. In a dream, everything's possible. Dinner's here, Winter called from the bottom of the steps. She insisted they eat at the table, like the civilized, and on plates, not out of cartons. Marshall contacted Mr. Doyle. Mr. Doyle is emailing Marshall the files, and they're meeting tomorrow. Already? Marshall wanted the meeting, and Mr. Doyle, Marshall told me, was more than amenable. You'll be able to make a better decision once Marshall goes over all the documents and meets Colin Poole's lawyer. I'm really grateful. It takes a load off. See? We'll all sleep better. Sonia didn't count on it. We found a sketchbook with at least a dozen drawings of the mirror dream, some with them as boys. Your dad said he'd had the dream his whole life. The mirror's a nightmare, Cleo put in, plucking up a pot sticker with chopsticks. Decorated with predatory birds, animals, reptiles. Nothing I'd want to use to check out how my butt looks. Didn't Dad have a bunch of little cars? Toy cars? His beloved Matchbox cars? Winter smiled as she ate. You played with them when you were 2, 3, but lost interest. You didn't play with dolls much either. Always arts and crafts for you. Matchbox cars. Do you still have them? After Drew died, I gave them to your cousin Martin, and apparently he took good care of them because he mentioned he put them away for when he has a kid of his own. I love knowing that. Drew really treasured those cars. Colin Poole left a collection of Matchbox cars to Mr. Doyle's son in his will. Twin synergy. Cleo lifted her shoulders. It's a real thing. In one sketch, a boyhood sketch, Dad's holding a little car. In the next sketch, Colin's holding the same car. I wonder if Colin had the same dreams. No way to ask, I guess. You could try a seance. At the identical stares from Sonya and Winter, Cleo gave an exaggerated shrug. Okay, that's a bridge too far, even for me. I don't think it's smart to stir that sort of thing up. But it wouldn't surprise me if he had similar dreams. You said he and the lawyer were pals since they were kids. You could ask him if he knows. Maybe I will. I'd like to take the sketchbook, Mom. And the ones with the house, if that's okay. Of course it is. I'm going to call your grandparents in the morning. Let me do this part, baby. It's going to upset them to find out Drew had a brother and they weren't told. They'll want to talk to you, but let's give them a chance to get through that part first. It wasn't their fault. No, it wasn't. One of the things I want to find out, whatever you decide to do, is whose fault it was. Chapter 5. By the end of the week, she had her own meeting with Marshall in his office. She'd been there before, of course, and enjoyed the leathery, old-world feel of his space. But she'd never sat in one of those deep leather chairs as a client. Marshall Tibbetts had a shock of gray-flecked brown hair swept back, dramatically, she'd always thought, from a handsomely weathered face. He tended toward classic Armani suits, tailored to his broad-shouldered frame. He sat back now, the dull gray winter sky behind him, and studied her out of his shrewd brown eyes. You've had a lot of upheavals in the last 6 months or so. I think this one tops the rest. It ranks. Before we get started, I want to ask how you're doing. Really doing. And remember, it doesn't leave this room. Attorney-client privilege. I honestly don't know how I'm doing. Some days I miss my old job. Other days, and that's most days, I'm thrilled I'm running my own show. My own little show, but still mine. I have moments when I'm still incredibly pissed at Brandon. But days, even weeks, when I don't think of him at all. I worry I'm not going to be able to pull in enough work to keep a business going. But I'm doing okay. Not spectacular, but okay. And that works for me. Now this, she lifted her hands, this sort of throws everything up in the air, and I don't know where it's going to fall. Let me start off by saying the Doyle law firm has a solid reputation, as does Oliver Doyle II. His father, who still practices, by the way, established the firm fully a half-century ago. His handling of Colin Poole's estate, meticulous. There are unusual aspects to his client's wishes, but the unusual is not unusual in estates. He's covered those aspects, again, meticulously. So that's good? He steepled his hands, tapped his fingertips together. That depends, Sonya. If you wanted to contest the terms, unusual terms of the will, we could get lucky, and I have some tricks up my sleeve. But it would be a long, protracted battle, and frankly, we'd most probably lose it. I'm not considering contesting it. However strange it feels, these were my father's brother's wishes. I don't have any right to go against those wishes and still try to take what he wanted to give me. Do you understand the extent of your inheritance, if you accept it? I've tried to take it in, but the appraisal on the house alone, it's over $8 million for a house. The house, the land, the location, the historic value. The trust, and Mr. Doyle was shrewd there. We'll cover the taxes, the insurance, the upkeep. I got that, but I have to admit, even the idea of being responsible for a house like that, it's not just intimidating, it's scary. Then there has to be estate taxes on it and the rest, which Mr. Doyle and his client factored in.
Since your father's death, Colin Poole gifted you the maximum tax-free amount annually. There's a separate account in your name, well invested. In addition, a life insurance policy. Mr. Poole's investment accounts not only cover the estate taxes, but will allow you to live comfortably. As executor, Mr. Doyle has already calculated the taxes. In point of fact, Sonya, the payout from the life insurance covers most of it.
She understood. If she accepted the terms, she'd become, sort of instantly, a rich woman. In all of her life, she'd never imagined or dreamed of becoming a rich woman. And for the life of her, she didn't know how to feel about it. What do you think I should do?
That's a choice you have to make, Sonya. That only you can make. But I'd be very hard-pressed to advise a client, not yet 30, to turn her back on an inheritance of this size. If taking up residence in the house is the sticking point, I negotiated with Mr. Doyle. A trial period, 3 months. You take up residence, and if during the trial period you decide against, you walk away.
3 months.
Estates, especially estates of this size, aren't settled overnight in any case, even when they're meticulously done. For 3 months, you'd be a tenant, rent-free, while the wheels of the legalities turn. Mr. Doyle and I agree you deserve this time to decide if the house, the location, all the rest suit you.
If it doesn't, I say thanks, but no thanks.
That's right. If it does, you accept the terms of the will, and it's yours.
That's a good deal. That's a really good deal. I was going to accept it because I need to know more of my father's history, what he wasn't allowed to know. But this takes all the pressure off.
I think you'll find a steady advocate in Oliver Doyle.
I hope so, since he's the only person I know where I'm going to live for at least 3 months. She sent her mother flowers for being wise enough to work for a sharp lawyer. Then she did a serious survey of her duplex. She wouldn't need to take any furniture, but there were things she'd want. Her father's paintings, the 2 she'd chosen to keep after his death, most of her office, some mementos and gifts, ones that would not only remind her of home, but of the people she loved. And she realized, everything she wanted or needed to take for this trial period would fit in her car. After weighing the pros and cons, she contacted a realtor. She didn't want to leave her house vacant for 3 months. Her thought to rent it, furnished, month by month, ended up with a 6-month lease. But even if she turned tail and headed home after a week, she could move back in with her mother for 6 months. Safety nets, she thought. A woman needed safety nets. But she wouldn't turn tail, she told herself. Hell, Poole's Bay was only a 3-hour drive from Boston. Her mother could visit. Cleo would come. She could drive back for a weekend. An adventure, she promised herself as she finalized arrangements, began to pack. She'd have an adventure, and at the end of it, maybe end up with an incredible house. As she did often, she opened her father's sketchbook to study it. She liked his vision of it even more than the photos. Could she see herself there? Maybe. Maybe. Wasn't it what she'd wanted when she and Brandon had looked at houses? Something with history and character and charm, not sleek and new and shiny. If she wondered about living there, alone, she reminded herself she lived alone now, just in a smaller space. She packed the sketchbooks before she went out for a farewell dinner with her mother and Cleo, and barely slept a wink the night before her departure. She dressed for the cold. If it was cold in Boston, and it was, it would be colder yet 3 hours north. She wore the cherry red cashmere sweater her mother had given her for Christmas, black jeans and boots. Maybe her heart pounded when she carefully put her African violet in a box for travel. They'd both try to bloom in a new place. She'd loaded nearly everything the night before, because who could sleep? And now with her weekend tote and the single box, she looked around. It's not like I'm never coming back, but it feels like it. She rolled the suitcase toward the door. When she opened it, Cleo stood outside, one hand lifted to knock. Surprise! I couldn't let you drive off without waving goodbye. She threw her arms around Sonya. I miss you already. What am I going to do without you 10 minutes away? We'll text, we'll call, we'll FaceTime. In fact, She held up a bottle in a velvet gift bag.
This is champagne, the good stuff.
Get out!
You're going to text me and your mom when you get there. Then tonight, we're going to FaceTime and drink champagne. I got a bottle too, while you give me a video tour.
But you'll drive up and visit.
You bet both our excellent asses I will. Here, take the bottle, give me the box. Is Zena in here?
She is. She's a little nervous.
She shouldn't be.
Hi, Donna. Hey there, I made you cookies for the trip, Sonya. Oh, that's so nice. Neighbors, she thought. There'd be no one living next door where she was going. I'm going to miss you and Bill. Likewise. I don't care if the Queen of Sheba moved in next door, she won't be as sweet as you. You have a safe trip. Thanks. Thanks so much.
Don't start watering up, Cleo muttered, and get me started. This is day one of Sonya's amazing adventure.
They loaded the suitcase, the box, the bottle, then just held on to each other. Since we met, you've never lived more than 10 minutes away. Sonya pressed her face into Cleo's hair.
Text me when you get there.
I will. I have to go before I do a lot more than water up.
I love you. Love you right back. Embrace the change, Son.
I'm going to try. But she kept the image of her friend, waving with both hands, inside her head and heart, and she drove away. She'd topped off her gas tank the night before, so she wouldn't need to stop. Then stopped anyway due to a nervous bladder and a gnawing need for more caffeine. Though her stomach churned too much to risk a cookie, she sipped a Coke and let the GPS guide her. The landscape changed as she drove into Maine and shifted to the coast road. She had the ocean, sandy beaches and rocky ones, little towns that struck her more as villages, forests, space, and she couldn't deny beauty. She'd been a city or suburban creature all her life. And though she found the inlets, the bays, the endless stretch of the Atlantic amazing, the sturdy charm of seacoast towns fascinating, she wondered how she'd manage. No quick runs to the market, no impulsive trips to a local restaurant or bar, no friendly neighbors next door or kids riding bikes down the sidewalk. She had to remind herself she wasn't a coward, and never had been. But the nerves kept jumping under her skin. At just over the 3-hour mark, she drove into the town. Village? Hamlet? Of Pools Bay. Charming, yes, propped on its finger of land into the bay. A bay silver under the leaden sky. Clapboard buildings, white, colonial blue, soft yellow, ran up and down what the GPS called High Street. Buildings with covered porches and shutters, some with smoke curling out of chimneys. She spotted a restaurant called the Lobster Cage, another called Gino's Pizzeria. She wouldn't starve. She spotted a bookstore called exactly that, a bookstore. People moved along the skinny sidewalk in their heavy winter gear. She was out of town again in less than a minute and promised herself she'd explore the other side of the village, the side streets, the bay. But for now, she was rambling along the coast and climbing. The peaceful silver bay was behind her, and the sea made itself known crashing against a rocky beach, churning under cliffs that rose jagged and fierce enough to stop her breath. The road narrowed until she wondered if 2 cars could pass without scraping fenders. It snaked, so she slowed to a crawl, with the cliffs and windy sea on one side, a thick forest of shadows and blanketing snow on the other. Mr. Doyle had said remote, she remembered, and someone had plowed since the last snowfall, as the narrow, climbing, winding road was clear for the most part. Not that she feared winter driving, but her experience there lay centered in the city. But as long as the road stayed clear, she'd be fine. And the GPS told her she'd be there in... She rounded a curve, and there it was, rising up, spreading out on the cliffs under the brooding sky. Astonished, she braked. She'd thought herself prepared. She had the photos, she had her father's drawings, but there it stood on its carpet of snow, atop the rise of cliffs and over the lashing sea. Like something out of a novel, she thought, or a classy horror movie, with its twin turrets and many windows, the the deep blue cladding against stone that showed dull gold in the gloom. There rose the big weeper, its curving branches glittering with ice. The house had the forest at its back, like a wall of green. Smoke rose in lazy curls from the chimneys, and someone had shoveled paved walkways. One led to the wide, covered portico at the entrance. And Sonya fell in love. However foolish, she felt the house waited for her and stood ready to take her in. Nerves conquered, sheer delight rising, she drove forward. A muscular black truck was parked at the far end of the main walkway, and she pulled in beside it. She got out, simply stood in the kick of wind and studied what, through fate or lineage or the luck of the draw, could be hers. She saw a shadow move across a window on the second floor. Someone watching for her arrival, she thought. As she lifted a hand to wave, the main doors opened. She'd expected Mr. Doyle, but the man who stepped out, hatless, a parka tossed over a flannel shirt, was considerably younger. The wind caught at his hair, a lot of black hair, as he strode toward her in scarred brown boots. She caught the resemblance quickly, the shape of the face, the blade of nose, the sharply carved lips curved in a quiet smile. And she couldn't mistake the eyes, that wonderfully eerie blue rimmed in black. As those eyes held hers, she smiled back at him. "I'm Sonya. You look like your father. Oliver Doyle III." She made it a question as she held out a hand. She'd expected smooth lawyer's hands, but his had the feel of a man who worked with them.
Guilty. Welcome to Lost Bride Manor.
"I'm sorry, Lost Bride Manor?"
So the locals dubbed it a couple centuries ago. How was the drive from Boston?
Uneventful.
Best kind. And you beat the snow. Let's get you out of the wind, then I'll get your bags.
I don't mind the wind, and it's not that much, but I could use a hand. She opened the trunk. "I'm going to get my purse from the front." She grabbed it and the still unopened container of cookies. "Is your father inside?" she asked as she pulled out her weekender.
No. He wanted to be here to greet you, give you the tour, but he's a little under the weather.
"Oh, I'm sorry."
Just a cold.
He hauled out her 2 suitcases as if they weighed nothing.
But my mother laid down the law. Is this it?
He gestured to the 3 boxes she'd sealed and labeled. "That's it."
I'll come back for them.
She nodded, looked back at the house. "It makes a statement."
What does it say to you?
"I'm here," she said, as they carried the first load to the entrance. "I see, I know, and I'm spectacular." She stopped, looked out. You can see the bay, the marina, the village. Oh, there's a boat way out there. I'm surprised you can't see Greenland. I hope my room faces the sea. He gave her a curious look.
You've got your pick. But we figured you for the master, and it does face the sea.
God, look at these doors! She ran her hand over the deep carving.
Original. Arthur Poole, also the original, had the mahogany shipped over and built them himself.
Really? 200 years, she thought. She'd wanted history, and here it stood, right under her hand. Well, they're amazing, and obviously built to last. She stepped inside and attributed the sudden buzz in her ears, the quick shiver of energy, to excitement. The floors of the wide foyer gleamed as they led the way to a staircase she could only call grand, as 4 people could have walked up abreast. A massive iron chandelier showered down light from its 3 tiers. A pair of ladder-back chairs with tapestry seats flanked a long table by the wall between 2 doorways. It held a collection of pewter candlestands. Above it hung mirrors of varying shapes and sizes. Across from the table, needlepoint pillows plumped on a curved settee in peacock blue. The painting above it held a woman, young, her pale blonde hair worn up and graced with flowers. Diamonds glittered at her ears, and a necklace of teardrop sapphires draped around her neck. She wore a long, white, high-waisted gown embroidered at the hem and the cuffs of puffed sleeves. At first glance, Sonya thought her hands ringless. Then she saw a gold band on her left hand, a diamond on her right.
Astrid Granville Poole, the first bride. There's a fire in the front parlor.
He gestured to the right, to the doorway beyond the portrait.
I'll get the rest of your things.
She nodded and stood where she was, texting her mother and Cleo as she studied the painting. You could sense the movement in the skirt, she thought. That was the artist's skill. Had he meant to paint her with sadness in her eyes? Eyes as blue as the sapphires she wore. And the way she stood, the way she held a small bouquet down at her side, the pink and white rosebuds pointing down. She felt that sorrow, a wave of it, as it seemed those sapphire eyes looked into hers. She turned as he brought the last of her things in. How did she die? Shrugging out of his parka, he looked up at the portrait.
She was murdered, stabbed, on her wedding day.
The lost bride, she murmured. No wonder she looks so sad.
Her husband had it painted and hung there, so anyone coming into the manor would see her and remember.
I take it he didn't kill her.
No, a jealous woman. Let me take your coat.
Thanks. Oliver.
Trey,
he told her.
My grandfather's ace, my dad's deuce. I'm Trey.
Clever. The wave of sadness passed. Amusement followed. And simpler than Oliver 1, 2, and 3. Trey, did you know Colin Poole? My uncle?
Sure. He was actually a kind of uncle to me and my sister. He was family. I'm just going to put the coats with your things for now. But there's a closet in the front sitting room. Colin used it for coats and outdoor gear.
There's a front parlor and a front sitting room?
If you're after open concept, you won't find it here. What you've got is a labyrinth. I'll take you through. Where do you want to start?
Might as well start here. She turned into what he'd called the front parlor. She found it surprisingly cozy given its size, and the fire crackling away inside an elaborate, dark wood-framed fireplace added cheerful. A trio of windows offered views of the snow-covered lawn, the stone seawall, and the sea beyond it. Another chandelier, iron again but considerably smaller, dropped from a ceiling medallion. The sofas, chairs, all softly faded, would easily seat 20. Like the floors, the tables gleamed, as did a piano tucked in a corner. Did he play? Colin.
He did, and pretty well. Do you?
Chopsticks is the top of my game. But she ran her hand over the piano as she wandered the room. Do you?
I can fake some boogie-woogie if I've had enough beer. Most of the paintings in here are Colin's work.
He'd painted the sea in myriad moods.
Your father was an artist.
Yes. Their styles are very similar. I don't know if that's comforting or disconcerting.
It's a lot to deal with.
She heard comfort in his voice and took it. Working on it. So, this is a friendly room. I didn't know what to expect.
Through here's another, smaller sitting room, then the solarium.
He led the way. Oh, the base of the turret, it's wonderful. They didn't square it off. The tall, rounded windows poured light into the room. It held deeply cushioned chairs in that same peacock blue, a love seat in that strong blue with rose-colored stripes. Tables she thought must be antique. And plants. A potted tree that dripped with what looked like tiny oranges, another with lemons. Another plant with glossy leaves showcased a pair of large white flowers. She recognized a jade plant, as her mother had one. But the one gracing a stand was fully 3 times as big. So much light, even on a day like this. Now I'm terrified I'll kill the plants.
Colin had a knack for them.
I'm sorry. She straightened from sniffing at one of the white blooms, so fragrant it made her heart sigh. I should have said it before. You were close, and it's a loss for you.
Thanks. It is.
They continued on. Another parlor, another space he called the morning room, a music room with another piano, a baby grand this time, and other instruments including a floor harp, a hurdy-gurdy, a cello.
Collected by various Pooles over the years,
Trey explained.
In a lot of ways, the house is a museum of your family history. Formal dining room,
I'll say. Jeez. A dozen tall, curved-back chairs lined each side of the massive table, while 2 more stood at each end. Another fireplace, fire simmering. And still the room had space enough for a pair of huge buffets. Art and mirrors ranged along the walls, papered with fat white geraniums over deep blue. She imagined that the pair of candelabras serving as table centerpieces were actual silver. You know, I was nervous the entire drive up here. Couldn't even eat any of the snickerdoodles my neighbor gave me for the trip.
You have snickerdoodles?
I do. He made her laugh a little. I'll share as your fee for this tour. But I want to say those nerves disappeared at my first sight of the house. Now they're back. Big time back.
Not a formal dinner party for 20 kind of woman?
More a let's order pizza sort. I don't suppose the pizza place I saw in town delivers up here.
I
was afraid of that. It's a beautiful room, in a terrifying way. He led her through another door. Oh, hear my sigh of relief.
Family dining room and kitchen. The kitchen was put in sometime in the 20s, I think. Colin updated it a couple of times.
But it still fits the house, doesn't it? Not in-your-face modern. And a little fireplace. She moved past the pretty table and its sensible 8 chairs, into a kitchen with dark wood cabinets, some with pebbled glass fronts, against walls that reminded her of the forest shadows. The white appliances kept it from looking too sleek. He'd contrasted the dark cabinetry with cream on the island. Counters of pale gray covered it and ran alongside a deep farm sink.
He was a hell of a good cook.
Really?
Oh, yeah. He and my mom, also a hell of a good cook, used to exchange recipes. You cook?
That depends on your definition of cook.
Yeah.
He slipped his hands into his pockets.
I fall into that category. Fortunately, my friend's the head chef at the lobster cage in the village, and I can mooch off my parents, my grandparents. Anyway, we stocked the fridge and butler's pantry.
There's a butler's pantry? Overwhelmed, she blew out a breath.
With a dumbwaiter.
Get out! She turned into the L of the main kitchen. More cabinets, another sink, a wine cooler and ice maker under the counter. Trey opened one of the lower cabinets.
He had it updated, but wanted to keep the original feel. It goes down to what was the original kitchen.
He pressed a button, and the bottom lowered with a mechanical hum. It made her laugh. It's my first dumbwaiter. What did he use it for?
He renovated some of the servants' area.
After pressing the button to bring it back up, Trey closed the cabinets.
He made use of a lot of the space.
He must have loved the house. Thanks for stocking me up. I didn't expect you to do all that.
No problem, especially since I'm going to bum a Coke.
Bum one for me while you're at it. She walked back into the kitchen, to the window over the sink. So a deck over the... Is it a basement?
Not the actual basement, no. Colin added that. A kind of apartment. Self-contained. He had a couple. Housekeeper, handyman. Living here until about 6-7 years ago, I guess. They retired and he never had anyone else live in. Want a glass?
No, the bottle's fine.
I've got a list of names for that kind of thing. Cleaning, repair, yard work.
Oh, I wasn't thinking about hiring anyone.
It's a big house,
he pointed out.
You'll probably close some rooms off, but it's a big house. You've got a snowblower and a lawn tractor in the little shed, but it's a lot of work.
I'll think about it. They wound their way back to the front of the house. Another powder room. She'd made use of the first they'd come to. A den, and the first television she'd seen in the place. Did he game? She asked, noting the system.
Not really. He put that in for me and my sister, our pals.
You spent a lot of time here.
After his wife died.
Another lost bride.
Yeah. Before, Dad says Colin was outgoing. He liked to travel. You've seen some of his art as of Europe, or out west, all over. But after, he closed in. He liked having us come. My family and some of my friends, Anna's. But he hardly left the house, the grounds, especially in the last few years. If he wanted to go somewhere, he'd go on the internet. That's what he used to tell me. He used this as his office.
She could work here, Sonya thought as she stepped in. A good desk, space for her mood boards, a fireplace for warmth and cheer. Decent light, or it would be on clear days. What she assumed was a closet for storing supplies. Then she saw it. Over the fireplace. The manor in the magical glow of a full moon. Moody and brilliant, the subtle light, the deep shadows, the gleam against glass in the turrets. That's my father's work. Her voice felt tight in her throat as she moved closer.
Are you sure? I don't see how.
I know my father's work. This is his signature. MacT. That's how he signed his work. Bottom left corner, it's right there.
I see that. I never noticed before.
As he spoke, Trey laid a hand on her shoulder.
I always assumed Colin painted it. I didn't read thoroughly through the inventory.
When did he get this? How long did he have this?
I don't know. As long as I remember. My father may know. I'll ask.
He had dreams of this place, Sonya murmured.
Dreams?
My mother told me. Recurring dreams. She told me after I showed her the photos of the manor. He did sketches. I have them with me. But she didn't remember him ever painting it. But he did. She said it quietly. He did. And it's here. Right here. She took a step back. Comforting or upsetting. Somewhere in between.
I didn't know about your father either. Or you until Colin died. But I have to think he kept that painting in here. His private space. Because it mattered. He wanted you to have this. Because it mattered.
As simple and true as that, she thought, and nodded. I can wish he'd reached out to us before he died. But that doesn't change anything. I guess. Let's see the rest. He took her through the rest of the first floor, then picked up her suitcases.
In your room?
Yeah, thanks. She took the weekender. It's a lot. She breathed out. It's just a lot. He paused on the landing, pressed a hand to the wall. It opened. What? Secret passage? Sheer delight poured back. Well, hot damn!
Not exactly. Back when for the servants. The kitchen, their dining hall, their workspaces downstairs. Their living quarters were up on the third floor, north wing.
Wing, she murmured. The place has wings.
You can get more of the history from my father, but I'm pretty sure they stopped using it for that purpose in the 30s. Colin put a media room down below.
A media room?
He liked movies, and the dumbwaiter came in handy there. There's a gym down there, too. He kept fit. Upstairs is either closed off or used for storage. The pool's collected a lot over a couple 100 years.
He gave her that quiet smile.
I thought seeing this would cheer you up.
Good call. I'm not sad. Not really. A little overwhelmed. Bullshit, a lot overwhelmed. What am I going to do with all this space?
Use what works for you. Close off the rest.
A practical man.
Mostly. So, second floor. Bedrooms, including the main with its own bath. Colin again. A couple of the other rooms have their own baths, and there's another full one, a sitting room, and my personal favorite.
He opened a set of pocket doors to what she knew would be a turret room, and she gasped. Chapter 6. Under a soaring ceiling, a 2-story library had bookcases on its rounded wall full of books. Over the massive stone fireplace, the thick, carved wood of the mantel held candlestands of varying height. Centered between them, a mantel clock, its oval face framed in wood, tick-tocked the time. Stairs wound up to the second story. Through the arched windows, she saw light snow had begun to fall. Window seats offered cozy nooks for reading, deep, chocolate-colored leather sofas, a place to sprawl with a book or take a nap. Centered in the room, a big, beautiful old desk, gently curved, sat on a round carpet of muted pinks and greens. It's everything. I could live in here, and I just found my studio.
Graphic art, right?
Maybe it's anachronistic to set a computer on that amazing desk, but that's just what I'm going to do. I love everything about it. What do you call it? Millwork? All thick and carved and dark, the soaring ceiling. Jesus, counting the second story, it's as big, probably bigger than my entire house. I need a big screen. Not on the wall, I wouldn't touch these walls. I'll get a stand.
There's a big-ass flat screen upstairs.
Get out! She ran over and up. This is it! I figured on taking one of the bedrooms or parlors or maybe Colin's office to set up, but this? Grinning, she looked over the rail down at him.
Is it?
It is. I'll make this work. I can make this work. Your favorite? She turned a circle before coming down again. My favorite, by a mile.
That's how you looked when you got out of the car.
How's that?
Happy. Alive with it.
I fell in love. Boom. When I saw the house. Now I've fallen all over again.
There's still more.
Nothing's going to top this. Her bedroom, in the twin turret, yay, with its sweeping view of the sea, came close. Her own sitting room, which made her wonder why people sat so damn much, opened into the bedroom with its big four-poster, another window seat. A fireplace simmered. A pair of atrium doors opened to the little balcony with a curved wall. The soft blue walls held art, the quiet sort of misty forests, blooming meadows. Fresh flowers sat on the dresser with its oval mirror reflecting the room. It's just lovely.
My sister switched some of it out. She said it was too much a man's room.
It's perfect. Thank her for me.
That's a fainting couch, according to Anna.
He gestured to the curved sofa in soft blue and gold stripes at the foot of the bed.
In case.
If I swoon, I'll try to hit that. The bathroom's like the kitchen.
First I've heard that one.
It's got the modern, but maintains the character. Clawfoot tub, but a big glass shower. The sweet little wash basin stand, but this old cabinet or dresser converted into a vanity with double sinks. And the tile looks like stone. The sconces like, well, sconces. Colin Poole had really good taste.
He loved this place. You were right about that. I hope you know he left it to you because he loved it.
They toured the rest of the bedrooms, and up to what he told her had once been a ballroom. Imagine that, now used for storage. More storage in what had once been the servants' wing. Imagine that, too. She climbed to the widow's walk, stood hugging herself against the cold while the snow fell just a little thicker.
On a good clear day, when you're not freezing your butt off, you might see whales sound.
It doesn't seem real. It's starting to not seem real again.
Hey, what's the problem? You found out a few weeks ago your father had a twin brother, separated at birth, who died and left you a big old house on a cliff, a big pile of money, not to mention antiques and art. Only hitch is you've got to pack up, move, and live in the big old house where you don't know anybody.
He shrugged.
Happens every day.
Laughing, she rubbed her arms. Well, when you put it like that.
Come on, you're freezing.
She went in and he showed her more. The apartment, the media room and gym, and the middle turret room where, so like her father, Colin had done his art. But it all started to blur.
You're about to zone out, he observed. But I really need to go over some practical things with you before I take off and let you settle in. How about we go over those things in the dining room? Not the scary one.
Okay. I think I need a cookie. Do you want cookies?
I trust no one who answers no to that question.
She got the cookies and the champagne. From my friend Cleo. We're going to FaceTime later. Drink champagne while I give her a virtual tour.
Tech keeps the world close,
he said, as he picked up a soft-sided leather briefcase that looked, like his boots, as if it had put in plenty of miles. You still don't look like a lawyer, she said as they walked back to the family dining room. Your father didn't either. Not really. My mother works for lawyers.
So I'm told.
They look like lawyers. Armani suits and Hermes ties. Tag Heuers and Rolexes. Not just a slow smile, she thought, but a quick grin when he wanted. And it was a zinger.
In court, I wear a tie with my flannel shirt to show respect.
I bet it looks good on you. In the kitchen, she opened the fridge to put the champagne in, goggled. Holy shit, you seriously stocked.
Doyle's do nothing halfway.
I think I need coffee. She stared at the coffee maker. I have no idea how to work this machine.
Happily, I do. Colin really liked a good cup of coffee.
He set down the briefcase.
Watch and learn. Consider it the first on the practical things.
She watched his wide-palmed, long-fingered hands work their magic, and sincerely hoped she learned. They sat at the table with coffee and cookies.
On the snickerdoodle scale, these hit a solid 10.
They're her specialty. They're wonderful neighbors. I hope the tenants moving into my place appreciate them. And it suddenly occurs to me I've never not had neighbors.
You can consider everyone in Pools Bay a neighbor. No, we're not next door, but...
He hitched up to take a card case, leather and battered, like the briefcase, out of his hip pocket.
That's got my cell and the office numbers. Just a call or text away.
I appreciate it. He opened the briefcase, took out a folder.
More numbers.
He handed her a paper with a list of names.
Hal Coulson, chief of police. The manor's considered part of Pools Bay. Also the number for the county sheriff. You've got Ace, Deuce, and Trey on here too, along with names and numbers of a plumber, electrician, a general handyman, cleaning service, yard service, a mechanic, and towing service if you have car trouble. John D's be plowing your road, clearing off your deck, walkways. You can expect to hear him out there before dark, and again in the morning if we get enough to warrant it. He also likes a good cup of coffee, if you're open to it.
I can be.
You've got the names of restaurants, the grocery, the pharmacy, laundry, and dry cleaning. The mail carrier, if you get any, hits up here around noon most days. Doctors, we've got 2 in the village, same with dentists. And there's a small urgent care. The 2 local banks. The one Colin used is bolted. There's Jody's salon. They do hair and nails.
Oh. Instinctively, she reached for her hair. I've used the same stylist for 5 years.
That's what my sister said you'd say. But it's on the list. Liquor store. Colin had a nice collection of wine, and there's sipping whiskey and so on. Butler's pantry. Cable company, he continued. Service can be iffy up here in a storm.
He took out another sheet.
Wi-Fi password. You can change that.
LB Manor, she read. Lost Bride Manor. This is fine.
Password for Colin's computer. The combination for the safe in his office.
6/12/96.
The month, day, and year his wife died. Joanna.
You'd have been too young to remember her. Or that day.
I was about 4. I was there. So was my sister. She'd have been a newborn, but no, I don't really remember.
It's terrible. On such a happy day. A wedding day. Just a stumble. A trip on the stairs and... Somewhere in the house, a door slammed.
You'll have this.
I guess. Old house. Sonya rubbed her arms at the sudden chill. I thought, when I first saw it in person, it looked like a house in a classy horror movie. And of course, I thought I saw someone at one of the upstairs windows. He said nothing for a full beat.
Do you spook easily, Sonya?
I don't know. I don't think so. She tried a smile. It's the kind of house where things go bump in the night, isn't it?
It's all that. You've got my number if you need it.
She angled her head. Your father said it's haunted.
That's right.
That's right he said that, or that's right it's haunted? He gave her a long look and that quiet smile.
Both. I've never known any entities, we'll say, in the manor to be more than sort of playful.
Playful? You're serious? You actually believe in ghosts?
It's more what you believe or don't. You strike me as someone who decides for herself. So, Colin never put in a security system, never saw the need. But we can arrange that for you if you decide you want one.
A lot of good that'll do if I'm going to need Ghostbusters. Then she shrugged. I'll think about it.
Have another cookie.
Do I look like I need one? He surprised her by reaching over to squeeze her hand.
Have another cookie.
Then he took a cigar box, an actual cigar box, out of his briefcase. Cookies and stogies.
If only. Keys.
When he opened the box, she sat back. Oh my God, there are so many.
They're labeled, color-coded. See? Exterior doors. Front, south side, north side, back, apartment. The little shed. I didn't take you out there. You've got the lawn tractor, the snowblower, shovels, chainsaw, various tools. There's a generator out there. Power goes out. It comes on. You won't be in the dark.
Hallelujah.
Door opener for the detached garage, and the key fob for the truck.
What truck? There's a truck? He took another cookie himself, studied her as he bit in.
Did you read the inventory list?
I got lost in it.
You've got his Ford F-150.
What is that?
It's the same model I've got.
That big burly thing? Horrified, didn't quite cover it. I've never driven a truck in my life.
Your Hyundai's got all-wheel drive, but you're not in the city now. Even with John D., you might find a big, burly thing useful.
She pushed up, walked to a window. Everything outside held quiet, all sound muffled by the gently falling snow. It was a picture, a painting, a postcard. And her nerves had boomeranged back. You said there was wine.
There is.
I think I could use some. Do you want some? He rose.
What kind of man would I be if I let you drink alone? What kind do you want?
It doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter.
Leave it to me.
It feels like I'm leaving a lot to you, she said as he walked into the butler's pantry. And you're being pretty damn patient. Is that a lawyer thing or just part of the package?
Could be both.
It's snowing and you probably want to go home. Maybe to your beautiful wife and 2 adorable children.
I need a time machine for that. The wife, and that would be gorgeous, and 2 adorable and you forgot brilliant children, are in the future.
Maybe they're hanging out with my handsome, sexy husband and 3 adorable, brilliant children and our lovable yet frisky dog.
3, huh? What kind of dog?
To be determined. Then there's the cuddly kitten. And we all live in this wonderful old rambling Victorian, which was never going to be as big as this. My handsome, sexy husband and I will be renovating for the rest of our lives. But we love it.
Sounds pretty good. But I've already got the dog.
You have a dog?
Mookie. Lab retriever mix.
Mookie?
For Mookie Betts,
he said as he came back with 2 glasses and a bottle of wine.
Multiple Gold Glove winner. Played for the Red Sox. They traded him to the Dodgers in 2020, but you can't hold that against him.
I won't, and I'm from Boston, so I know Mookie Betts, thanks, she added when he handed her a glass of straw-colored wine. She downed half in one go.
Wow. Kudos.
Okay. She let out a breath. Why didn't you bring the dog?
I didn't know how you felt about dogs. I'll bring him next time.
Good. I like dogs. I was thinking about getting a dog before all this, because I wasn't spending all day in the office. He's probably a nice dog, Mookie, since you seem to be. I like him. I like you. I like your patience and how you don't actually look like a lawyer. Less intimidating. And I think I have a thing for blue eyes. I almost married a guy, asshole, with blue eyes. They weren't as good as yours.
That's a story I'd like to hear.
Maybe next time. Keys. She sat again. Jesus, so many keys. He went over them with her, then closed the box, nudged it aside.
I don't see any reason you'd lock up most of the interior doors, but you've got keys for the ones that lock. Colin kept a couple of files in his office of instruction books, warranties for the appliances, for everything. But if you need help with any of that, just ask.
Okay.
Fireplace in the master and other bedrooms are gas, but most of the fireplaces are wood burning. Have you ever handled wood burning?
Yeah, I'm good there. My mother has one. I grew up there.
Good. There's the rack just outside, and it's full of wood. You've got half a cord stacked back by the little shed.
That sounds like a lot. Is it a lot?
Maine winters are long. If you need more, you tell me or John D. You've got a log splitter, but you're going to do me a favor and not mess with it.
She swiped a hand over her heart. I can give you my solemn oath on that one.
Anything I didn't cover you want to know? Anything I did you have questions about?
I'm hoping I don't forget half the things you went over, but I think I'm good. Or good enough. But I do have one question. Your father didn't tell me how Colin died.
He fell down the stairs. The same stairs Joanna fell down nearly 30 years ago. He'd taken a sleeping pill. Just one, according to the coroner, but enough to make him woozy. And some over-the-counter cold meds. He'd caught a cold and it lingered. For whatever reason, he got up in the night and fell. My mother had made him some chicken soup, and I stopped by to bring it and check on him.
You found him?
I did.
For a moment, she thought she caught the scent, just a hint of the aftershave her father had worn. Then it faded. That was hard for you.
He was family. So the way it comes down, Sonya, makes you family.
I understand he was family to you, and you to him. I don't understand why he left all this to me instead of to you and your family.
He wanted you here,
Trey said simply.
Now you are. Personally, I think you'll stay.
Why?
The manor weaves a spell. I've been watching it weave one on you. I'm going to leave you to settle in.
He got to his feet.
You need anything or have any more questions, you know how to reach me.
Take half the cookies. You more than earn them. She took a handful out, gave him the tin.
That's more than half.
So share. She walked with him to the front door. It's snowing pretty good now. I hope you don't have far to go.
I've got the 3rd floor over the law offices. It's not very far.
Handy. No commute to work. I've gotten used to that myself.
You're going to hear John D. in the plow before long. You might wait to blow off your walks until morning.
Either way, I'll have coffee. Thank you for everything, and tell your father I hope he feels better soon.
You're welcome, and I will.
In his parka, still hatless, he took her hand.
You'll be fine.
You sound sure.
Because I am. Welcome home.
Trey, she said as he opened the door to the wind and blowing snow. Just one question. Have you ever actually seen a ghost? He gave her a long look and that quiet smile.
Yes.
In the manor?
That's 2 questions. Same answer. She was on the widow's walk, dressed in white.
He left her shivering in the doorway. She waited until he'd started the truck, backed out of the drive. She closed the door, leaned back against it, and looking at Astrid Granville Poole's portrait said, well, shit. The best thing to do, the smart thing to do, was go up, unpack, give that champagne time to chill. She'd FaceTime with Cleo, call her mother. She'd make something to eat. God knew, from the look of the fridge, the Doyles had supplied her with enough for a month. She walked up the stairs, trying not to think 2 people had died on them, and down the long hallway into what was now her bedroom. She walked to the window, and the view simply entranced her. The blowing curtain of snow with the steel-gray sea behind it. That curtain hid the bay and the village. It closed her in. But the fire offered warmth and light. The room smelled of fresh flowers. She would be fine, she told herself, and she could be happy here if she gave herself a chance to be. Opening a suitcase, she began the task of making the room hers. Clothes tucked in drawers, hung in closets, cosmetics and creams in the vanity drawers, to be organized later. Her tablet sitting on a nightstand charging. Her great-grandmother's old silver-backed brush and mirror on the dresser, along with 3 pretty little bottles she'd found antiquing with Cleo, and a 4th holding the perfume she'd indulged in post-Brandon. More hers now, she decided. In the morning, she'd set up her office in that fabulous library. She'd hang her father's paintings there. He already had one hanging in the manor, she thought. How had Colin come by it? That's a question she wanted answered. Halfway down the stairs, she felt a wave of cold air and turned, half expecting to see someone behind her. "Old house," she muttered. "Drafts expected." She went into the kitchen, slapped a sandwich together with the provided bread and cold cuts. She ate it over the sink, watching the snow, and felt a ridiculous lift when she heard what had to be John D. and his plow. A quick hunt scored her a lidded mug and she filled it with coffee. She'd watched and learned. Gearing up, she took it outside to meet another neighbor. When the shadow moved at the window, she didn't notice. Chapter 7. After the drive, the tour, the unpacking, a somewhat more abbreviated tour FaceTiming with Cleo, and the consumption of the best part of a bottle of champagne, Sonya called it early. By 10, she lay in bed in a dark so complete it seemed the world had flipped a switch. Eyes firmly shut, she listened to the crash of waves, the wail of the wind, the moans and groans of an old house settling. 2 minutes later, she switched on the bedside light, got up, turned the fireplace on low. A person could walk into a wall, she told herself. Or, obviously, fall down the damn stairs. Not that she was afraid of the dark, she assured herself as she climbed back in bed. But there was dark, and there was dark. Satisfied with the quiet flicker of light, she turned off the bedside lamp. She'd pick up some night lights, plug one in the bedroom, another near the landing. Maybe... She drifted off. Somewhere in the night she dreamed. Music drifting, voices murmuring. The woman in the portrait danced with a dark-haired man. He wore a high, starched collared shirt and jacket, and like in a costume drama, close-fitting breeches. They laughed into each other's eyes, their smiling lips met in a sweet kiss. Even in death, we will not part. As they danced, red spread over the white dress. The music became a dirge, and shadows smothered the light. In those shadows she lay, the white dress soaked in blood, and he hung over her, a rope around his neck. Throughout the house, a clock struck the hour. 1, 2, 3. For a moment, the low fire boiled up, snapped, snarled, then quieted again. In the foyer, the portrait wept. When Sonya woke, sunlight streamed through the windows. Blinking against it, she sat up. Here I am. Day 2. She rose, and after turning the fire up, walked to the window. Winter sun sparkled on the fresh snow, as if someone had tossed tiny diamonds over the ground. A bird swooped onto a white-flocked branch of the skeletal weeper and sang its heart out. The sea held a strong blue under a sky where the wind had whisked the clouds away. She decided to take it all as a good omen. Ready to start her first full day, she grabbed her tablet and went down for coffee. It amazed her how still and quiet the house was, and how filled with light. The dark had been dark. No street noises, no dog barking in a neighbor's yard, just the roll and thrash of water against rock, depending on where she was in the house. She stood now, looking out over another blanket of sparkling snow. The wall of green woods had snow draped on branches. And something moved in its shadows, she realized, as her heart tripped up to her throat. Then a deer stepped out, its coat dark and shaggy for the season, its steps slow and dainty. Delighted, Sonya watched it stand in the sunlight, scent the air before it slipped back into shadows and vanished like a ghost. Maybe she'd use some of Colin's canvases, some of his paints and brushes. Inspiration lay everywhere. Why not amuse herself trying a few landscapes? Not her passion, no. Her mother had been right about that. But it might be fun when she could make the time. Work came before fun, and she had plenty of that ahead of her. Setting up her office, number 1. She might be living rent-free for the next 3 months, but that didn't mean she didn't need to work. She had one job to complete, and she needed to generate more. At some point, she should go through the storage areas and see exactly what was what. And she'd need to go into town, become familiar, make some contacts. She didn't mind living alone, but she'd never been a hermit. After she settled down, she'd have the Doyles over for dinner. That seemed the gracious thing to do, with the added benefit of finding out more about the house, its history, who'd lived there, who'd died there. With a second cup of coffee, she scrambled up some eggs, and hearing her mother's voice in her head, sat at the island rather than eating standing up. She checked her email, as relieved as pleased to find her website had generated a new inquiry for a quote. A caterer, just starting up. A web design to include menu, prices, service area, and so on. I love a startup, so let's hit it. She answered on the spot, posing a list of questions that would help her and the potential client make some decisions. Added a few careful suggestions to test the waters. That done, she dealt with the dishes, then went up to take the shower she'd been too tired for the night before. Hot water flowed generously from the rain shower head in a shower double the size of hers in the duplex. I miss shower sex. She lifted her face to the water. I miss sex altogether. Oh well, priorities. And it wasn't like she had a lot of candidates for shower sex anyway. It made her smile to remember her conversation with Cleo, when Cleo had demanded 3 words to describe Trey Doyle, then John D. Patient, personable, and hot for Trey. Cheerful, married, and gay for John D. She started to imagine shower sex with Trey, then shoved that aside. That way, she decided, lay madness. Plus, he probably already had someone, or someones in his life. And though she missed sex, she didn't miss relationships. Not yet. And she didn't feel ready for sex without the relationship end. So scratch that entirely for now. She stepped out of the shower, reached for a towel, and frowned at the bathroom door. She thought she'd closed it, out of habit, but it stood open. She closed it now as, alone in the house or not, an open bathroom door made her feel exposed. After wrapping the towel around her body, she wrapped another around her hair, opened a vanity drawer, and frowned again when she saw her skincare supply neatly organized. She thought she'd just dumped it to sort out later, but had she been in that much of a daze when she'd unpacked? Apparently. After using what she wanted, she hung the towels to dry, bundled into the robe she'd hung on a hook. Because her mother's voice nagged in her head, she went in to make the bed, and found it already made, pillows fluffed. Dazed, she told herself, she must have made it on autopilot. Since she'd spent the morning setting up her work area, she decided sweats equaled the uniform of the day. She walked to the dresser, started to open a drawer. This time a chill sprinted up her spine. Her 3 pretty bottles lined up in front of the mirror. The silver-backed brush and mirror lay together on the left with the vase of flowers dead center. She'd arranged the bottles near the corner, in a kind of triangle, to balance the flowers on the other side, with the brush and mirror off-center between them. She was sure of it. Too much champagne? She wondered. But she hadn't had any before she'd unpacked. Obviously, she'd moved them after that, probably when she'd gotten ready for bed. She moved everything around the way she wanted them, gave the display a determined nod before taking out sweatpants and her beloved Boston College sweatshirt. After pulling her wet hair back in a tail, she put on sneakers and considered herself ready for the day. She switched off the fire before she left the room, then went straight to the library. After plugging in her tablet, she programmed music. Quiet was nice, but quiet could be a little much. Next order of business, light a fire. The Doyles made it easy, she noted. Wood right there in the rack. She'd bring in more. A starter log, the long matches. Pleased when it crackled to life, she stood and admired it. Now, she thought, decisions. She could set up down here. Then, if and when she needed or wanted her work on the big screen, take her laptop up. Or she could just set everything up there. Easy choice, because this room really is everything. She opened the boxes she and Trey had carted up the day before and got to work. It took time, but she had plenty of it. With her computer set up and, yay, running, her sketchpad within easy reach, she made use of the desk drawers for supplies. Pencils, markers, rulers, extra sketch pads, client files. Since she had the space, she thought she'd use the computer in the office on the main level, do her personal business in there. A nice way, she decided, to separate her business. She put Xena in a south-facing window. We're going to bloom here. When she opened a freestanding cabinet, she found decanters inside. Whiskey in one, brandy in the other, according to her sniff test. Lowball, highball glasses and snifters stood on a pair of shelves. She could clean it out, use it for more supplies, but she could so easily see the man with her father's face sitting by the fire with a book and a glass of whiskey. She didn't have the heart. Neither did she have the heart to set her printer next to that gorgeous desk. No question she'd find a sturdy table or stand somewhere, but it would just ruin the look of the room. She could network with the printer in the office, but inconvenient. Wandering the room, she looked for options. Set another log on the fire, then went up the curving stairs. More books, another killer view, a smaller, more feminine desk, a big, wine-colored leather sofa, a big flat screen, and a cabinet under it. She opened one of the doors and found a DVD player, along with an impressive collection of DVDs. Add these to the ones she'd seen in the media room, and yes, Colin had loved movies. All sorts of movies, she mused as she browsed through them. Books, movies, art, antiques. Children? He'd put in a gaming system for his friends' kids. So yes, children. So much like Dad. Really, I think you were a lot alike. And I think you'd have enjoyed each other. You should have had the chance to find out. On her tablet below, the music stopped, then started again with what she recognized as the Byrds' Turn, Turn, Turn. To everything there is a season. Because her father had often played it, and to her other ancient records on his old turntable in his studio. I guess that suits the moment, she muttered. But more to the point, she could make room in the cabinet, set up her printer, her letterhead, a ream of paper. Of course, that meant hauling the printer, and its considerable weight up those curving steps. So that could wait, as much as it pained her to admit, until she had someone with more muscle and a strong back to carry it up. By early afternoon, she'd done all she could do, both personal and professional, office-wise. Time for a break, she thought, and debated grabbing something to eat or cleaning up a bit more and venturing down to the village. Before she could decide, a trio of bongs all but boomed up the stairs. By the time her heart stopped jumping and she realized it had to be the doorbell, they sounded again. Okay, Jesus! Hoping it was Trey or John D. Muscles, strong backs. She jogged downstairs to answer. A woman with a vari-colored knit cap over short black hair stood on gorgeous knee-high boots in the portico. She held a cake carrier. Hi, I'm Anna Doyle. Welcome to Pools Bay. Oh, thanks. She should have noted the resemblance, but the eyes were more blue-gray, the face more heart-shaped. Come in. I hope you're not working. Trey said you'd probably be working or setting up your work area. I'd just finished setting up. Or enough. This is for you. Coffee cake. I bake when I'm thinking. I eat when I'm thinking. Can I take your coat? The fabulous red suede coat. If you don't mind me pushing in for a few minutes. I don't, at all. Anna handed over the coat, the hat, and the amazing scarf of butter-soft wool. Beneath, she wore a winter white tunic and chocolate leggings that set off the boots Sonya wanted for her own. Tall and leanly built like her brother, with a short, sleek cap of black hair and flawless skin, she looked like she'd just stepped out of a fashion magazine. Are you settling in? Anna asked as Sonya took the coat to the closet to hang. It's such a spectacular house. I'm making headway. And needed to make friends and contacts, she thought. Why don't we take this cake back to the kitchen and try it out? I'll make coffee. I'd love to, if you could make that tea for me. I've had my one miserly cup of coffee today. She laid a hand on her belly as they walked. That's all we're allowed. Oh, well, congratulations. Thanks, we're thrilled. I've hit my second trimester and got the all clear. So, other than my family, my husband Seth's family, and a few select friends, you're the first to know. She paused outside the office. Trey said the painting's your father's work. It is. I've always loved it. I'm so sorry Colin and your father never had a chance to be brothers. So am I. I was just thinking they'd have liked each other. They had a lot in common, I'm finding out. My friend calls it twin synergy. I think I saw tea in here. Anna gestured to a cabinet. I helped Mom stock you up. Do you mind? Go ahead. I appreciate all your family's done to make this easy on me. Can't be easy. Anna opened the cupboard, selected a tea from what Sonya noted were half a dozen choices. Finding out you had an uncle and finding out the way you did? Relocating, adjusting to a place like this? She filled a copper kettle as she spoke, obviously at home. We were Colin's family, so we want to do what we can. We hope you'll stay. First, because he did. She got out 2 dessert plates, a cake knife, forks. And next, because my dad and my brother both liked you, I thought I'd take a chance and drop by, see if I did. If Cleo asked for 3 words to describe Anna Doyle, Sonya would have said fresh, free, and gorgeous. How am I doing? You asked me in. That's a good start. I asked you in even though you look like a glossy ad for casual chic and I'm in old sweats. I should get more points. You would, except you look good in the old sweats. It's a wash. She cut 2 generous slices of cake, marbled brown and gold. Plus, I brought cake. And I'm willing to gossip if you have any questions about Pools Bay. Trey's more discreet. I'll take you up on that when I've met more people. I did meet John D. A hunky sweetheart, and his husband's adorable. Kevin owns and runs the shop where I sell my pottery, or the shop in Pools Bay where I sell some of it. You're a potter? When the water boiled, Anna poured it over the tea bags in 2 cups. I am. It started out as a hobby and grew. How's the cake? You could be a baker. Baking's a thinking time thing for me, or a relaxing thing, but it's damn good cake. I don't know anything about what you do. Graphic art, graphic design. So I checked out your website. It's impressive. It better be, or I'd be out of work. You worked for a company before. In Boston, yes. I've been freelancing a few months. It's a little scary, having your own business. I admit I've got a cushion. Seth's family owns the Bayside Hotel. Small but classy, she added. We're not Bar Harbor here, but we do get tourists. Nevertheless, it's still a little scary trying to have my own business. She sipped some tea. After I saw your website, I have another reason for coming by. I wonder if you'd take on another client. You? My website is... It's just not good. I know if I had a stronger website, I could build a stronger internet presence, build up online orders. As it is, I'm lucky if I sell 1 or 2 pieces a month. Sonya took her phone out of her pocket. Plug it in. Oh, it's going to be even less than not good on a phone. If you want traffic, your site has to work well on mobile devices. Anna's shoulders hunched, then fell. And it doesn't. I'm set up in the library. Oh, good choice. Let's go take a look. Really? You don't mind? I had cake. I need clients. And I really hate when a website's not good. I think you'll probably have to start from scratch. Anna pushed up as Sonya did. We'll see, but that's probably what you're going to want anyway. Fresh start, fresh look. Is the business on social media? Sort of, in a half-assed sort of way. We'll fix that. I'm going to show you another client I designed for. Ground up. Baby mine. Infants to toddlers, clothes, gear, stuffed toys. It's going to suck you right in. It doesn't seem fair to taunt me with baby stuff. If we do this, I'll be taunting them with your stuff. I'm going to join Dad and Trey in liking you. Isn't this the most fantastic room? She added when they stepped into the library. And your monitor on the desk just adds to it, I think. Where's your computer? Sonya tapped a small box beside her keyboard. That little thing? That works? If it does, I want one. Sonya woke the computer up. Give me the website. Sonya typed it in, looked at the page with its square banner reading, Pottery by Anna in a swirly font, the pale colors. She clicked on the shop tab. Waited. It takes too long to load. I've heard that. When it finally loaded, she studied the photos. You did the vase in my room. Yes, good eye. And the candle holders on the mantel in the front parlor. Very good eye. I like your work. The photos are good. Show it off. But it's not organized. And they come off a little muddy against your background colors. You've got vases, and I love this one. She hovered the cursor over it. You've got them mixed in with bowls, platters, baking dishes, she continued, and waited while it brought up the next page. Pots with mugs and wine coolers and so on. I can fix this. Already seeing it, Sonya nodded. You and your work aren't pale and muddy. You need something more striking, more arty. And you need a much better format. It needs to load fast. People have no patience. Revise the shop tab, she muttered. We'll add an about the artist tab. We should have some photos of you making pots and stuff. Throwing. You throw pots. That. At least one piece from, a hunk of clay through the stages to complete? Oh, I like that. Facebook? Instagram? Anna made a non-committal sound, shrugged. I'll fix it. Do you have business cards? No. I'll fix it. Brochures. Small, colorful trifolds, I think. You can leave it at local businesses. And there's your husband's hotel. That's a built-in right there. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do a mood board, a template, an inactive website, the shell of one, no charge. Listen, your times. Consider it a very sincere thanks for helping stock my kitchen. You'll look that over, and if you like what you see, we'll go from there. If you don't, no obligation. I have a feeling I'll like it. I'm good at what I do. So am I. Hands in pockets, Anna studied the computer screen. And you're right, it doesn't show well at all. Let's sit down in what I've just decided is my consulting area. After picking up her tablet, she gestured to the leather sofa facing the fire. First, let me get your contacts so I can send you some options. Once they'd settled and Sonya put Anna's information in her contacts list, she moved to the next phase. First, I'm going to suggest a name change for your business. Really? Obviously dubious, Anna hedged. I don't want anything cutesy, you know. I want to keep it simple, so it's about the art, the pottery. Exactly. Your pieces can be displayed as art, but what I've seen on your website and here in the manor, you create the usable, art with purpose, practical art. She brought up her drawing app and, using her stylist, wrote that out, giving the first letters in each word a sweep, keeping the rest of the words in clear, concise cursive. That's really good. Just a first pass, but it says what it is, so simply. It says you can have something beautiful you can use. I'll play with the font, but something like this in a strong color has impact. I thought using quiet colors would be more friendly. It can be, but in this case, the pastels don't say, you'll use this, it's beautiful and it's going to last. The personality of the artist should come through in the design. You're not pastel. Anna sat back, nodded. Keep going. Sonya spent an hour asking questions, answering them, toying with a logo, and getting a feel for the needs of her newest client. I've got enough to get started. I'd print some of these basic ideas for you to think about, but I still have to find a way to get my printer upstairs. There's a cabinet up there where it can be out of sight. The DVD cabinet, sure. Can I help you with that? Even if you weren't pregnant, no. It's a monster. You should give Trey a call. I imagine he has enough to do. I'll figure it out. And meanwhile, work up those options for you. If you like, we'll move forward. I already like. You had me at practical art. I got a lot in exchange for a coffee cake. She rose. And wait until the soon-to-be grandmothers get a look at baby mine. Now I'm getting out of your way so you can work. I should have something for you in a day or two, Sonya said, walking Anna downstairs. As they reached the first floor, the music Sonya had turned off when she answered the door started again. Well, that's weird. Sonya looked up the stairs. I must have jostled the app or something. Or something. I don't think I know the song. More weird. Sonya got Anna's coat. It's one of my mother's favorites. Apparently Dad had it playing when she was in labor with me. All for Love, an oldie. They must like you. Anna spoke casually as she put on her coat. They? The Lost Brides, and the rest. They picked a song that has personal meaning for you. You don't actually believe in ghosts. Anna just pulled on her hat and smiled. Ask me again after you've lived here for a week. Thanks for taking me on. I realize now I need you more than I thought I did. Talk soon. When she closed the door, Sonya stood staring up the stairs as the music flowed down. A technology glitch, she told herself. They happened. Ghosts didn't. It may have taken her a few seconds to push herself up the stairs again, but she went up and got to work. Chapter 8 1828 I am, I believe, first a sensible woman. I have been educated, speak French fluently, play the pianoforte quite well indeed, as well as being more than competent on the harp. As the oldest daughter, I have learned how to run a household, as I would, of course, one day make a fine match. Above all this, I am pleased to say, my father instructed me from a young age on the workings of the family business. Some would say a young woman has no need to understand business matters. I do not find those who say that sensible. My father, the younger of twins by 7 minutes, inherited the manor and his brother's share of the Poole family business when, in the autumn of 1806, my uncle died by his own hand, soon after the tragic death, by murder, of his bride of only hours. My dear parents, already betrothed at the time, married the following spring. I was born 10 months thereafter. I have 2 brothers and 2 sisters. Though I am the eldest, I must accept that the manor will one day pass to my brother Horatio, as is Poole family tradition. This is of no import as, with that fine match, I will have my own household. Being a sensible woman, I did not, as my flighty sisters do, subscribe to Jane Austen's novel's entertaining but unrealistic view that romantic love must, can, or should factor into a match. Like minds, mutual respect, and of course social standing are much more important to a successful marriage. I found all of that in William Cabot. To my surprise, I found love as well. Our courtship began with those like minds and a mutual attraction that, I admit, added a thrill. That attraction bloomed into love. The day I accepted his proposal of marriage and my father gave his blessing was the happiest of my life. Until our wedding day. I, a winter bride, we do not wish to wait, take my vows. I, a sensible woman, wear white silk, embroidered with stars at the hem and trimmed in ermine, sashed at the waist in satin. Given the season, the sleeves are long and gathered, with stars forming the poof at the shoulders. I have never thought myself beautiful, though William tells me I am. But I feel beautiful in my wedding dress, with my hair swept high under my veil and my grandmother's pearls around my throat. And William, in his black tailcoat, so handsome as he looked in my eyes and put the gold band on my finger. I return to the manor a wife, to celebrate this match that is all my heart desires. I dance with my husband, with my father, my brothers. I embrace my mother and kiss the happy tears on her cheeks. As we will wait for the spring crossing for our honeymoon in Europe, we spend our wedding night in my girlhood home. and I become a woman in William's arms. He shows me love well into the night, and I find nothing sensible here. It is all feeling and discovery and awakened passions. And I think I dream when at last we sleep. I dream of wandering my childhood home in my nightclothes, holding a candle aloft to guide my way. I see the great doors my grandfather built standing open. I walk through them into spring, into flowers madly blooming in the sunlight. I, a sensible woman, laugh and toss my candle away, where it gutters out in the snow I neither see nor feel. I walk through the snow, through the wind blowing wild, and feel only soft grass and balmy breezes. I see a woman at the seawall, beckoning to me. When I reach her, I see a stranger who looks at me with mad eyes. She grips my hand so hard, and I feel then the bitter bite of cold that has seeped into my flesh, into my bones. She speaks.
He chose death rather than me. He chose death to stay with her. Be damned to them, and now to you. Walk with them, Catherine Poole, forever a bride.
I try to run, but the wind batters at me. I stumble in the snow. I hear her laugh, more bitter than the wind as I fall, drag myself up, fall again. The world is white now and swirling. The wind, a screaming gale that blows my desperate calls out to sea. I think of William, sleeping in our marriage bed, and cry out for him to save me. I reach up toward the manor, my home, but it is lost in the snow that covers me in icy blankets. I see my hand, raw and red, nearly purple. The ring William put on my finger is gone. I drift away, drift to sleep in the cold and the snow, and die. Sonya worked through the dinner hour, took a break when she realized lack of fuel was making her lightheaded. Down in the kitchen, she told herself no on making a sandwich. Instead, she heated up a can of soup, put a salad together. While she ate, she played with a few more ideas on her tablet. She answered a text from her mother. "Everything's good. Pretty much set up, and been working most of the day. Met Anna Doyle, lawyer's daughter, and I'm pretty sure new client. Big cheer. She's a potter, a good one. I'm having soup and a salad, so I'm not starving. Planning on getting into the village tomorrow. Next day latest, so I won't be a hermit. Love and more love." They texted back and forth a few times, and when they signed off, she sent a text to Cleo. "Hey, met Trey's sister Anna. More gorgeous. She's a potter who needs a design package, so woo to the who on that one. Texted with Mom, and she's hoping to come up for a day soon, maybe spend the night. You have to come visit." And because she knew just how to tempt her friend, she added, "Not only is the manor amazing, they're saying it's haunted. Portrait of a pool bride from the early 1800s in the foyer, murdered on her wedding day. Spooky." The response came quickly, as Sonya knew it would. "Ghost bride, you know I'm there. Give me a couple weeks to clean up some work. I'll come for a weekend. We'll go ghost hunting." Yeah, sure, Sonya thought, but gave Cleo a thumbs-up emoji. After she tidied the kitchen, she went back to work for another hour. Too early for bed, she thought, but had to admit her brain had worn down. She'd go over it all again in the morning, and if it still looked good, she'd send the options to Anna and drive into the village, get out of the house, and explore a little. But right now, too tired to work, too wound up to sleep, she decided on a glass of wine and a movie. After all, she had dozens of DVDs to choose from and a big screen right upstairs. She settled on a romantic comedy. Something fun, she mused, frothy and fun, and sprawled on the big couch. She made it through most of the glass of wine and most of the movie before she drifted off. The clock chiming 3 woke her. Her heart pounded as she lay, confused and half-dreaming. She heard music. Piano music. Something wrong with her tablet, she thought, and rubbed at her eyes. She thought she heard someone weeping. She must have turned the TV off before she fell asleep, she decided, and turned the lamp on across the room, and pulled down the throw currently tucked around her. Just more tired than she'd thought, and still adjusting to a strange house and all its strange spaces. Still groggy, she groped for her phone to take with her and charge overnight. Or what was left of the night. It wasn't on the table. Yawning, she pushed her hands into the pockets of her sweats. Instant panic struck when they came up empty. Jumping up, she shook out the throw, began searching the cushions of the couch. She told herself she wasn't one of those people whose life depended on her phone, but her life was on that phone. She got down on the floor, hunted under the couch, under the table, and noticed the wine glass. The remote weren't on the table. Had she gotten up before she'd fallen asleep? She yanked open the drawer of the coffee table, and there sat the remote, exactly where she'd found it. Okay, I put it away. That's something anybody might do and forget when they're half asleep. She pushed up, walked to the railing and looked over. The fire simmered. Shouldn't it have gone out by now? And she clearly saw her phone on the desk, on the charger. The tablet with it, also on charge. Relieved, she turned to the steps. The music stopped, and for whatever reason, the sudden silence had her nerves jumping. She left the tablet where it was, grabbed her fully charged phone to take with her to her bedroom, where the bedside light glowed, and the duvet and sheet were smoothly turned down. Sleepwalking? Anxiety might bring that on, and I'm feeling pretty anxious. After putting the phone on the bedside table, she climbed into bed, still in her sweats, but left the light on. A precaution, she thought. Just a precaution. As she closed her eyes, thought she heard, a door softly close. For the first time in her life, Sonya pulled the covers over her head. When she woke in the light, she convinced herself she'd imagined things. Just anxiety, she thought again. She hadn't allowed herself to admit how much stress this move entailed. Enough she'd slept in her clothes. No big deal. She'd get coffee and some of that coffee cake. Check the work, fuss with what needed fussing with. Then she'd shower, spruce herself up a bit and drive into the village. She needed to get out, stop at the bank and open an account, visit some of the shops, take a close-up look at the bay. She went straight down to the kitchen and saw her wine glass standing beside the sink. Okay, that's it. No more crashing in front of the TV. After she made coffee, sliced some cake, she took both up to the library. She'd go over the work while she ate. Since she only planned to work an hour or so, she didn't bother with a fire. She spent a little more than 2, but knew when good was good. And this was damn good. Let it sit, she told herself. It was still shy of 9, so she'd let it sit, get that shower, change, then take one more look before she sent it off to Anna. When the doorbell bonged, she nearly jumped out of her ancient slippers. Jesus! I've got to ask if I can change that thing. When she went down and opened the door to Trey, her first thought was, why? Why hadn't she showered and changed first?
Morning, he said. I hear you have a printer that needs moving.
Oh, Anna shouldn't have bothered you about that. She stepped back to let him in. It's not urgent.
I'm heading out to see a client, so it's not much of a detour. Where's the printer?
She had a moment to think he smelled good. Fresh, outdoorsy good. And she almost certainly didn't. First floor in the library. I'd like to set it up on the second floor. Can I get you coffee?
That's okay. I'll be getting some. The client drinks it by the gallon.
Wishing she'd at least taken a brush to it, she shoved a hand at her hair. How's your dad?
The boss cleared him to work today, so he's good.
The boss being your mother.
You got that. Anna said you're redoing her website.
I'm working on a design I hope she likes. She walked upstairs with him. I networked with the printer in Colin's office to get started, but that's not really practical day to day. It's helpful to print out some of the design, add it to my mood board.
Mood board.
Then he nodded when he walked in, saw hers.
Okay, I get it. That's a major change for Anna.
Too much?
I like it, if that matters.
He hooked his thumbs in his front pockets and studied the board. Really studied, Sonya noted. Took time.
Yeah, I like it. She had a college friend do most of the ones she's got now. It didn't have much, bang, I guess, and was a pain in the ass to load and navigate. This looks like it'll have the bang.
It'll also be quick to load, easy to navigate. They stood, elbow to elbow, studying her work.
Is this a logo? She doesn't have an actual logo.
She should. That's one option for it. She wants simples, so I thought a sketch of a vase and candle holder. Strong colors. Different shapes, but both her style. I thought a sketch rather than a photo, but we can try that too.
You've gotten a lot done in a short time.
He glanced around.
This is a good setup for you. You don't want the printer down here? Easy access?
See that thing? She pointed to it. Efficient but unattractive. This room's too wonderful to have that monster sitting here. There's a cabinet upstairs.
Yeah, DVD cabinet. We'll haul it up.
He started to lift it, shot her a look that made a laugh tickle her throat. I said monster. Look, it can wait. Maybe I can get John D. to help you haul it up sometime.
Now you're impugning my manhood.
He took off his coat, tossed it on her chair. No flannel shirt this time, but a navy sweater and black trousers. She actually gripped her hands together when he picked it up. It's so heavy, we really can't wait until—
I've got it.
When he hauled it up the stairs, she followed him.
Which side?
The left. She rushed to open it. Everything else is on the other side now, and the power strip's right there. God, thank you.
Let me plug it in. I'm down here anyway.
While he did, she glanced over at the couch. The throw, folded, draped over the back.
Want it on?
What?
The printer. Do you want it on?
Oh, yes, please. You're stronger than you look. When he straightened, he smiled at her.
How do I look?
Well, lanky. More like a runner than a weightlifter.
You can do both.
Apparently. Are you sure I can't get you coffee? Or coffee cake?
Anna's coffee cake's tempting, but I've got a client.
I really appreciate you taking the detour.
No trouble,
he said as they started down.
How's it going for you? Figuring things out? Sleeping okay?
Slowly figuring. And sleep hasn't been a problem, as I've conked early 2 nights running. A little off, I guess. Moving things around when I'm half asleep. Watching her, he shrugged back into his coat.
Really?
Like, not remembering putting my phone on the charger. But hey, there it is. Absent-minded stuff, which tells me I need to get out. I'm going into the village today. Try to get my bearings there.
Good idea.
He looked at her, she thought, as he had her mood board. Taking time.
If you're up for it, you could come by the office, meet with Dad. He'll want to follow up with you.
I could. Should, she amended. I'll call for an appointment.
I've got that.
Trey pulled out his phone.
His schedule's on here. Since Ace and I would handle his appointments if the boss didn't clear him. He's got 11:30, 1:30, and 3 open.
Ah, well, 3?
You're in. We're on Bayview, a block off High Street, north side of the village.
Thanks, really.
You're welcome, really.
The minute she shut the door behind him, the music started. Are you serious? Hooked on a feeling, she thought, rolling her eyes as she started upstairs. She hadn't known she'd put it on her playlist, only recognized it from the Guardians of the Galaxy soundtrack. And I'm not hooked on a feeling just because he's got those blue eyes and the rest. Plus, I'm going to stop talking to myself. Right now. Calculating the time, she decided to start a fire after all. She could take a couple hours, print out what she wanted, go over the work for Anna one more time, then send it off before she cleaned up and drove to the village. And when she went to the fireplace, she saw a nicely shoveled-out hearth and wood stacked for burning. When the hell did I do that? She tried thinking back, going over her steps, but just couldn't remember. Doesn't matter, she muttered. Just being efficient. She lit the starter and caught herself rubbing a chill from her arms as she stepped back. Adjusting. I'm just adjusting to a lot of everything. And why shouldn't I talk to myself? Who the hell cares? She went back to the desk, printed out the templates for the projected brochure, business card, a design for a potential ad. Once she'd retrieved them, added them to her board, she sat again. She brought up the inactive website on her computer screen, on her tablet, on her phone. Really want those photos, from clay to finished piece. A time-lapse video. Oh yeah, wouldn't that be cool? It wouldn't hurt to have some visuals of the village on the About tab, she considered. She'd take some with her phone when she got there, upload them, see how they worked. The bare bones of it looked good on a mobile, she thought as she scrolled through on her phone. The typography, the color, the shapes. Of course, there would be photos to load, the shopping cart to build. But yeah, good bones. Satisfied, she wrote the email to Anna and sent the links. If she didn't like it, well, she'd be wrong, but she was entitled. She turned her tablet off, left it charging. Taking her phone with her, she crossed to the bedroom, where the fire simmered. She didn't remember turning it on. She sure as hell didn't remember making the bed. Pressing her fingers to her eyes, she did her best to breathe through the sudden crash of nerves. She just needed to get out, get some fresh air, walk outside. She felt steadier after a shower and decided on a dark green sweater, a gray wool vest and pants. She took her time with makeup because she planned to meet shopkeepers, locals, and first impressions mattered. Better. Definitely better, she thought. She looked friendly, professional, and sane. Deliberately, making a mental note of it, she turned off the fire. Downstairs, she got her coat, a cap, fussed a bit with the arrangement of her scarf. Not just for warmth, she thought, but style. As she reached for her gloves, she heard a door creak open. Or closed. Ignoring it, she grabbed the house keys and left. The air hit fresh and cold, with a brisk wind blowing in from the water. It filled her, she realized, that endless view, the wonderfully fierce sound of water surging against the rocky shore. She needed to get out like this, even just for a walk. She crossed the pavers to her car and sent a thanks to John D. for clearing them and her car after the snowstorm. The road wasn't bad either, she noted, as she carefully navigated the curves. At some point, she needed to check out the garage and the truck in it, but her car held its own just fine. She had a solid 90 minutes before her appointment, so she'd make good use of it. She liked the hints of the bay, the village as she drove down, and noted the white, red-capped lighthouse on the far point beyond it. Something worth another visit, maybe in warmer weather. Today, she'd find a place to park, pop into a few of the stores, meet some people, buy a little something, as supporting local shops mattered. Maybe grab some lunch. She wondered if the pizzeria served it by the slice. She'd like a slice of pizza. She'd drive down to the bay, take some photos, potentially for Anna's website, hell, maybe her own, but also to send to her mother, to Cleo. As she drove into the village, she let out a happy sigh. Just what she needed. People, places, movement. After only a couple days in the manor, she'd begun to understand how easily it would be to become a recluse, as her uncle had. With everything right there, the space, the views, winter roaring outside, why not stay in the warm and the quiet? And talk to yourself, she thought. Whoever took charge of street cleaning had done the job, and she parked at the curb in front of the bookstore. She'd make a note of town businesses, check their websites, their online presence. A woman with a 2-story library hardly needed books. But to Sonia's mind, nothing held the pulse of a community like a bookstore. She studied the sign. Well done. Good graphics. Then climbed the trio of steps to the covered porch. Chimes rang as she opened the door. It smelled of books, coffee, and fresh orange peel. The long counter to her left held the coffee station, a checkout station, and a workstation with a monitor. To the right, books lined freestanding bookcases, made clever stacks on tables. Along with them stood spinners of bookmarks, greeting cards. A woman with streaky brown hair worn in a bouncy tail looked up from the monitor. "Hi, welcome to a bookstore. Can I help you find anything?" I thought I'd look around. She walked to the counter, held out a hand. "I'm Sonya MacTavish. I'm living up at the manor." "Colin Poole's niece." The woman pushed off her stool, took Sonia's extended hand. "It's great meeting you. Diana Rowe. Everyone's been wondering when you'd come into the village. How about some coffee? Tea, hot chocolate? On the house." "I'd love some coffee." "The white chocolate mocha's our flavor of the month." "Who am I to say no to that? It's a great store." "There's more in the back. Books, of course," she said as she went to the coffee station. "And sidelines. Soy candles made locally. T-shirts, book bags. Feel free to look around. Here's my partner. Anita, it's Colin Poole's niece, Sonya." "Oh, I see it. You've got your uncle's eyes. Welcome to Poole's Bay." "Thanks." Anita had a thick, soft fall of light brown hair and a firm handshake. "Are you settling in? The manor's an amazing place." "It is. I'm starting to settle." "The library," Anita said in tones of reverence. "My favorite room." Colin was a big reader. Diana brought the coffee around the counter, offered it. He used to come in at least once or twice a month. Not so much in the last few years. "He'd call in an order," Anita continued. "Deuce Doyle. I know he's handling the estate, so you've met him. Would pick them up and take the books to him. Or Trey would. Deuce's son, if he couldn't make it." "I know you never met him," Diana said. "But he was really well-liked. We just loved him, didn't we, Anita?" "We did, and we miss him. Why don't we show you the rest of the store?" When the door opened, bells chiming, Diana waved them off. "I've got this." "You're a graphic designer, isn't that right?" "That's right. Oh, this is wonderful." 2 cozy chairs faced an electric fireplace. More books, a section for kids with some pint-sized chairs. An open corner cabinet displayed the local candles, diffusers. Another held colorful T-shirts and book bags. "You've got more space than I thought from outside. And you've managed to make it cozy." After a sip of coffee, Sonya lifted her eyebrows. "Where's this been all my life?" "Diana's got a knack. The coffee's locally roasted. Poole's Bay supports Poole's Bay. Have you met your cousins yet?" "No." "You've barely had time to unpack. The Pooles still build the best wooden sailing ships in Maine, in my opinion. Fiberglass boats and so on, too, but they keep up the founder's tradition. I'll let you browse. Just call on me or Diana if you need anything." The woman with a 2-story library ended up leaving with 3 books, 2 bookmarks, and a pretty bag to carry them in. She got her slice of pizza, solid A, and sat at the counter chatting with the man on duty who tossed dough to the approval of the lunch crowd. She stopped in the gift shop that carried Anna's pottery, had yet another conversation about her uncle with the assistant manager, who sold her one of Anna's pots. An actual pot that would display Xena perfectly. Another stop netted her a hand-knit scarf she didn't need, but was oh so soft and pretty. Plus another contact, another conversation before she drove down to the bay. She stood in the winter wind, taking pictures, watching boats and buoys bounce in the waves. And she marveled at the sight of the manor high up on the cliffs to the north. And to the south, with the lighthouse above, the weathered brick buildings that housed Poole shipbuilders. Another day, she thought. Maybe. How could she be sure how her cousins felt about her inheritance? She'd give that some time, give them some space. Maybe Oliver Doyle could give her a little better feel for that, and them. She glanced at the time on her phone. And no time like the now to find out. In a fresh gust of wind, she walked back to her car to drive to her appointment. Chapter 9. The beauty of small towns, Sonya discovered, was you'd have to work hard to get lost. 1 block west across High Street, and she was there. The law office stood on the corner inside another Victorian. Not with the size and scale of the manor, she noted, but absolutely charming. They'd gone a sagey green for the cladding, cream for the trim on the fanciful 3-story. A covered porch stood on one side of the entrance doors and an angled turret on the other. Peaked roofs, a pair of dormers, what she thought of as kind of a half turret on the far side of the 3rd floor. Trey's apartment, she thought, and it would have a wonderful view of the bay, the point, the lighthouse. They'd provided a space for parking, but since it seemed nearly full, she pulled up to the curb and wound her way up the path to the short stairs with their twin rails to the entrance. No doubt it had once been a home, and if it remained one, she'd have knocked. But thinking business, she tried the door and walked into the hum of an office. The requisite fireplace crackled with light, and the generous windows offered more. They kept it homey, she supposed, yet dignified with the dark millwork. A waiting area with chairs upholstered in burgundy and navy. A woman somewhere in her 50s sat at a desk. From just a few days at the manor, Sonya thought she recognized it as an antique. The woman had a short cap of steel gray hair, a sharp-jawed face, and cheaters perched on her nose. The fingers flying, no other word for it, over a keyboard paused. "Good afternoon." And there, Sonya thought, was the down east accent she'd wanted to hear. "Hi, I'm Sonya MacTavish. I have a 3 o'clock with Mr. Doyle. The second Mr. Doyle." "You've got the look of him. Pool green eyes. Could use a little more meat. You don't want to get blown off in a nor'easter. Have a seat. I'll let Deuce know you're here." "Thanks." Sonya chose a chair, noted another desk, currently empty, sat across the room. "Colin's niece is here, yeah," the woman said, so Sonya had to bite back a smile. She hung up the phone, and when she rose, Sonya assumed she'd sat on cushions, as she barely topped 5 feet. "I'll take you back." "Thanks. Did you know my uncle?" "Of course I did. Went to school together, didn't we?" She led the way down a wide hallway, paused at a set of pocket doors. "First boy I kissed. No spark on either side, but you don't know till you know." She opened the doors. "You don't get coffee unless you drank that tea I made you, and I'll know if you lie." Deuce pushed his glasses back up his nose.
"I drank it, Sadie, and it's every bit as nasty as I remember from last time."
She stood in the doorway, eyeing him, then nodded. "All right, then. I'll get you coffee. How do you take yours?" she asked Sonya. "Actually, I just had coffee at the bookstore, so water, then. Keep hydrated." Deuce rose as Sadie marched off.
"Sadie runs my life here. My wife runs it at home. What I need is a hunting cabin."
He crossed the room to take both her hands.
"I'm sorry I wasn't there to welcome you to the manor.
"I'm glad you're feeling better."
Just a cold. But between the 2 women running my life, you'd think I had the plague. Sit. Come sit. Tell me how you are."
He took one of the 2 wing chairs facing the desk.
"I'm told you're working up something for Anna."
"Yes, I sent her some options before I came into the village. I want to thank you, your family, for everything you've done."
"Colin would have done the same for mine. What do you think of the manor?"
"It's a cliché, but truth. The pictures don't do it justice. My father's painting." Now he reached over, laid a hand over hers.
"I honestly didn't realize it was your father's work, and don't know how that slipped by me. I assumed Colin had painted it."
Their styles were similar.
"I wish I could tell you how and when Colin acquired it, but I don't know. We were in our 20s when Colin moved into the manor. Honestly, I don't remember that painting not being in his office once he set it up.
Sadie came in with a mug of coffee and a glass of water.
Sadie, Colin, and I went to school together.
I tried them both out. No spark. Turned out I like girls.
She went out, closed the door. Deuce shook his head.
She marches to her own, and drums you right along with her. I couldn't manage without her. She and Maureen have been together nearly 30 years, I'd say. They'd be among the few who spent any real time with Colin the last 4 or 5 years, so may be able to fill in some blanks if you need them filled.
She's a little scary, but I may risk it.
Oh, she's a lot scary.
He said it with a laugh.
And she was fond of Colin. So, Trey gave you information on the local banks, doctors, and all of that. Do you need any guidance there?
I'll open an account this week. I should have done that today, but I wanted to just look around. I decided I'll use the bank my uncle used. It seems simpler.
I think that's a good choice. You set up your office in the library. Another good choice. It's a marvelous room.
It is. Everything is. I don't know how to handle it. What I mean is, I didn't expect to love it. And I do. And at the same time, it's so intimidating.
That sounds like how I feel about Sadie. Are you worried about being up there alone?
Not exactly. I like the quiet, and being alone will help me focus on getting my business running, hopefully expanding. I did want to ask about the Pools, the cousins, if there's any problem with them, with me, the inheritance. It's not just the house, which is a lot, but the money.
Colin left them all but the 5% of his share of the business, and it's substantial. None of them, or their attorneys, have questioned the terms of the will. Owen, I know him very well, as he and Trey are friends, runs the business here. The hands-on business, you'd say. Believe me, I'd know if he had any issues. His cousin, and yours, handles the PR, and another the business of the business, another the design, and yet another lives in London and handles that end. Your share in Pool shipbuilding is minimal, Sonya, and changes nothing for any of them.
All right. I don't want any resentments. I think I should know more about the history, the family history.
I can certainly help with that. I made Colin a book that's in his office, and there should be a digital copy of the family tree on his computer. Also a family Bible in the library, but it's not completely accurate.
He gestured toward her.
As you prove by being here.
Why would they have done it? Separated the brothers.
Patricia Youngsborough married Michael Poole, and like some converts, became a fanatic regarding the Poole name, though she refused to live in the manor.
Really?
To my knowledge, she never stepped foot in it. She was a hard woman, Sonya. I expect she took Colin, placed him with her daughter simply to keep the line intact. She had no reason to keep both children, not in her mind.
But there had to be people who knew.
Money can obfuscate very well. The story put out, and one Colin spent the first decades of his life believing, was he was born out of wedlock, and his father died in Vietnam before he and his mother could marry. Greta was a dutiful mother.
Dutiful.
Cowed by an overbearing mother. She never married. Colin was raised in his grandmother's house, where he and his mother lived. His grandfather had little interest in the business, but Patricia more than made up for that. Michael spent his time traveling, indulging in what did interest him. Women, drink, adventure. He flew planes and jumped out of them, raced boats, scuba dived, climbed mountains. He died at 58 in a climb of Denali in Alaska.
Mr. Doyle.
Call me Deuce. Mr. Doyle or Oliver can get confusing around here.
Deuce. You said before Patricia, refused to live in the manor, closed it up for years. Why didn't she just sell it?
For the simple reason it wasn't hers to sell. Michael left it to his son Charles, and he, in turn, to his brother Lawrence.
All right. I'm going to take a good look at that book, and the family tree. Is the daughter, the woman who raised Colin, still alive?
She is, but she's not well. Alzheimer's, which spawned dementia. She's in a memory care facility in Algonquin. Though she no longer knew him, Colin visited her twice a month. She was a dutiful mother.
Deuce said again.
And an unhappy woman. One who suffered from depression, migraines, and as she grew older, extreme social anxiety. Patricia Poole cast a long shadow.
I can see that. Just as she began to see a troubled, tangled family dynamic. I'm grateful for all you're doing, and for trying to help me understand what's obviously a complicated family history.
You're my closest friend's niece. I'm more than willing to answer any questions I can, as I did with your grandfather.
I'm sorry?
Your father's father contacted me. He and your grandmother are understandably upset to learn their son had a brother, that they weren't informed at the time of the adoption.
Angry, too, I know.
Also understandable. But more at this point. My sense is their concerns for you, that you're safe here and looked after.
Oh, well.
I'm going to have my first grandchild.
He beamed when he said it.
So I have a glimmer of that concern. We had a productive conversation. All in all, Sonya, I think your father was the more fortunate brother. I don't think you'd describe your grandmother as a dutiful mother to her son.
No, I wouldn't. Loving and supportive of him, of my mom, of me. I'll call my grandparents when I get back to the manor. She got to her feet. I need a little more time to find my bearings, but I'd like to have you, your family, come to dinner one night.
We'd enjoy that very much.
Possibly. I'm not much of a cook, but I'll figure out something. Oh, and one more thing. I need to find those bearings, but if I stay, I think I want to get a dog. I like the quiet, don't mind being solo, but sometimes it'd be nice to have some noise and companionship. Is there an animal shelter or an animal rescue in the area?
There is. Trey's dog is a local rescue. I can get you that information.
I appreciate it. She held out a hand. I really do.
You took a leap, Sonya. I appreciate that.
When he walked her out, a man sat at the second desk. About her age, she judged. A very cute man in a sports coat and sweater, his black hair in short twists. Another man stood looking over his shoulder, and there was no mistaking the resemblance. This Doyle looked like a lawyer from the top of his full mane of hair, white as fresh snow, to the tips of his polished Oxfords. He wore a very sharp gray, three-piece, chalk-striped suit.
Now that's what we're after, Eddie.
He gave the man at the desk a slap on the shoulder. He looked over, pushed his black-framed glasses back up his nose, and gave Sonya a long look.
You must be Sonya MacTavish.
He strode over, grabbed her hand in a quick clutch and shake.
Ace Doyle, you're a looker, aren't you?
She'd never thought of herself that way, but felt her smile spread.
You sure are.
He laughed, a big boom of one.
Quick, too.
He had those blue eyes, no less gorgeous behind bifocals, with those sharp, black brows over them. He had to be in his late 70s, maybe early 80s, but as with his son, she'd have cut a decade off.
How are you liking the manor? Everybody up there treating you all right?
I like it very much, but it's just me. He winked at her.
It's never just you in Lost Bride Manor. Ace?
And just grinned at his son.
Hell, ghosts are just people who aren't ready or able to move on or recycle. You can bet I'm going to haunt this place after my time comes.
He pointed at Sadie.
Get used to it.
You already haunt this place. At her dry response, he let out another boom.
You give me a call next time you're coming into the village. I'll take you to lunch. I like taking pretty girls to lunch. Keeps me sharp. Eddie, say hello to Sonya, Colin Poole's niece. Eddie's my latest victim."
He said hello and grinned at her.
"Ace, you've got that conference call in 5 minutes. Work, work, work."
He gave Sonya's hand another clutch and squeeze.
"Don't you be a stranger."
He strode out on a wave of energy. "Well," Sonya began, "he's—"
"A character?"
Deuce finished. "I was going to say amazing."
"And another falls under his spell. Be careful. He'll end up getting your life story and deeply buried secrets out of you inside of 5 minutes."
"I bet he would. Thanks again. I'd better get back to my haunted manor." She realized as she went out that she'd only been half joking, and that she'd better shake that off. After checking the time, Deuce walked back, past his father's office, past his son's assistant's office, where Jill clicked away at a keyboard, and into what had been the kitchen when he'd grown up in the house. Now, transformed, it served as his son's office, with a view of the backyard through the windows. Trey sat at a desk Colin had given him when Trey passed the bar, a desk from the manor's attic, and one Trey had lovingly refinished himself. Trey held up his index finger as he talked on the phone, so Deuce took a seat. As he did, the dog dozing beside the desk got up, stretched heroically, then walked over for a pet. Even as he scratched the dog between the ears, he could see his mother at the old stove, stirring up oatmeal she claimed would stick to his ribs before he walked to school. See himself sitting with his father at the kitchen table, having his first legal beer. See himself and Colin sneaking cookies from the jar on the counter. Now, where the counter had been, a shelf held law books. A good old house, he thought, and as a good old house should be, full of memories. It served a new purpose now, made new memories now, and had for nearly as long as his son had been alive. And he was glad of it. Trey hung up, puffed out a breath.
"Heidi Gish got another speeding ticket. Lead foot. She wants to take it to court and sue the state trooper who clocked her doing 94 because she claims he was rude. She's going to have her license suspended this time. She doesn't want to hear it. Or that this time, it's going to cost her more to try to fight it than to suck it up. Anyway, how's your day going?" "I just met with Sonya." "Right."
Trey looked at the time.
"Forgot. I can't fault the way she's handling this, but I find myself annoyed with my dead friend for not reaching out to her, talking her through it, answering her questions before he died. He might have down the road. He had to think he had plenty of time left. Did he?"
Trey sat back.
"Dad, there's nothing that says it was anything but an accident. Nothing but hindsight. The last conversations we had."
Absently, he patted the dog's head when Mookie laid it on his knee.
"I told you. He'd bring her up, ask me to be sure to convince her to come, to take over the manor. He wasn't sad, and I never thought suicidal, but he was absent, somehow, as if he'd already left. Still, I couldn't convince him to contact her. He'd just smile, tell me he would when the time was right. Which goes back to him thinking he had that time."
Deuce just nodded.
"Ah, well. You'll keep looking after her." "I wouldn't call it that. I'm betting she wouldn't like calling it that. You're right there. Just check in on her now and then."
He cupped the dog's face, rubbed.
"Take this one. She's thinking about getting a dog. You should send her the information for where you got this mutt right here. I can do that." "Good. I'll let you get back to work." "Dad?"
Trey said as his father rose.
"She strikes me as a capable, self-reliant woman." "Yes, and she'll need to be."
Sonya's phone rang just as she pulled up to the manor. She pulled it out as she parked, held her breath as she saw Anna Doyle on the ID. "This is Sonya. Hi, Anna." "I was working, so I didn't get to the phone. Then when I did, I had to look at everything, then look at it again. And again. I love it. I love it all. You're a genius. Sonya let out the breath. That's true, but it's always nice to have my genius recognized. I want option 1, the whole package. I love the use of color, the streamlined style that still manages to be friendly, and how it looks on my phone. Sonya shook a fist in the air, as she'd hoped for option 1. Putting you on speaker so I can get the bags out of my car. Oh, I can call you back. No, that's fine. She hauled the bags out of the back seat of her car, juggled them and the phone while she dug for the house keys. I need all the photos and descriptions to build the shopping pages. Then the shopping cart. We need to finalize your bio and so on. That list I attached. And we're ready to... She broke off as something drew her eye up. As on the first day, she saw a shadow at the window. She'd have sworn the curtain moved. Then she shifted a bag, and it was gone. Ready to... Sorry, distracted. Just the way the light hits the window at this angle, she decided, and walked to the portico. Ready to launch your social media? Yeah, that's my hitch. I can get it up and running, and keep it updated for you, as long as you give me those updates. But you need that presence. She unlocked the door, dumped the bags. Let's start with the photos, she said as she took off her coat, and the bio. I dragged my mother into my studio today to take pictures of me at the wheel, and moving a piece through to firing. She's a really good photographer. Some of her work's at the same shop mine is. I was in that shop today. I bought one of your pots. Hooray! Send me the pictures. After hanging up her coat, she went back for the bags to carry them upstairs. We'll start there, and I'll finish the design for the brochure. When she walked into the bedroom, she caught the scent of perfume. Her new perfume, since she'd tossed out what Brandon had given her for Valentine's Day the year before. The bottle stood with the 3 decorative ones, and not beside the hand mirror. Sonya? Sorry, I missed that. Could be because I'm talking so much and so fast. Send me the contract. I'm in for the works, and I'll get you the pictures. I'm going to ask my guy to help with the bio. He writes a lot of the publicity stuff for the hotel. Deliberately, Sonya walked over to the dresser, moved the perfume bottle back where she wanted it. Groggy this morning, she thought. She'd been groggy. I'll send it this afternoon. You should have one of your 3 handsome lawyers look it over. I can take care of getting your business cards printed if you want. I've got a source through the hotel, so that's no problem. This is all better and easier than I expected, Sonya, and a whole lot faster. I really do love everything. You'll love it more when it's fully built. Send me the pictures you have. We'll need one of the piece you made today when it's finished. Sometime tomorrow for that, but I'll send the rest. Talk soon. Talk soon. After a quick happy dance, she unwrapped the bowl she wanted for the table on the 2nd floor of the library, the candle she'd bought for the bathroom counter. She pulled out one of the books, set it and a bookmark on the nightstand. After draping on the scarf to put away downstairs, she took the other books and the bowl into the library. Rather than put the books on a shelf, she put them on a table by the sofa. And since she'd work, laid some logs in the hearth, lit a fire. She took the bowl up, admired the way it looked, then walked down again to get a Coke out of the kitchen. Stairs, lots of stairs in this place. I probably don't need to try the gym if I keep going up and down all these flights every day. The part of her that wanted to explore in what she still thought of as secret passages warred with the part that imagined getting stuck down there, somehow. Maybe tomorrow. I'll have my phone, so if I do get stuck, I can call somebody to get me unstuck. I'll feel like an idiot, but so what? Plus, she needed to take a good look at what she had in storage spaces. Over the weekend, she told herself, just like a professional. Work week, weekend. I'll begin the going up there on Saturday. As she started upstairs to do that work, the music came on. Elton John shouted out, "It's getting late. Have you seen my mates? Ma, tell me when the boys get here." Oh, for fuck's sake! After jogging up the rest of the steps, she turned into the library. Sir Elton sang away on her iPad. "What's wrong with you? And that's too damn loud!" She lowered the volume and, shaking her head, sat. Fine. Just fine. She'd have turned on the music anyway. First, she downloaded the photos Anna had just sent. Okay, yes, these are very good. In fact, perfect. Exactly what I want. Nice work, Anna's mom. So here goes. She brought up the contract, sent it, then went back to the photos. As she worked on layout, she caught herself singing along with the music. Saturday, Saturday, Saturday. She broke off, looked back at the tablet. That's weird, isn't it? Kind of weird that I was thinking about Saturday and this starts up. As her belly jumped, she rubbed her hands on her thighs. It's just a song in a glitchy app. I'm going to work now. I need to concentrate. And this time, she couldn't be sure if she talked only to herself. That night, a clock struck 3, and she dreamed she walked the long halls of the manor, where somewhere echoed the sound of a woman's weeping. She dreamed she stood before a mirror framed with predators that seemed to snap and snarl. But rather than her own reflection in the glass, she saw another. She dreamed of a woman with hair the color of roasted chestnuts, falling nearly to the waist of her long white nightgown. As she watched, the woman walked out of the great doors of the manor and into a snowstorm. In the dream, Sonya heard the crash of the waves, the feral howl of wind, but the woman, smiling, trudged through the snow in bare feet. Another female waited at the seawall. In a black dress the wind didn't seem to touch, her dark hair falling in waves. They spoke, but Sonya couldn't hear the voices. She only saw the fury in the second woman's eyes, and the fear in the one with chestnut hair when the dark woman grabbed her hands. Now, the woman in the nightgown shuddered in the cold, tried to run back to the manor on feet that must have been frozen. The manor that stood, shadowed against the whirling snow, its grand doors firmly shut. She fell while the other watched, her lips going blue as she struggled up, fell again. Her eyes, green, pool green, shed tears that went to ice on her cheeks. She fell a final time with the snow falling over her like a shroud. In the dream, Sonya walked the long halls, slid back into bed. She thrashed in her sleep and wept. Chapter 10. By morning, the dream faded from her mind and memory. She woke eager to work. She began her routine with coffee, sitting at the counter with her tablet. A check of her email netted her another inquiry. A recommendation from, bless them, baby mine. Fingers mentally crossed, she answered. Next, she found an email from Trey with information on the rescue organization.
They have photos, what they know of the history of the dog. This one's just dogs. Ages, temperament, breeds, or the best they can determine breeds. Mookie and I found them pretty terrific. It's county-wide, but Lucy Cabot works with the county group and fosters dogs in her home in Pools Bay. Let me know if you want or need more. Trey.
She hovered the cursor over the link, nearly pressed it, then pulled back. Thanks. I'm not going to let myself look yet because I'm weak, and I still need some time to organize myself before I bring home a dog, which I now find I want desperately. I hope I last a week without peeking. Also, I mentioned to your father that I'd like to have your whole family to dinner. I can't guarantee the quality of the meal, but want to start on the right foot. Are any of you vegan or vegetarian? Or does anyone have a food allergy or an extreme aversion to any particular dish? No rush. Need time before that, too. More thanks, Sonya. She took coffee with her upstairs to change, and stopped short when she saw the neatly made bed and the fire burning low. I didn't do that. I know damn well I didn't do that. Because the mug shook in her hand, she set it down. I wasn't groggy. I can't be that forgetful. Can I be that forgetful? What were the choices? She had a bed-making intruder. She'd done it on autopilot. Or The place was haunted, with bed-making ghosts. "I'm taking door number 2. That's it. Making the beds a habit. Thanks, Mom." Because suddenly changing made her uneasy, she decided to work in her pajamas. Not a thing wrong with that. Taking the coffee and tablet, she walked down the hall, past the staircase and into the library. After plugging the tablet in, she crossed over to start a fire. In the clean hearth with logs already set. Could whoever once cleaned for Colin slip in? Do some chores? And that, she admitted, hit the ridiculous scale as much as bed-making intruders or ghosts. Autopilot. She lit the fire, took a steadying gulp of coffee. As she turned to go to her desk, her tablet hit a disco beat with, "She works hard for the money." After a burst of involuntary laughter, she shuddered. One more door, she thought. Someone was trying to scare her. Maybe Deuce was wrong about the Poole cousins. Maybe they wanted her out of the house, wanted her to forfeit the inheritance, and they'd found a way to pull some tricks. "It won't work. You're just pissing me off. I've got work to do, so back the hell off." She grabbed the fireplace poker, took it with her to lean on the corner of the desk, just in case. The work soothed. Here she felt confident, creative. She spent the morning on the layout for Anna's pottery, organizing by type, by purpose to coordinate with the drop-down menu she'd added to the shop tab. She tested, adjusted, tested again, and began to build the shopping cart. That's how it's done. She broke, went down for a Coke and an orange. When she came back, already planning the next steps, her tablet signaled an email.
"I peeked. You're sunk. As for dinner, thanks in advance. We're all ravenous carnivores. No food allergies or aversions. Name the date, we'll be there. FYI, Anna showed me the website in progress. You hit it dead on. Nice."
Trey. "I'm not peeking. Yet. I'll think of something suitable for ravenous carnivores and try to make it edible. Glad you liked the in progress. More glad that Anna did, but you count. If Doyle Law Offices ever decides to get an updated web presence, you know who to call. Sonya." Another email came in as she sent the first. Anna sent photos of the tall vase she'd thrown the day before, after what she called the bisque firing. She'd send more, she wrote, of the glazing process, the completed glaze, and after the final firing, she'd send photos of the finished piece. Along with it, she'd sent a bio with an invitation to edit if necessary. Excellent. Sonya answered just that and told her client to give it 90 minutes, then check the shop and the About tabs on the website. Now, let's see what we've got and what we'll do with it. Halfway through the 90 minutes, she texted Anna to make it 2 hours. She wanted it perfect. After she tested it on all her devices, she sat back. It's good. It's really good. Time to leave it alone, then fine-tune. A log fell in the fire, made her jump. She'd toss on another one, then go for a walk. 10 minutes out in the air. She figured she knew Anna well enough to be sure it wouldn't take her much longer to look the site over. When she rose, she saw snow falling outside the window. Not a blustery snow like before, but soft and pretty. She could walk in that. After she'd added the log, she remembered she still wore her pajamas. Since she considered pajamas outside a bridge too far, she switched to a sweater and winter weight leggings. Downstairs, she pulled on her old reliable Uggs and the rest of her outdoor gear. Rather than take the house key, she unlocked the front door and stepped out into the wonderland. Snow fell, soft as cotton, to cling to branches. It lay thin for now, on the walkways, drifted over the seawall. The wind only murmured as she kept to those walkways and circled the house. She smelled smoke from the chimneys and the chilly freshness of snow, the sharp sting of pines. The woods looked like a painting, green and white and deep. She imagined the deer she'd spotted before, but saw no sign of it. If she got a dog, they'd walk there, just wander together in the quiet. She climbed the steps to the deck on the flat roof of the apartment and just looked. She recognized a long swatch of hydrangeas, their old wood like bones gathering flakes. What she thought were azaleas, tall and wide enough to rise above the floor of snow. She'd need to learn more about plants, since most of what she did know applied to Xena. Or she'd need to give in and go with a grounds crew. She walked down, continued on to make a circle, and told herself she'd make new habits. Trips to the village, strolls outside, longer ones, she hoped, once spring broke through. She loved her work, and work was necessary, but she'd take time for this. Take time to go through other parts of the house. She'd put that off, she could admit that, because it felt so big, so overwhelming, and keeping to a handful of rooms just less so. The house deserved better. Hell, so did she. For another moment she stood, looking out to sea, listening to the waves. Maybe time for some hot chocolate, she thought. Hopefully the Doyles had stocked some instant. Hot chocolate by the fire on a snowy afternoon sounded glorious. She turned, pressed the tongue on the iron handle of the front door. It didn't budge. She tried again, and felt the first tickles of panic in her throat. She'd unlocked the door. Unlocked it, then checked to make sure. Now she yanked at the handle, nearly pounded on the door. The wind came up, sudden, frigid, blowing what felt like needles of ice in her face. And with it, images blew into her mind. Walking barefoot through a blizzard in a nightgown. Walking toward a woman standing at the seawall. She looked over her shoulder, half terrified she'd see a figure standing there. A woman in black. But she saw only the snow and the sea behind it. Shaking now, she pulled her phone out of her pocket. She'd call Trey. Embarrassing, yes, but... Even as she started to punch in his contact, she heard a thunk. Like a lock turning. And when she tried the door again, it opened smoothly. She rushed in, slammed and locked the door behind her. As she leaned back against it, heart pounding, she knew her eyes were wide and wild. Deliberately, she closed them. It was probably stuck. Just stuck. I unlocked it and it was unlocked. So it jammed for a minute. That's all. And the rest? Stupid panic. She pulled off her boots, carried them to the closet, carefully hung up her coat, unwound her scarf. Though she'd lost her yen for hot chocolate, she followed the agenda. No handy packets of Swiss Miss in the cupboards or in the butler's pantry. She did find a fancy canister with instructions, so she got out a pan and followed them. No handy canister of Ready Whip either, but a small carton of whipping cream. She was not going that far, so she'd take her hot chocolate naked. Feeling better, she went up to the library. For whatever reason, that room felt like hers. She sat by the fire, sipped hot chocolate, then pulled out her phone when it signaled a text from Anna. Somehow I've got to not work when you're doing a big reveal. I'm flabbergasted, and I don't flabbergast easy. The shopping pages are kind of a miracle. I know you haven't finished, but everything looks wonderful, and it works so smoothly. The About page makes me impressed with myself. I love the way you used the photos my mother took yesterday. Great. Now get me a video, with audio. I'm going to do a widget. And, Sonya thought, use it to launch you on TikTok at some point. But no need to scare you off. I don't know what a widget is, but I'm for it. I'll work on it. When this is all done, I'm taking you to lunch. I swear, if I wasn't married and pregnant, I'd marry you and have your baby. While that's tempting, we'll stick with lunch. I'll get your social media up sometime within the next 10 days, so watch for that heading your way. I will. Thank you. Anna. A good day, Sonya thought. In spite of a stuck door, a good day. As she put her foot on the coffee table, her tablet played Michael Bublé's Home. Fine. Whatever. In the evening, she decided to spend some time with the Poole family tree, a glass of wine. Then maybe she'd start one of the new books she'd bought, or switch over to another movie. As Deuce had told her, she found the book in Colin's office, a coffee table style, bound in brown leather. A caring friend, she thought, as she carried it and the wine back to the library. She read the foreword where Deuce explained his interest in genealogy and his hopes that the book would provide a connection to those who came after with those who'd come before. It opened with the family tree, meticulously documented on a 2-page spread. It started in the early 1600s. Holy shit! They had 11 children? 2 died in infancy, another before he reached 5, and another at 16. How do you get through that? She followed it down, but would look at details later. And there was her father and his twin brother. Her mother's name and the date they'd married, the date her father died. The woman Colin had married, that date and the date of her death the same. And there, her name, connected to her parents. So many on those branches, she realized. She'd never thought about it. The only child of an only child, so she'd believed, on her father's side. 1 aunt and 3 cousins on her mother's. Now there were so many more. Dad would have loved this, she murmured. Engrossed, she didn't notice when her tablet played, "We Are Family." So many births, she mused, with twins running through them. So many deaths. She turned the page. Deuce had gone deep into his research, she realized after spending more than an hour reading through the ancestors in the 17th century. There had been lords and ladies, soldiers and farmers in her ancestry, and their share of triumphs and tragedies. By the time she got to the next century, she decided to make tea, a rarity for her, and take that and the book into bed with her. Tucked up, fire simmering, she worked her way through to the Arthur Poole from Liverpool, who'd made his home in Maine and founded the family business. An adventurous man, she thought, as her eyes began to blur. Making his way across the sea at the age of 17, heading to a brave new world and leaving the one he knew behind. A shipbuilder by trade, after years of apprenticeship. And by the age of 24, he'd started his business and had married a wealthy young heiress, one Letitia Armand, and begun building what would become Lost Bride Manor. Love for Letitia, she wondered, or money? They'd had twin sons followed by 3 daughters, and had been married for nearly 25 years before he died. A fall from a horse. So his son Colin inherited the manor, continued his father's expansion of the original structure, while he and his brother ran the business. A few months later, Colin Poole married Astrid Granville. And tragedy. As she felt herself fading, Sonya closed the book, set it aside. She switched off the light and dropped instantly into sleep. The clock chimed the hour of 3, and the music, soft and sad, drifted into her dreams. She studied herself in the mirror, the young, happy bride in her long white dress. Music, quick and lively, echoed up from the main floor where her husband, such a word, husband, hosted family and friends in celebration. Through the open window, the spring breeze came to flutter at the curtains. On the other side of the mirror, Sonya smiled at her. "You look beautiful," she thought. The bride smiled in return. "I will always be beautiful, young and beautiful, a bride to my groom, a wife to my husband, a mistress of the manor, and I will always return to this day when I held true love and joy in one hand, despair and grief in the other." It happened so fast, the woman with the knife rushing in. On the other side of the mirror, Sonya shouted, but the sound couldn't penetrate the glass. As the knife plunged, she pushed and beat on the mirror to try to get through somehow, but she could only watch in horror as the blood spread red over the long white gown. As the young bride fell and the woman cursed her, the murderer took the ring from the dying bride's finger, put it on her own. For a moment, an instant only, darkness flooded her, swept through the room, and she was gone. The bride, blood seeping through the fingers she pressed to her belly, staggered to her feet. Through the glass, her eyes met Sonya's. Again and again, over and over, year by year and bride by bride. Find the 7 rings, break the curse. Like the woman in black, she was gone. The music, the soft and sad, the lively and quick, went with her. With the dream having faded, Sonya woke just after first light to the sound of the snowblower. Remembering her duty, she went down to make coffee and took some out to John D. A bear of a man with a brown beard and eyes to match, he grinned at her. "Getcha up?" "I'm a working girl. I need to start my day too." "That's a seriously blue sky." "Yep. Should have a stretch of clear days coming. Only got about 6 inches with this last one." They stood, drinking coffee, him in his bulky navy coveralls, her in a coat tossed over her pajamas. "Heard you ventured into the village." She had to laugh. "Is that news?" "Most everything is in Pools Bay. That was my brother's wife sold you a scarf. Friend of my mother's daughter's who makes them." "It's wonderful work. You ought to be wearing it. It's a cold one." He polished off his coffee, handed her the mug. "Appreciate it. How about I stack some more wood by the back door for you? You're going through it." "Oh, that would be great, thanks." "Happy to. I've got to get back to it." He winked at her. "I'm a working boy." "Here's to the workers of Maine." She'd unlocked the door and put the keys in her pocket as backup. As the snowblower started up again, the door opened smoothly. Okay, then. A working girl did best with routine, she decided. Hers began with a quick breakfast, a check of emails and texts. Yesterday's inquiry moved to a consult. Fingers crossed, she scheduled one for late morning. A shower, sweats, her water bottle. She refused to think about the neatly made bed as she dressed. Not today. Today she'd focus. She took the Poole family book into the library to set on the coffee table before she started the fire. The rack by the hearth was full. As John D. said, she'd gone through it, so it shouldn't be. The logs in the hearth, neatly laid, waited only for a match. Maybe she'd look up what supplements or herbs, something, helped with memory. But she wouldn't think about it. Not today. Not even when her iPad pumped out the Beatles' "Good morning, good morning." She sat down, began refining Anna's website design. She broke for the consult and did a shoulder wiggle chair bounce as they moved from consult to contract. Just after noon, Anna sent the final photo and, bonus, a 68-second video. Anna at the wheel, and looking good, holding some sort of thin blade to the turning clay, and explaining she'd have a new piece, inspired by the last snowfall, on her website in a few days. Smart, Sonya decided. She added it to the inactive website, tested it. When she broke again, she geared up and took a walk, this time venturing down to the seawall under those clear blue skies. With the PB&J she'd made, always hit the spot, she sat on the stones and watched a couple of boats glide along. Fishing boats, she thought, doing their cold, hard work. She nearly dropped the sandwich. As far out, the sea parted and a whale rose up, its massive body spearing toward the sky. Water spewed up, streamed down as it sounded, as he gleamed with it in the strong sun. When he dived again, the sea rippled and stilled. I saw a whale. I'm just sitting here eating a PB&J and I saw a whale. Then she cursed herself for not grabbing her phone and getting a picture. Next time. She slipped a hand into her pocket, closed it around her phone in case it happened again. She waited until she had to admit it was just too cold to sit on a rock wall hoping to see another whale. She didn't see the shadow at the window again, and the door didn't give her any trouble. Progress. Settling in. She studied the portrait as she took off her boots. I read about you last night. About you and your Colin, and the crazy bitch who stabbed you. Hester Dobbs. Killed him too, when you think about it, since he hanged himself, apparently because he couldn't live without you. As she went to hang up her coat, Taylor Swift's Lover played in the library. I'm getting used to that. She spent the rest of the day on Anna's project, shifted briefly to start on a mood board for the next client, and the evening reading a bit more Poole family history. It seemed Hester Dobbs escaped from her cell shortly before she was to be hanged for Astrid Poole's murder, only to leap to her death from the seawall at the manor after Colin Poole's suicide. Various tools of witchcraft were found in her cabin. That's cheerful. She turned to Connor, Colin's twin, who'd inherited the manor at his brother's death, and, by all accounts, had lived a happy life. From childhood through his own marriage, with a big, ugly murder and suicide in there. He, too, had expanded the manor and the business while producing 5 children, one of which, she noted, had died on her wedding day. Just creepy. Yet he'd died at the age of 72, in his own bed, surrounded by his wife, their surviving children, and his grandchildren. She decided to end the night's reading on that happy note. She then binge-watched 3 episodes of a new Netflix series and called it a night. Situation normal, she murmured as she slipped into bed and into sleep. The clock chiming 3 didn't wake her, nor did the creaks of doors, or the drifting music, or a woman's heartbroken sobs. Part 2. The Manor. All houses wherein men have lived and died are haunted houses. Henry Wadsworth Longfellow, Haunted Houses. Chapter 11. She rolled through the next few days. Maybe she used tunnel vision more than once, but she rolled through. And with the startup catering company having signed the contract, she had plenty to roll through. On a Saturday morning, armed with her phone and a flashlight, just in case, she went through the servants' passageway. The stairs creaked on the way down, but the light showed the way, so she stuck the flashlight in her back pocket. She couldn't imagine herself sitting alone in the media room. Not that it wasn't nice, she observed as she wandered it. Cozy in its way, with big, comfortable chairs and a huge screen. He'd even put in a little bar. Maybe he'd stocked it with drinks and snacks. Had Colin sat there, alone in the big, empty house, going into the worlds on screen? Had he laughed at comedies, felt his pulse quicken at a thriller? Had he munched on popcorn and watched old favorites as she often did? So odd, she thought, to have never known him and see clearly they'd had things in common. A love and talent for art, a love of stories, books, movies, an appreciation for rambling old houses steeped in history and character. Would the brothers, if they'd had the chance, have bonded? Would there have been shared holidays, family jokes? The longer she lived in the house, the more she thought yes. She'd never know for certain, but she felt yes. They'd have become family, even if they'd met as grown men. She moved from the media room into the gym with its rack of free weights, a treadmill, and a recumbent bike, and yet another wall screen. The man had seriously liked TV. Hooks held exercise bands and yoga straps. He'd had a stability ball, medicine balls, even a pull-up bar. So he'd been serious about fitness, too. Idly, she picked up 2 dumbbells, faced the mirror, and did some curls. She could probably talk herself into using this space. She missed her membership at the gym, a gym she'd given up, as Brandon went to the same one. She could stream workouts on the screen, get back into the habit. No time like now, she decided, and spent the next 30 minutes reminding herself how much she hated squats. Rubbing her ass because she felt it, she toured a storage area, found holiday decorations. Halloween, Christmas, 4th of July. You and my mother would have gotten along, too. She found another set of stairs leading down, peered into the dark. The basement, she concluded. I just don't think so. It gave her the boiler room from Stephen King's The Shining vibe, and she shut the door. She wandered more, and to her delight, found a panel of bells. Maybe she didn't have her uncle's full passion for movies and TV, but she'd seen this sort of thing in period pieces. Each bell connected to a room and signaled the staff to respond. No connection now, of course, but they'd kept that old communication in place down here. She rang one. "Mr. Poole must want his 11s in the morning room." She shook her head and thought, what a life. Up and down the stairs, she thought as she started back up, in and out of the passageways so the family or their guests didn't have to see you. Did it make a good life or a bad one? She wondered. Had there been a warm bed at night, a full belly, decent pay? Would someone have been pleased to work here? Or had it been sheer drudgery? As she started to the 3rd floor, the bell, far below, marked the gold room, rang. But she'd walked into another storage area and didn't hear. She found furniture. Tables, desks, chairs, what she thought might be a cabinet for sheet music. She discovered an old Victrola, and a stash of the thick old records that played on it. For the fun of it, she cranked the Victrola, chose a record at random. Billie Holiday. She'd heard the name, didn't know the music. After carefully placing the needle, she heard a few seconds of scratchy, jazzy piano and a horn. Then, magic. "Okay," she mumbled as the music, that voice, filled the air. "I get why I've heard the name when you recorded this about 60 years before I was born." Ms. Holiday, the Victrola and all of it, she determined, needed to find a home in the music room, once she figured out how to get it down there. When she opened the first of a treasure trove of trunks, she actually squealed and sighed in pleasure as she ran a hand over the lace and silk of the top dress. Careful packing layers of tissue and the cedar lining had helped preserve the deep green material. She didn't have a clue what era it represented, only that it was gorgeous. Afraid to disturb it, she lifted an edge, saw more dresses beneath, just as meticulously packed. They should go to a museum, she thought. She needed to have someone who knew fashion and eras come in, go through them. Maybe keep a few, she considered. This would kill at a costume party. And if the manor isn't the spot for a killer costume party, where is? Sitting back on her heels, she realized it hadn't taken 3 months. It hadn't taken 3 weeks. She'd already decided to stay. One by one, she opened trunks. More clothes, for the lady and the gentleman. Shoes and hats, all lovingly wrapped. A museum, she thought again. Or if they weren't worthy, at least a vintage shop. My great-whatevers wore all this stuff. They need to be seen, admired, worn again. She stood up, looked around. On impulse, she chose another record. In the mood, because she sort of knew it, and, well, she was in the mood. Was it odd, she wondered, for her to stand here with the old music playing on the old machine while surrounded with so much from the past? Her family's past. She didn't think so. She thought it struck just the right note. Sheets, white as ghosts, draped over most of the furniture. Not too much dust yet. And she could thank the Doyles and the meticulous inventory for that. But too much stored away, hidden away, that could and should be used and appreciated. Heirlooms, yes, but maybe the cousins wanted some of it. Or at least a select piece or two. And her mother. Yes, her mother should have something. It wasn't a matter of selling it. Selling it didn't seem right somehow. And some, maybe most, should be kept for future generations. Family history, in wood and glass, in silks and satins, in thick old records. It would take her days, more realistically weeks and months, to go through it all. Going down the inventory list simply didn't do the job of seeing, touching, feeling, she admitted. Okay then, this goes on the handle it list. So does hiring a cleaning service, because I really can't maintain this place the way it needs to be maintained by myself. She made notes of the pieces she wanted to move downstairs, added finding a consultant on vintage clothing, picking a cleaning service. The practical thing, she thought as she wandered, would be to close off most, if not all, of the 3rd floor, the attic. After she'd opened that door to the cousins, her mother, A seasonal cleaning should work there. She walked into the half-turret, Colin's studio. Light poured in from the windows on 3 sides, spilling onto the polished wood floors. He'd kept his supplies on shelves on the rear wall, and a work table. A couple of easels stood folded there, but another stood in that semicircle of glass. What do I do with your things? Maybe I'd use some of them eventually, but... She trailed a finger over the brushes in one of the brush easels. Brushes for oils, for acrylics, for watercolors, color shapers, spatcher blades, palette knives on a rack of their own, sketchbooks, pencils, charcoal. Her father had had nearly the same setup, and had used the same brush washer, the cold-pressed linseed oil, the mineral spirits. It would have smelled the same in here as in her father's studio, and the thought of it made her eyes sting. I don't have the talent for this, or the time. Or, Mom was right, the passion. But what do I do with your things? One of the cousins again? Or Cleo? Unsure, she opened the door beside the work table and lost her breath. The full-length portrait stood framed in simple dark wood. Though not as large as the one of Astrid Poole, it had the same impact. The woman stood again in a long white dress. Not the same dress, but unmistakably a wedding gown, with its off-the-shoulder sweetheart neckline, the full frothy skirt. The woman in it wore a headpiece of rosebuds with a trailing ribbon over auburn hair that tumbled in waves to her shoulders. Joy radiated out of summer blue eyes. In her right hand, where a diamond glinted on her finger, she held a bouquet of blue hydrangeas and airy greenery. On her left, she wore a platinum band sparkling with more diamonds. The sea spread at her back. You're Joanna. You have to be. And I'm not leaving you shut away in here. As she reached for the canvas, the closet door nearly slammed shut behind her. And I'm not getting shut away in here either. She took a nearly full jug of mineral spirits off the shelf, used it to brace the door open. She maneuvered the painting out, then carried it over to set it on the easel. For now, I actually like you in the simplicity of this frame. No fuss, no carving. And I'll find a place for you. I don't know why he didn't. She sucked in her breath as a door slammed, then a second, then a third. Suddenly cold, she hurried out. Closing off the 3rd floor, she told herself, making sure all the doors are shut and closing off the storage areas as soon as possible. Her thought to make coffee, to warm up, flew out of her head when she reached the kitchen. Every cabinet door stood open. That's just enough! Maybe her voice shook, but she said it again. That's just enough! And shut every door with a snap. She started to rush to the coat closet, grab her things, get out. And as she reached for her coat, she knew if she left now, left when her hands trembled, she might never come back. It's my house. It's my damn house. So she'd make coffee and work a while. Before she worked, she'd take something out of the freezer, maybe chicken, and later she'd make a meal that wasn't a salad, a sandwich, or canned soup. I'm going to work here and sleep here and eat here and live here because it's my damn house. That evening, she gave the Poole family history book a pass. She FaceTimed her mother so they had dinner together, and her world seemed back on track. Let's see. Your first dinner party at the manor, Winter considered. You're in Maine, in the winter, a good-sized group of meat-eaters, pot roast. That sounds complicated. It's not, trust me. You can do it. You need a big Dutch oven with a lid. And I'm going to give you a list of ingredients, send you the recipe. You put it together, baby, and it does the rest. If you say so. I do. Write this down. The longer the list, the more she considered the idea of just taking the Doyle family out to dinner. Don't even think about that. You're going to invite them into your home and make them a lovely meal. Remember how the house smelled when I made pot roast? Yeah, amazing, but that's you. You've got this. Maybe, Sonya thought when they'd said goodbye, and she took another look at the long list. But she wouldn't place any bets on it. She'd make tea. Something she'd discovered added a soothing note in the evening. Get in her pajamas and start the novel by her bed. She had her agenda for tomorrow already laid out in her head. An early start, she thought, a midday walk, then back to it. She paused by the music room, studied it with tea in hand. Yes, definitely the Victrola, the music cabinet. She could arrange them in there. And you know what else? That still life's a little formal for me. Joanna could go there. Maybe she played an instrument. Note to self, ask Deuce. She walked up to her room, felt her stomach clutch. The fire simmered, and the bed was turned down. And this time, a fresh pair of pajamas sat neatly folded on the space between the pillows and the turned-down duvet. I have to talk to someone about this. How do I talk to someone about this without sounding like a crazy woman? Maybe I am a crazy woman. I don't feel crazy. But she felt uneasy enough to shut the door and turn the lock. Sonya spent the beginning of the week with her head down, her blinders on, and her mind on the work. If doors creaked open or slammed shut, she ignored them. When her iPad greeted her with a song, she shrugged it off. By Thursday, she started the final testing cycles for Anna's website, her social media, the works. Incredible, Sonya thought, what she could accomplish with long hours and few distractions. But today, she cut her work time short. Cleo would be there tomorrow. She couldn't wait, and she actually needed to go to the market. And since that meant a trip to the village, she'd take care of opening that bank account. The lobster cage had a terrific takeout menu, so she'd order something and bring home dinner for herself. On her way to her car, she detoured to the garage, used the remote to open it. As she'd suspected, Colin's truck appeared every bit as big and intimidating as she'd imagined. That, she determined, she could sell without guilt. She eyed the pair of snow shovels that, thanks to John D., she'd yet to use. A big, red, freestanding tool cabinet stood next to a workbench. A man's 12-speed bike hung on the wall. What she thought might be a compressor sat in the far corner. She closed the door again. She'd figure out what to do about the truck at least. Then she could park her car in the garage. The bank took longer than she'd imagined. Not just the paperwork, but conversations. It turned out the assistant bank manager was a very distant cousin, the Ogilby side, stemming from George Ogilby, who married Jane Poole, Hugh Poole's daughter, in the late 1800s.
I'm Mary Jane. She adjusted her red-framed glasses. I go by MJ. Everyone was very sorry about Colin, but we're very glad there's a pool in the manor again. I just hated to see it closed up and empty like it was for a time after Charlie Poole died back in... What was it? 65 or 66, I think? My mother would know exactly. She knew Charlie Poole.
I'm just starting to learn about the family history.
Isn't everybody? Nobody had any idea Colin had a twin brother, or that they were Charlies. My mother claims she's not a bit surprised, but she will say that. It's just sad, if you ask me, that your dad and Colin never had a chance to know each other.
I feel the same.
And poor Greta Poole, living with that lie all her life?
Tisking, MJ shook her head.
Her mother ruled that roost, you'd better believe.
Do you know her? Greta Poole?
She did her banking here. Or Colin did it for her, for the most part. She hasn't been well for, a dozen years or more. But he took care of her. Good care.
She filed it all away as she finished setting up her account, just before the bank closed for the day. She had her market list on her phone. Fresh salad makings, fresh fruit, more eggs and milk, more coffee, butter. In and out, she promised herself. But in the market, she added bagels, chips, and because she didn't know her way around yet, added more. Gauging her time, she placed her order at the restaurant. But since the market stood only steps away from a little florist, why not? Flowers for Cleo's room, her own, the front parlor. What the hell? The library. Didn't she spend most of her time there? Plus contacts, she reminded herself, and chatted with the florist on duty, who happened to be a friend of Anna's. "You're updating Anna's webpage, I hear." "More of a new build, but yes." "She tells me what she's seen and approved is terrific." "I think so." "You know, we have online ordering, and we deliver to the manor." "I didn't know. Do you have a card?" "Yes. Do you?" They exchanged cards, and when Sonya walked out, loaded with flowers, she thought, maybe. She drove to the lobster cage, followed an arrow that said parking, and pulled in by what she recognized as Trey's truck. More conversation, she thought, but good. She had some questions for him. Unless he was on a date, though it seemed early for a date. Even if he had a date, she'd say hello and potentially meet someone else. This trip had netted her a banker, a grocery clerk, and a florist. She walked into a bar area, cozily rustic with a brick wall behind the bar, a scatter of dark high and low top tables. Though the wide opening that led to the dining area showed that room was largely empty, the bar area did a lively business. She spotted Trey at the long bar with a beer in his hand as he talked to the man beside him. He spotted her, smiled, and swiveled on his stool.
"Buy you a drink, cutie?"
Tempting, but no. I'm doing takeout and have stuff in the car.
"Take a minute. Meet your cousin Owen."
"Oh." Owen turned, looked at her with eyes a lighter green than her own and flecked with amber. His hair, a deeper brown than hers, fell unruly around an angular face, carrying a couple of days' worth of stubble. She supposed if she looked hard enough, she'd find a resemblance. "It's good to meet you." He took the hand she held out in one as hard as a wood plank.
"Yeah, you're a surprise."
"You too. Actually, I was hoping to meet you. I went through some of the storage areas over the weekend and wondered if you'd want anything."
"Want what?"
"There's so much stored away. So much altogether, really. I thought you or the other cousins I didn't know I had might want something."
"I can't think of anything offhand, but thanks."
"And there's his truck."
"You want to get rid of Colin's truck?"
"Not get rid of so much as I've never driven a truck."
"You should learn."
He looked at Trey.
"She should learn." "Yeah, maybe don't rush into that, Sonya. And Owen, you should go on up there sometime. Take a look at what's stored away. I see where you're coming from," he said to Sonya. "It's a shame so much is just closed away."
When Owen shrugged, she pressed. "I wish you would. I'm there most of the time. I work right there. You could just let me know." She dug out a card. "And tell the others."
"Sure. I'll pass it along."
"Good. And Trey, do you know anybody who could move a few things? I did find a few items I'd like to move down, and there's a painting I want to switch out."
"You've got 2 able-bodied men right here. Why don't we run up there this weekend, Owen? 2 birds for you."
He shrugged again. "It's not a lot. Just a couple of pieces, and the painting of Joanna on her wedding day." Trey took a slow sip of beer.
"What painting of Joanna?"
"The one I found in the closet of Colin's studio. It's beautiful, and it shouldn't be shut up in there."
"In the closet, in the small turret?"
"That's right."
"Okay."
Eyes on hers, Trey sipped his beer.
"How about Saturday?" "It'll have to be after 3.
Owen said.
"After 3 on Saturday?"
"Perfect, and much appreciated. I need to pick up my order. I'm glad I met you, Owen."
"Don't get rid of that truck. If you want it out of the way, I can park it down by the dock."
"Thanks. Maybe. See you both on Saturday." Owen watched Trey watch her walk away. He took a sip of his beer.
"She might not know your poker face, but I do. There wasn't a painting in that closet, was there? Not as of a few weeks ago, and I'd remember if there had been a wedding portrait of Joanna Poole in the inventory. Well, somebody wants her to have it. Apparently."
Idly sipping his beer, Owen watched her leave with her takeout bag.
"Do you figure she'll last up there for the 3 years?" "I wouldn't bet against her." "She's your type?"
Surprised, amused, Trey swiveled back.
Since when do I have a type? Since she walked in? Huh. Maybe. Still need to keep it light. Because... Not only because she's dealing with a lot right now, but she was engaged, weeks from the wedding, just last summer. Back. She didn't strike me as the flighty type. Don't think she is. Could be she has bad taste in men. That gives you a shot.
Trey met Owen's smirk with one of his own.
Let's order some nachos and another brew. I'm for it.
When she got home, Sonya carried half the flowers and half the groceries into the kitchen, then went out for the rest. She'd bought too much, obviously. But maybe it wouldn't be too much if she talked Cleo into staying a couple extra days. She hauled in the last, shut the door. The tablet she'd left on the desk upstairs started up with Ariana Grande's Thinking About You. "Maybe you shouldn't," she muttered. And when she walked into the kitchen, all the cupboard doors stood open. She dumped the flowers and groceries on the island. "Fine, I surrender. The place is haunted. Happy now?" After yanking off her coat, she tossed it on a stool, pulled off her hat, tossed that, then dragged her hands through her hair. "Losing my mind," she muttered. "Just losing my mind." She put the groceries away, closing doors as she went. Okay, vases. She heard it, the little creak from the butler's pantry. She eased that way, saw the pair of upper doors over the sink open. "I'll deal with it." She snagged the flowers, marched in. "I'm not going anywhere, so you deal with that." After choosing vases, she focused on arranging flowers. She'd live her life, she told herself. Her normal, productive, reasonably sane life. In the big, haunted manor. To prove it, she'd warm up the shrimp scampi takeout, eat dinner, have a glass of wine. She'd take the flowers upstairs that went upstairs, make sure the room she'd earmarked for Cleo had everything ready for her. Put in an hour, maybe 2, on work, then settle in for the night with her book. Normal. "This is my house now," she said as she poured the wine. "So get used to it." Late in the night, pounding woke her. She pulled herself out of sleep, tossed the covers aside. Someone pounded on the door. The front door, she thought. She heard it still over the howling wind, the thrash of the sea. As she rolled out of bed, she saw the snow. Fast, thick, whirling outside the windows. A storm had come up, and someone needed help. She rushed out, grateful for the nightlights she'd plugged in down the hallway. Someone stuck in the blizzard. An accident, a breakdown. As she hurried down the stairs, she thought she heard them cry out for help. But the noise, the wind, the waves, stormed through the air. Breathless, she twisted the deadbolt, pulled the door open. To a cold, calm, clear night. No storm raged. No desperate traveler stood calling for help. Shocked, she nearly stepped out. But remembering the locked door on her first walk, she pulled back. Not a raging blizzard, but bitterly cold. She wouldn't risk getting locked out of her own house in the middle of the night. Shuddering, she shut the door. Maybe by morning she'd convince herself she'd dreamed it all. But now, it was all too real. Had Colin heard pounding at the door? Had he rushed to help and fallen on the stairs? Fallen to his death? That leaped a long way, a hell of a long way from playing music, opening doors, making up the bed. Now, as she stood alone in the foyer, the house stayed silent around her, as if it waited. "I'm pretty steady on my feet, and I'm not going anywhere." Her voice seemed to echo back to her as she walked to the staircase. As she climbed, the clock struck 3. Chapter 12. In the morning, it remained real. She knew she hadn't dreamed it all. She'd seen what she'd seen, heard what she'd heard. She'd handle it, because she wanted to live here. She wanted to work in the library and wake to sunrises over the sea. She wanted to watch whales sound and spot a deer coming out of the woods. She toasted a bagel, made coffee, and with her tablet sat at the table answering emails and texts. A check on her weather app told her they'd likely see snow, 2 to 4 inches by mid-afternoon. Hopefully, Cleo would arrive about noon as planned. After filling her water bottle, Sonya went back up. She'd shower, put on actual clothes, then work until Cleo got there. The made-up bed and flecked pillows barely gave her a jolt this time. Ignoring it, she went into the bathroom, firmly closed the door. She needed to talk to Cleo, she thought as she showered. If anyone stood wide open to ghosts, spirits, poltergeists, whatever the hell, it was Cleopatra Faberé. Or maybe just having someone else in the house for a few days would disperse things, somehow. She hooked a towel on, started to reach for another to clear the steam from the mirror, and stared at the message written in it. 7 lost. 7 what? Annoyed as much as shaken, she wiped it away. I don't do cryptic. Since the patchy sleep after 3 a.m. showed, she used makeup to disguise it. She dressed in jeans, a sweater, even added earrings. Decided she looked fine, cheerful, and sane. In the library, she set her tablet on the desk, walked over to start the fire. The tablet greeted her with Steve Holey's "Good morning, beautiful." That doesn't win you points after last night. Fire fought with a crackle. Snow might come later, but for now the sun beamed. After yesterday's tests on Anna's website and social media, she wanted to make a few minor adjustments before she ran another round. And she wanted Cleo's eye on the project. She lost herself in it, working straight through the morning. When the doorbell sounded, she jumped, cursed herself, and shoved out of the chair. She rushed downstairs, swung the door open, and locked her arms around her friend. "You're here! I'm so glad you're here. It took me about 10 minutes to shove my eyes back in my head after I saw this house, but I'm here. You okay, son?" Yes. Just really glad to see you." Sonya pulled her suitcase and her shoulder bag inside. "Well, oh my God, wow. I know, right? It bears repeating. Wow. This is like... No, it's like nothing else. Look at that staircase. The chandelier, the floors, the every freaking thing. I knew I had a video tour, but holy crap, Sonya, actually seeing it? I felt the same way. I think I'm sort of getting used to it. Then I realized, no, not really. I want to see it all." Cleo pulled off her hat, and her gorgeous hair sprang free. "Every single inch. And this is the murdered bride. Oh, Sonya, she's so young and beautiful." As she took off her coat, Cleo stepped toward the portrait. "He must have loved her. Really loved. To have this thing about her. And hanged himself as soon as it was finished," Sonya added. "Which is awful. Tragic all around. But she's still here, isn't she? Young and beautiful. So, where do we start?" "Turret sitting room, coat closet." She hadn't started a fire in there, or in the front parlor, but in both rooms, fires burned cheerfully as she guided Cleo through. "I have to come up with better than wow, but I'm sticking with it for now. Let's take your bag up so you can see where you're sleeping. We can go through the rest down here later. I picked out your room." Sonya continued as they started up. "But you can pick another if you want. We got plenty of them." "You'd have to in this place. The library. Oh, yeah, it's just perfect. What a workspace. I'm crazy about it." "Me too." Or it was making her crazy. Take your pick. "I'm on the other side, end of the hall." "Let's start there, work our way back." Jesus, the length of this hallway. The color, that incredibly rich rose, the arches. Is this his art? "A lot of it," Sonya said as they walked. "But apparently art runs in the family. I've found some signed Arthur Poole, Jane Ogilvy, who was a Poole, a Letitia Poole Bennett, and so on. Talent in the genes. And you've got double doors. Pretty frickin' grand." Cleo nodded as she wandered Sonya's room.
Colin Poole knew how to honor the history of this place and live well while he was at it. And the view! I'd stand here and picture myself as the heroine in one of those old Gothic novels. You've got your own sitting room, which is both classy and adorable, and this very classy bedroom with a changeable painting for a view. She turned, grinned. Score. Let's see where you put me. You've got choices. Sonya led her back down the hall, but I started with this. A sitting room? Oh, look at the wallpaper. Cleo traced a finger over a bluebird in flight. This is listed as Bluebird. The rooms have names. Of course they do. This is just gorgeous. The little curved divan, those sweet lamps, and the bedroom. I've got a canopy bed and a view. The sea view opened to a room of rich blues and deep roses with a fireplace, where Sonya had started a fire in anticipation, facing a bed with an open canopy draped in the same tones. The white lilies and pink rosebuds Sonya had arranged in a slender cobalt vase sat on a long dresser with carved, curved legs. I'm going to feel like a celebrity Gothic heroine, with her own adorable bathroom. There's another I thought about. It faces the forest, which is wonderful in its own way, so, Smile dreamy, hands on her hips, Cleo turned in a circle. This is mine. I stake my claim. To prove it, she flopped onto the bed, stared up through the canopy at the ceiling. I can help you unpack. Oh, the hell with that. Later. I want to see more. She sat up. Is there a creepy basement? There is. I want to see that too. You're on your own with that. I really, really missed you, Cleo. I missed you. I swear it feels like months instead of a couple weeks. She popped up. Come on, show me more. Then let's pick a room and open a bottle of wine. Sonya showed her more and felt even the dregs of anxiety drain at Cleo's delighted reaction to everything. When they stood shivering on the widow's walk, the snow began to fall. Imagine standing here, looking out and not knowing when the person you loved would come home. The Pooles not only built ships but sailed them, Sonya said. So I guess more than one stood here looking out and wondering. I see what you mean about the forest. It's magical. It's all magical. She wrapped an arm around Sonya's waist. My best friend fell into magic. I love this, Sonya. I love it for you. Let's go have wine. They went down, opened a bottle. For now, Sonya noted, the iPad stayed quiet, and the cabinets in the kitchen remained closed. If she'd imagined it all, maybe she needed to see a doctor. They took the wine, Cleo's pick, into the solarium to sit in the warm among the plants and watch the snowfall. Now, Cleo settled back. We're just into our second decade of knowing each other. What's worrying you? Not nearly as much with you here. I think all this alone time in this big house started making me a little crazy. I love it, and didn't expect to. I didn't expect to be so determined to stay. I miss you. I miss Mom. Sometimes I miss living in the city. But I want to be here. It's yours, Son. And it's not just a house. It's your history and generations of family. You're making it your home. I can see pieces of you all around. Not just the library, though, that's all you now. You don't love it just because it's amazing, and it is. You love it because it's you. I'm a big old house on the coast of Maine. Not the location necessarily, but yeah, the rest. You always wanted this. Lifting a finger, Cleo ticked it in the air. I'm not wrong there. I did. It feels sort of strange to know I did want this. When that asshole, whose name I won't speak unless it's in a curse, wanted to look at houses, you wanted something just like this. Smaller scale for sure, but a house with history, with character, with quirks. All he wanted was a big fancy box with status symbol all over it. You're right about that. I'm here until Monday morning. Settling back, Cleo toasted both of them. I know your mom's coming up in a few weeks, and I'll come up again. Trust me on that because I miss you. Plus, I love this place too. You could stay. I've got a meeting Monday afternoon, so
No, I mean, stay. Move in. Cleo's topaz eyes widened.
Move in? Here?
Why not? You can work anywhere just like me. It's only 3 hours to Boston to have meetings if you can't do it by remote. Your family can come and stay anytime, at all. You can have that bedroom, or you could take the apartment if you want more space. The words tumbled out in a rush. You know we can live together. We did it for 4 years in college, and it's such a big house. We could go days without seeing each other if we wanted to.
Well, holy shit, Sonya.
More than stunned, Cleo pushed a hand through her hair.
And here comes another wow.
You could think about it, couldn't you? Just think about it. The Village. It's not Boston by any stretch, but it's charming. And there are some restaurants, some shops. Have some more wine, Sonya said almost desperately now. And just think about it.
You're serious about this?
I'm serious. And wanted it more than she'd let herself admit. You fell for Colin's studio during the video tour, and when we just walked through it again, it's yours. Or you could set up any place you want. But you know you could work there and have the space and the time to paint more. You really only paint in the summer now, outside, because your apartment doesn't have the light or space. You'd have it here. Eyes narrowed. Cleo pointed a finger.
You're playing dirty with that turret space.
It's made for you. You have to at least think about it.
It's hard to think of anything else right now.
Good. That's good. Bracing herself, Sonya took a long sip of wine. Because I need to tell you either I'm having some sort of a breakdown, I've got a brain tumor, or the manor's haunted. Cleo said nothing for a moment, then picked up her own glass.
Those are words I never expected to hear coming out of my most sensible friend.
I know, but... Cleo held up a hand.
You're not having a breakdown. You don't have a damn brain tumor. And of course the manor's haunted.
I don't know how to... As she stared, Sonya's breath hitched in, hitched out. How do you know it's haunted? They haven't done anything since you've been here.
Well, Jesus, Son, because they're here. Because I felt them the minute I walked in. At least one of my wows was for them.
Cleo angled her head.
What do they do?
They... God, I can't sit down. She pushed up, paced around the plants. They open doors, shut them, move things. Music starts playing on my iPad. Sometimes they open all the kitchen cabinets. They clean out the wood-burning fireplaces and set the logs. I think they bring logs in, too. They make up my bed in the morning and turn it down at night.
Do you thank them?
Sonya goggled.
Thank them? If someone made up my bed and turned it down for me, I'd thank them.
No, I haven't thanked them, or it, or...
Because you didn't want to believe they exist.
Why would I? Exhausted by the rant, Sonya dropped down again. Why would anybody want to believe they might be living in a haunted house? Last night, she closed her eyes, breathed deep. Last night, someone pounded on the door, the front door. It woke me up. And when I looked out the window, I swear, Cleo, there was a blizzard. Snow, howling wind. I went down. I thought someone had an accident or their car broke down. But when I opened the door, there was nothing. No snow, nobody, no howling wind. I didn't dream it.
Okay.
With a nod, Cleo took another sip of wine.
It'll take me 2 or 3 weeks to get everything together and move up here.
You... Sonya covered her face with her hands and burst into tears.
Oh, come on, Son. Come on.
Rising, Cleo shifted seats and wrapped around her friend.
It's okay. We'll be roomies again, in really big rooms. You don't think I'd let you have a haunted house all to yourself?
I love you so much.
I love you right back.
You're sure? Not about loving me, but moving here?
Absolutely sure. And I hope whoever's in charge of housekeeping turns down my bed, too.
If they don't,
I will.
With a laugh, Cleo drew back.
We're gonna have some fun. Anyway, If loving my best friend and the ghosts hadn't done it, that turret studio did. I've been obsessed with it since we FaceTimed.
Do you want the apartment? Laughing, Cleo gave Sonya a little shove.
Do you think I'm giving up the beautiful bluebird? No possible way. Come on, let's go get me unpacked.
They unpacked, then finished the wine in one of the sitting rooms by the fire. They made canned tomato soup and grilled cheese sandwiches for dinner, a college days staple. Over another bottle of wine, they huddled on the sofa in the front parlor, sharing a bowl of popcorn and making plans. When they finally went upstairs, Sonya pulled Cleo into her bedroom. See? Do you see? You know I haven't been up here, but the fire's on, the bed's turned down.
Say thank you.
Thank you?
Now let's go see if I got the same service.
When Cleo walked in, saw the gas fire glowing, the bed turned down, her reaction was to clap her hands together and laugh.
All right, that's so sweet. Thank you.
There are parts of you I'll never fully understand.
Born in the bayou,
Cleo sang.
But you weren't. My grandmare was. I'm gonna sleep like a queen. See you in the morning.
Sonya might have shaken her head as she walked back to her room, but when she slipped into bed, she smiled, knowing Cleo slept just a few rooms away. Sonya, wake up! With the stage whisper voice in her ear and the hand shaking her shoulder, Sonya shot from dead asleep to wide awake with a single wild jolt. What? Shh! Listen. Cleo gripped her shoulder now. The piano music seemed to float upstairs. Do you hear that? In the dim light of the fire, Sonya clutched at Cleo with both hands. Tell me you hear that. Of course I hear it. It's why I'm waking you up at 3 a.m. We have to go check it out. We have to go check it out, Sonya repeated, struggling against dread as she got out of bed. Do you know the song? Still whispering, Cleo tugged Sonya out of the room. It sounds familiar. Sort of familiar. I thought I dreamed it. Unless you and I are having the same dream at the same time while we're walking out of your sitting room, that's a no. As they approached the staircase, the music came clearer. Wait! Sonya dashed into the library, arrowed toward the fireplace. She grabbed the poker. Son, I don't think a piano-playing ghost is looking for a bite. Plus, what are you going to do with that? Kill them? Gripping the poker with both hands, Sonya sent Cleo a "don't argue with me" glare. They crept down the stairs, and when they reached the base, Sonya nodded toward the music room. Light flickered there, as if from candles or flames in a hearth. The song played on as they approached. Then came a long, distinctly human sigh, and it faded away. Armed with the poker, Sonya rushed the doorway. She saw nothing but shapes and shadows in the dark. Cursing, she groped for the light switch. Under the glitter of the chandelier, no one sat at the piano, but for the instruments, the furniture, the room was empty. This is bullshit. I saw light in here, and I can still smell candles. They heard us coming and took off. Sonya, we were almost at the door when it went dark and the music stopped. Nobody could have gotten by us without us seeing them. There could be a passageway. Another passageway, like for the servants. Determined, she put the poker down to search along the walls. The wainscoting. What do you call it? Chair rail. There could be a button or pull worked in. I'm gonna do reverse X-Files. You don't want to believe. Of course I don't want to believe! Her voice pitched up 2 full registers. Especially at 3 a.m, I don't want to believe some ghost got the urge to play the damn piano. Help me look. Obliging, Cleo took the next wall. You'd rather believe someone's sneaking around the house, opening doors, moving things, and so on, and playing the piano in the middle of the night. This person can also blow out the candles and zip into a secret passage in about 2 seconds. At least I could give them a good smack with the poker and tell them to get the hell out of my house. So yeah, I'd rather believe that. She stopped, scrubbed her hands over her face. No, I don't actually believe that. Before you got here today, I was torn between accepting there's something in the house or accepting I was going crazy. Hallucinating. Maybe that brain tumor.
Well, I am here, and I can tell you you're not crazy or hallucinating.
Cleo walked over, wrapped an arm around Sonia's shoulders.
There's more than one something in this house, and the one playing the piano's a female.
The sigh. I heard it too.
She's sad.
I don't think many people are happy to be dead.
Maybe it's Astrid. Getting murdered on your wedding day is bound to make you sad. The song.
Wandering to the piano, Cleo tried to pick it out.
Sort of like that, right? The basic notes. I really think I've heard it before, but I can't place it.
And that's the most important element in this scenario?
Could be a clue.
Cleo brightened.
It's like when Nancy drew, and this is the case of the haunted piano. I'm going back to bed. Good idea. The candle wax is still a little soft in these tapers, she said as she poked a finger in one.
You're not the least bit freaked out.
Not yet. Right now, I'm freaking fascinated. Hey, don't forget your polka.
Ha ha. You'd have been glad I had it if we walked in here to an axe murderer.
That would be the axe murderer who takes time out to play the piano. The axe murderer who sweetly turns down the beds at night. That one?
Sonya let out a sigh of her own and took Cleo's hand as they walked upstairs.
I'm glad you're here. I'm gladder of it every second. Oh, when I was falling asleep, I had this thought.
Don't tell me if it involves calling in paranormal RS.
Not that. When the lawyer and the cousin come tomorrow to move those things you wanted, can I ask them to move anything else if I see something?
I don't see why not. Did you see something?
We went through before we talked about me staying and working in that fabulous turret space. I could look, pay more attention, with that in mind. Anyway, tomorrow.
They paused at Cleo's door.
There's a desk, a great desk. The one you use now. It's serviceable, but you could have better. And you need some seating. Got a mental list going on it, and a couple other things. Tomorrow, Cleo repeated. We've got men coming, so I need sleep so I don't look like a hag. And that happens never. If you hear something and I don't, come get me. Count on it.
Good, I hope. Night.
Sonya expected the same restless, patchy, post-3 a.m. sleep she'd experienced the night before, but she dropped off in seconds and woke to soft morning light. Since she expected Cleo would sleep at least 2 more hours, she went to make coffee. She'd squeeze in a little work, then they'd do a kind of brunch before they went on a hunt for what Cleo could use in her studio, and anywhere else she wanted. The idea that her friend would live there gave her such a boost. And it didn't hurt, really, to know she hadn't imagined things, forgotten things. Optimism ruled the day as she sat at her desk. Even her tablet deciding to play Come Saturday Morning didn't dim it. Just after 11, Cleo came in. Her hair fell in perfect corkscrews. The lids on her long, amber eyes showed just a hint of bronze. She wore snug black jeans with an ombre sweater that went from the palest of lavender to the deepest purple.
You're all duded up.
Company's coming. Male-type company. She struck a pose. First impressions are first. Plus, my best friend bought me this sweater because she knows what I like. Working? She added. I can get scarce. I was working until you got up. She checked the time.
They're not coming until after 3, so I've got time to put myself together.
I hate you can look like that before putting anything together. I've always hated you for that, but my love's stronger. On cue, the music switched to Queen's You're My Best Friend. Cleo laughed in delight. You've got like a ghost DJ. You know that's cool. I'll shut down and we'll go have a girl brunch. Don't shut down yet. Let me see what you've got for the Potter. We didn't get around to that last night. I'm running tests. I'm going to have it up and running next week. That's fast. Plenty of time to work here. First, here's what she had. Cleo came around, looked over Sonia's shoulder. Okay, I like her work. The site's not horrible. Load times are, and it didn't work worth shit on mobile devices. You saw the mood board there, and this is what I designed. She approved, and I'm testing." Cleo cackled, gave Sonya a light punch on the shoulder as the website came on screen. "Okay, baby, that sings. Classy but approachable. Arty but down to earth. Strong colors, more impact. Good call on the little video. Can you enlarge it?" Yeah. She's got a face. Great bones. The hair shows them off. I may have to sketch that." Sonya clicked on the shop tab. "And I change like her work to love. Your new format really shows it off." "Zena's new pot's Anna's work." "What?" Cleo walked over to the window. "How could I not have noticed her new outfit? Love it. And Zena looks happy with it. She's got some new buds coming in." "So I see. Enough work. I've been up since 8 and I'm starved. I want to eat in that major dining room." "Really?" "Absolutely. We'll be completely bougie. You've got a big house, pal. Let's use it." "Boy, did I need you." "And we'll talk about some terms." "Terms?" Sonya shut down. "You're not paying rent, Cleo. I don't pay rent, so you don't." "I get that. I do, and it's appreciated. But I will contribute. I'll do the grocery shopping. We'll make weekly lists and buy the food. I'm a better cook than you, which isn't saying much about either of us, so I'll handle dinner. Let's say 5 nights a week, roughly. We'll work it out." "Yeah, we will." Cleo grinned as they started downstairs. "It's what we do." Chapter 13. At Cleo's insistence, Sonya duded up after brunch. It seemed wasteful, since she'd probably help move furniture. But at that point in time, if Cleo had asked her to do handsprings in the foyer, she'd have tried it. So, in rust-colored suede pants and a stone-gray turtleneck, she guided Cleo through storage areas again. This desk. Sonya had to maneuver her way back to it while Cleo cooed over a floor lamp shaped like a mermaid holding a crystal ball. "I want this lamp in the studio." Sonya swiped at her hair, nodded. "I should have known that." "She's perfect. I'm doing a book on mermaids." "Did I know that?" "I haven't started yet. It's the Monday meeting. An adult book." She circled the lamp. "Coffee table, illustrations depicting various lores, various cultures. That's your wheelhouse." "It is. The desk. Oh! She danced to it. "It's going to weigh a ton," Sonya predicted. "And it'll take some work to get it down there, considering the L-shape extension." "Where there's a will." "It's gorgeous." Reverently, Cleo ran a hand over the surface and its leather insert. "I wonder what kind of wood it is." "No clue. But drawers for supplies, room for your monitor, and you could use the extension for hand sketching." "Well, I want it, and the mermaid. I can bring my own desk chair. It works for me. Same with my desk lamp. I could probably use a small couch, settee, divan. Something curved would be nice, considering the shape of the studio. At least one chair for when my best friend hangs out up there." Laughing, she looked around. "God, Sonya, it's like shopping for free in a fabulous antique shop." A board creaked overhead. "Attic space," Sonya murmured. "I remember. The trunks of clothes and more. Let's go see." Hedging, Sonya slid her hands into her pockets. "It's pretty chilly up there. I remember from yesterday. I didn't really get a good look." They went up now, and Cleo pointed. "I wanted a small, curved sofa, and there it is. You know that was covered with a sheet yesterday. And when I went through before that. Well, it's not covered now, and it's just right." Beyond delighted, Cleo circled it. "I love this deep royal blue color. It's velvet, and look at the hearts carved in the frame. So sweet. It'll really work in there. A chair, a couple tables, and kaboom! A sitting area, a work area, that view, and a room to paint when that mood strikes. Use Colin's supplies. They'll go to waste if you don't. Later on, when it's not as cold up here.
We should go through everything. Take the sheets and tarps off and go through it all.
Then we will.
After one more circle, Cleo nodded.
You know, I think we could get that little sofa down there.
Sonya studied it. Won't know unless we try. It proved heavier than it looked, but small enough to maneuver down steps and hallways. When, a little out of breath, they set it in the curve of windows in the studio, they fist-bumped. The doorbell bonged. Now I know why it's so freaking loud. Well, let's go let the manly men in and hope they're up for it. They went down, opened the door to the 2 men. And 2 dogs. It's Mookie! Since the big blonde swished his feathery tail, Sonya crouched down and was rewarded with more wags and a nuzzle. And who's this?
That's Jones,
Owen told her. Sonya cooed over the scrappy-looking black dog with an eye patch over his left eye. What happened to his eye?
He lost it in a bar fight with a Doberman.
Hands busy petting 2 at once. Sonya looked up. Owen shrugged.
That's the story I got.
I bet the Doberman got the worst of it. Cleo stepped back, gestured. Bring them on in out of the cold. Yes, sorry. Cleo Faberé, Trey Doyle, Owen Poole.
Nice to...
Trey broke off.
Mook!
The dog, already heading into the front parlor, glanced back.
He tends to make himself at home.
Fine with me. Let me get your coats. First, we really appreciate the help, and second, full disclosure, we've found more stuff to move. Owen handed Sonya his coat.
Got beer?
Yes.
Then we're good. You're a tough little guy, aren't you?
Cleo bent to scratch Jones between the ears, along his square jaw. He huffed.
He doesn't think of himself as little.
Giving her hair a toss, Cleo shot Owen a quick, side-eyed smile.
Well, it's the size of the fight in the dog, isn't it? Jones has plenty of it. Where's the accent from?
Louisiana, Lafayette. She gave them both the regional pronunciation. Sonya glanced in the parlor as Mookie sniffed his way around.
Hunting for treasure,
Trey explained.
Colin used to hide a dog biscuit or rawhide bone, so Mookie could... I guess we missed that one,
he said, as Mookie nosed under a chair cushion and came out with a dog treat.
Well, hell.
Owen dug into a pocket of the coat Sonya still held. He took out a small biscuit, tossed it to Jones, who fielded it with a quick snap.
Fair's fair.
That's it. I'm getting one. We're getting a dog. The idea had Cleo slapping her hands together. We need a cat, too, Son. This place is made for a faithful hound and a good, slinky cat. More disclosure. Sonya carried the coats into the closet. Cleo's going to move in. That's okay, isn't it, Trey? I mean, it doesn't break any terms, does it?
Yeah, it's okay. And no, it doesn't. It's good. Welcome aboard.
Thanks. Cleo spread her arms. I don't know who could resist a place like this, but I'm not one of them. From the library, Cyndi Lauper rang out with, "Girls just want to have fun."
And that,
she said with a laugh,
is only one more reason why. Did everybody but Sonya know the place is haunted? She had full disclosure there.
Trey hooked his thumbs in his jean pockets.
She wasn't buying it.
So that's not unusual? Sonya asked, queuing up songs on my tablet.
They like music,
Trey said simply. And you? She pointed at Owen. No reaction.
I'm more into rock than pop, but Lauper's always cool.
My friend's a realist. Cleo gave Sonya a one-armed hug. So this is a little tough for her. I'll balance that out. Let's not keep these men and their dogs standing in the foyer. We've got things moving from there to here and here to there. If any of it's too much, that's fine, but I have beer. She led them up to start with the Victrola.
That's a nice piece.
Owen ran a hand over the wood cabinet.
In damn good shape, too.
I meant it, Owen. If you want something, it's yours. He can't have the mermaid. Interest flickered as Owen turned to Cleo.
What mermaid?
She's in another section. A floor lamp, but you can't have her. She's already mine. I'll negotiate on the desk in case it has any sentimental meaning. I'll go as far as rock, paper, scissors on the settee we already moved, but I stand firm on the mermaid. Anything but the mermaid, Sonya qualified. I want to move the Victrola down to the music room. Unless you want it, Owen.
I'm good.
They hauled it down, then the cabinet for sheet music, while Sonya and Cleo carried boxes of old records. The dogs trailed up, trailed down, then sensibly wandered into the library to nap by the fire. That's where I want to put Colin's painting, Joanna's portrait. I can find another place for the still life. If you need a break.
Sonya.
Trey set a hand on her shoulder.
We carried 2 pieces. I think we've got more in us.
We've got the mermaid and a big desk. Cleo's taking over Colin's studio.
You paint?
Owen asked as they started back up.
Now and then. I make a living illustrating. What's the difference?
How much time do you have?
Dumb it down.
Okay, condensed version. She gestured to a painting as they walked.
Stands on its own, eye of the beholder. An illustration is connected to text to serve a purpose, and hopefully they enhance each other.
Okay. They wound their way up into the mermaid.
Okay,
Owen said again with reverence.
Okay, she's a beauty.
Mine. Ignoring Cleo, he ran his hand over the carving, the long fall of windswept hair, the knowing smile, the smooth breasts.
She's solid mahogany, Trey.
He glanced at Cleo.
What's her name?
Cleo had already given him points for helping Sonya, had added more for Jones. With the question, she doubled them.
Cersei. That works. Cersei's no lightweight.
The desk won't be either, Sonya warned.
All right.
Rubbing his hands together, Trey nodded.
A challenge. Somebody got it up there, so somebody can get it down.
Owen worked his way to it, crouched down to test the drawers.
Cherry wood. Pristine. The wood's a little thirsty. This and the mermaid need a good buff with paste wax. Don't be using any supermarket spray shit on these pieces. Any of them. You can do the lemon oil, orange oil between, but once, maybe twice a year, you buff with a good paste wax.
We'll get some.
None of my business.
Owen straightened, turned to Sonya.
But do you figure the 2 of you can maintain all this furniture the way it needs to be? Keep it dusted, protected, not to mention the acres of wood floors?
No. Sonya huffed out a breath. No, I have to swallow getting a cleaning service. It's on my list for next week. Or the week after. I wish you'd take something, Owen. More than one something. As she spoke, a sheet slid slowly to the floor. Sonya gripped her elbows. That's creepy. Come on, that's just creepy.
Little bit.
But Owen walked over to the chest of drawers with the sheet now pulled at its feet.
Needs a little work. Got a handle missing. The bottom of this drawer's cracked. Looks like some dog chewed on the front leg here. I'll take it.
Really?
I can fix it. And maybe you'll stop feeling so damn guilty.
And with that, he earned more points on Cleo's scoreboard.
Look at the back, Owen.
Trey crooked a finger and grinned.
Somebody, probably a kid, carved his initials down at the bottom. ODP. Owen David Poole, your initials too. Yeah, well, like I said, I'll take it. Let's tackle the desk first. It's going to be a bitch.
It took some muscle, some geometry, and some inventive cursing. Sonya hugged one of the drawers to her chest as the men turned it, braced it, eased it into the studio. You deserve a lot more than beer.
Oh, look at the way the light hits it. Can you put it over there?
Cleo ran ahead of them, spread her arms, swooped them down.
Right here, angled this way. Look how it's already coming together in here. I'm gonna name my firstborn Colin Oliver Owen.
You should put a painting on the easel, Cleo, when you're not working there. It just adds. But, Sonya added, Joanna goes downstairs. Trey walked over to the portrait.
You said you found this in that closet?
Yes. Maybe it made him sad to look at it, so he put it away. But...
Sonya, I can't count the number of times I've been in this studio. And I went through this space myself after Colin died. I've never seen this portrait before. And there wasn't a painting in the closet. He stored blank canvases in there.
It was in there.
I believe you. That's Joanna.
Owen stepped over to stand by Trey.
I've seen pictures. Colin didn't paint people much. Landscapes and that sort of thing.
That's a shame, Cleo said, because he had the talent for it. She's beautiful. His use of light and lines and movement, beautiful. Sighing over it, Cleo tapped a hand on her heart. He loved her. It shows. It was in the closet, Sonya said again.
Then I'd say he wanted you to have it.
Trey turned to her.
Let's get the rest of what you want moved. Then we can talk about it over that beer.
Sonya pressed her fingers to her eyes. Are you always this calm?
Mostly he is,
Owen told her.
But if you push the wrong button, step back.
It took well over another hour, then an outdoor break for the dogs, before they gathered in the kitchen. That took a while. Cleo got a bottle of wine, while Sonya poured beer into Pilsners.
And we owe you more than the beer. I don't suppose anyone cooks. He cooks better than I do,
Trey replied. Considering, Cleo looked at Owen.
You cook? Somewhat above average.
That's about where I hit, which is a full step up from Sonya. I can make a pasta thing.
I could eat a pasta thing.
All right, then. I'm going to see what we've got around here. I am going to cook. For the Doyles. Decision made, Sonya thought. How about next Friday night? Or Saturday? Trey took out his phone, studied his calendar.
Friday looks clear. Anna and Seth have a thing Saturday.
You have everyone's schedule on there?
He's an organizer.
Owen took a counterstool.
Whether you want him to be or not. Just avoids scheduling conflicts. I'll pass the word.
Let me know if that works for everyone. I think 7's good. Owen, you're more than welcome.
I'll let you have this Doyle thing, but thanks.
There's a chair at the table and possibly an edible meal if you change your mind. Now, she picked up her wine, turned to Trey. Can we talk about the invisible elephant in the room?
Why don't you tell us what's been going on? Besides the song list.
Okay. Sonya paced along the island as Cleo hunted up what she wanted. Doors open, doors close, boards creak. I could dismiss that. Old house.
And solid as the rock it's built on,
Owen pointed out.
The floors, ruler level. Sure, it's settled, but you're not going to have doors open and close on their own.
I get that. I'm not pulling a Scully. Not anymore. The day you moved my printer for me, Trey, I'd watched a movie the night before upstairs in the library. I woke up, and I had a throw over me. The TV was shut off, the remote back in its drawer. And when we went up with the printer, the throw was folded again. She paused, sipped. I need to start documenting. I use the fireplace in the library every day, and every day it's cleaned out and set. I'll come down and make coffee in the morning, and when I get back, my bed's made. And at night, turned down like a hotel maid service.
I could use one of those,
Owen commented.
Who wouldn't go for one of those?
Taking a moment from her search, Cleo glanced back at him. I know, right? I thought I was just losing it, forgetting things. Oh, the things on my dresser? They're in different places than where I put them.
Piano music,
Cleo reminded her as she began to mince garlic. Middle of the night. I thought I dreamed it, or imagined it, but we both heard it last night and went down. There was light, like candles make, in the music room, until we got there, and no light, no music.
I can't place the song.
Closing her eyes to bring it back, Cleo waved a finger.
Da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da. There was a young maid dwelling,
Trey sang in a clear, easy tenor.
And every youth cried well-a-day. Her name was Barbara Allen.
That's it! Plus he sings.
An old folk song. The lyrics change depending, but the tune's the same.
I've heard it, Sonya murmured. It's sad.
He's dying, but she turns away. He dies broken-hearted. She dies out of guilt and sorrow. So yeah,
Trey agreed.
Pretty damn sad.
I think it's Astrid. Cleo added the garlic to the pan where she'd melted butter. Murdered on her wedding day. Doesn't get much sadder. I've come in here, and all the cabinet doors are open. And one day, Maybe it was stuck, but I went out for a walk, unlocked the door, but I couldn't get back in. Not at first.
You didn't tell me about that one.
I forgot. And the night before Cleo came, I heard someone pounding on the front door. It woke me up. When I got up, there was a blizzard. I could hear the wind just howling and see the snow flying. I thought someone's had an accident or needs help. But when I went down, opened the door, no one. And it was a clear night. No howling wind, no flying snow. I nearly stepped outside. Then I remembered getting stuck out there, so I didn't.
That's not playful. That's on the mean side.
Trey exchanged a look with Owen.
That's something I haven't heard before. No, me neither.
Maybe I pissed them off. I don't have any experience in this area.
But you're sticking,
Trey pointed out. I'm sticking. Sometimes, like that night, I don't know why. But I want to be here. Another I forgot. I got out of the shower, started to wipe the steam from the mirror, and it was like someone wrote on it. 7. The number. 7 lost.
There were 7 brides,
Trey told her. As she stirred in tomato paste, Cleo glanced back.
Like the musical?
Owen looked blank. Trey laughed.
No, 7 lost brides. Astrid was the first. Didn't you read the book?
He asked Sonya. I started it. I read about Astrid and Colin, and about his brother, Connor, and Arabelle? And Hester Dobbs. I started on Connor and Arabelle's children.
Keep reading.
It read like Connor and Arabelle had a good long life here. A bunch of kids.
One of their daughters was the second bride. Don't sugarcoat it, Trey. Is that vodka?
Frowning, Owen pointed toward the stove.
You're putting vodka in there?
It's essential for pasta and vodka sauce. When Owen got up to take a look, Trey pointed to a stool.
Why don't you sit down?
Do I need to? Sonya sat, reached down to pet Mookie when he walked to her.
Her name was Catherine. She married William Cabot. They spent their wedding night at the manor with plans for a honeymoon. Early spring in Europe. She went outside that night, or early that morning, in a blizzard. She froze to death.
She went out in her nightgown. Just her nightgown, Sonya murmured. And bare feet. She didn't feel the cold. She didn't feel it. There was a woman in a black dress by the seawall, and she walked all that way in the snow in her bare feet. The woman took her hand, took her ring? Wedding ring? Then she felt the cold. She said something, the woman in the black dress. I couldn't hear. And Catherine tried to get back, but she was so cold and she kept falling. Then she didn't get up again. I dreamed it. Pressing a hand to her bouncing heart, Sonya rubbed it there. How could I have dreamed it?
I'm gonna give you creepy on this, Sonya.
Cleo went to her, hugged her hard. That's a horrible dream. It's horrible. Is that what happened?
No one could explain why she went out in the storm. But when they found her the next day, she wasn't wearing her wedding ring. They never found it. Hester Dobbs' curse, according to local legend.
Owen stirred the sauce.
A bride every generation dies, on her wedding day, or within the year. At the manor. I'm not sure about the ring thing.
Joanna would be the last. Now there's me. On an expelled breath, Sonya picked up her wine again. Good thing I'm not a bride.
I never bought into the legend. Some, like Lillian Crest, died in childbirth. Unfortunately, not that uncommon. Especially back then, and carrying twins. I'd have to refresh my memory, Trey added. But I think one, at least, died choking on some food. Also not that uncommon in the 19th and early 20th centuries. And you had others, like Connor and Arabelle, who lived long lives here.
But 7, like on the mirror.
Someone wanted you to know.
After another squeeze, Cleo went to get a pot to cook the pasta.
Colin wanted you here. He wanted to give you this. I knew him all my life. He'd never hurt anyone. He was a good guy.
Owen agreed.
He cared about family. Your family.
Your family.
Yeah.
Leaning back on the counter by the stove, Owen looked Sonya in the eye.
And he gave me what I wanted, what I needed. It's appreciated. I wasn't sure what I'd think of you, long-lost cousin from Boston, but I figure Colin had his reasons for wanting you here, and you'll figure it out. How soon is this ready to eat?
It needs another 20.
I'm getting another beer. Don't let the witch scare you off.
My grandmare's a witch, so she says. I'm going to ask her for advice. I'll be back here to stay as soon as I can. This pisses me off.
Here comes the stubborn.
Cleo carried the pot of water to the stove. Determined. I like determined. So no, I'm not going to let some dead, murderous witch scare me off. It's not her house. It's mine. I don't believe in curses, but if I did, if you can cast one, you can break one. Cleo picked up her wine, toasted.
That's damn right.
It's easy to say that when I'm sitting here with 3 people and 2 dogs, but I mean it. The music rang out. It's gonna be all right.
The Ramones.
Owen walked in with a beer for himself, another for Trey.
Now we're talking. You've got Trey's number in your phone?
Yes.
Give it.
He held out his hand.
I'll put mine in. You're freaked, you call.
Trey laid a hand over hers.
You're not alone, Sonya.
Sonya glanced toward the music. That's for damn sure. Chapter 14. Monday morning, Sonya stood in the foyer with Cleo.
You've got 2 capable men who'd come if you needed them. You'll have company for your dinner party on Friday.
As she spoke, Cleo took Sonya's hand, glanced around.
Your mom's coming the next weekend, then I'll be back.
Don't worry about me. If you have worry to spare, save it for the innocents subjected to my first, very likely only attempt at pot roast.
It'll be great. When you set your mind to something, Son, you get it done. Maybe that's why you're here. Houses need people, don't you think? Or they're just walls. I think. Seeing you here, you needed this house, and it needs you.
She wrapped Sonya in a hug.
I've got to go make that meeting. I'll send some of my stuff with Winter when she comes. Just shove it out of your way until I get here.
See you in a couple weeks. Sonya watched Cleo walk to her car, load in her weekend bag. After a final wave, she watched her drive off. The minute she closed the door, her tablet sang out with, "I think we're alone now. I am not amused." To her surprise, the track stopped, then picked up with Joel Corey's "Sorry." Sonya just shook her head and went upstairs. Before she started work, she decided she'd start documenting incidents. She backtracked as best she could and found something solid, even logical in making an organized list of the illogical. Satisfied, she focused in on the practical art project. For 3 hours, she worked undisturbed. The fire simmered. The house and whatever inhabited it with her stayed quiet, and the tests she ran smooth. It's ready to go live, she told herself. She texted Anna to give her a heads up, and a request to send any desired changes ASAP. She'd switch over to the caterer's project, she thought, as she got up to add a log to the fire. That would give Anna time to review. She'd barely settled down again when she got Anna's return text. "It's perfect. It's all perfect. Go." Okay then. Here we go. She activated the website, the new social media, sent the blast she'd prepared to Anna's contact list, and the contacts she'd added to it. Obsessively checked it all again on her desktop, her phone, her tablet. Shook her fists in the air, then texted back. "You're up, and you're beautiful." Queen's "We Are the Champions" rocked out. I'll allow it, Sonya decided. And singing along, she went down to get a celebratory Coke, then got back to work. The day passed productively, and so well, she had to talk herself into taking a break and fitting in that daily walk. While she stood at the seawall hoping to see another whale, she got a text from Trey.
Excellent work on Anna's webpage. Do you have any time this week to talk about doing the same for Doyle Law?
Boy, do I. But she answered more professionally. Absolutely. I can easily work around your schedule.
Wednesday, 4:30. Okay if I come to you?
That'll work. As long as you bring Mookie.
He's counting on it. See you then.
All right. I will get this job. She turned, looked at the house. She saw the shadow in the window. Not a trick of the light. Someone, something, stood there, watching as she watched. Maybe it made her heartbeat shake its way up to her throat. Maybe it made her skin go cold. But Cleo was right. She needed this house. Nothing and no one would push her out. She went back in, but instead of going to work, she finally allowed herself to open the file Trey had sent her on dog rescues. 20 minutes later, she had an appointment and was on her way out the door again. This doesn't mean I'm bringing a dog home, she told herself as she drove to town. It just means I'm starting the process of bringing a dog home. At some point. In town, she made the turn away from the bay and followed the directions into a neighborhood of Cape Cods and Tudors with roomy lawns. As instructed, she pulled into the driveway of the third house on the right of Mulberry Lane. The house had a covered front porch with a pair of benches and a welcome mat that read, "Wipe your paws." A calico cat sat in the front window. Barking sounded before Sonya lifted her hand to knock. The woman who answered wore a tie-dyed sweatshirt over black leggings. She had a dish towel over one shoulder, and her sunny blonde hair was scooped back in a tail. She shoved a pair of blue-framed glasses back up her nose as a trio of dogs danced around her feet. "Sonya?" "Yes, Lucy Cabot." She stuck out her hand. "Nobody bites." "Good to know. Come on in. Settle down," she ordered, and the dogs more or less obeyed. The biggest, with fluffy white fur, thumped his fan of a tail as he sat. Another, sleek and brown with a pointed face, whined softly and sniffed at her boots. And the third, the one whose photo had pulled her here, danced in place as he stared up at her with big brown eyes. "Solo," she said, pointing at the biggest. "Lando. My boys are Star Wars fans. We're calling this little sweetie Yoda. We've only had him for a few days." "Can I?" "Of course. Lando, sit, stay." "Yoda is about 10 months old," Lucy said when Sonya crouched down to pet him. "And he really is a sweetie. He's housebroken, current on his shots. He, as you can see, gets along just fine with other dogs, with cats. We have 2, and people. He's great with kids. I have 3. Sonya heard it all, but vaguely, as she felt herself falling as the dog nuzzled her hand, then lifted both his front paws onto her knee. "A prize-winning Boston Terrier got seduced by a Dachshund mix," Lucy explained. "So he's got the brindle terrier face and coloring, and the stubby legs and slightly elongated body from his dad. He's no show dog, so they didn't want him." "Aw," said Sonya, and felt her heart melting. "But they kept him until he was weaned. I'll give them that. And when he was about 4 months old, gave him to a couple who ended up getting a divorce a few months after that. Neither wanted him, poor little guy." "He likes you," Lucy observed. "But then he likes everybody. Have you ever had a dog?" "Yes." Sonya gave up, sat on the floor, and let the dog crawl into her lap and kiss her face. "When I was growing up, when I lived in Boston, worked in an office, I wasn't home enough to have a dog. It didn't seem fair." "Look at you! Look at those ears!" "You're up at Lost Bride now." "That's right, and I work from home." "Planning on staying, then?" Cuddling the dog, Sonya looked up. "Yes." "I'm asking because he deserves a stable home. He's been passed off twice already. I'd keep him myself because, well, he really is a sweetheart. But I made a deal with my husband we wouldn't have more animals than humans, and we've got 2 dogs, 2 cats, and a guinea pig." Sonya ran a hand over the smooth, tiger-striped brown fur. "I'm making a home here. I can make a home for him. I was only going to look today." Sonya cupped the dog's face in her hands. "But here he is. Yoda's a good name." "Is it?" What did they call him? The divorced couple.
Stubby.
Oh, well, it's cute, I guess, but it's not dignified, is it?
Yoda's dignified and wise. He looks wise. And Yoda was small but powerful. My boys will be happy to know he's going with someone who knows her Star Wars.
I can adopt him?
Looks to me like he's already adopted you. Have you got supplies?
Not a thing, she said cheerfully. We'll go shopping on the way home. If you can tell me the brand of food he likes and the vet you use.
We need stuff, she told Yoda. We need to get you bowls and a bed. We need toys and treats. At that, all 3 dogs sent up a howl. You said the T word, Lucy laughed. That's fine, treats all around. And you get an adoption package to get you started after we do the paperwork. You can take the bed he's been using because it'll comfort him, and because I like you.
Thanks for that. I like you too. What you do is just lovely and loving.
Come on into the kitchen. We'll get those teas and the paperwork. My husband works for your cousins.
At Pool Shipbuilders?
That's right.
I met Owen this weekend, and Jones.
And there's Mookie, so Yoda will have some friends. Trey Doyle's dog. Lucy nodded as she passed out treats. Would you like some coffee?
If you're having some.
Let's have some coffee. Deal with this paperwork. Then you can take your boy home. Since Lucy loaded her up, Sonya skipped the shopping. Anything she needed she could pick up when she got the dinner party supplies. On the drive, Yoda jumped into the back seat, planted his front paws on the window, and watched the world go by.
I need to warn you, odd things happen at the manor, but we'll look out for each other.
And look, just look at it. Is that the coolest house ever?
I'm gonna put your leash back on. We'll walk around.
Lucy said it's smart to find a place for you to do what you need to do. Then you'll mostly go there to do it. She snapped the leash on, cuddled him again. Let's walk around our domain. I think around back's the best place for doing what you need to do. She got out with him, and though she'd worried he'd pull on the leash, try to run, he just trotted along beside her.
How could those people let you go? You're such a good boy.
He sniffed, a lot, trotted, then to her delight, did what he had to do. After rounding back to the car, she got the adoption basket, made the second trip out for his bed before unleashing him. The iPad played, Every Dog Will Have His Day. He wandered and sniffed, but stayed close while she hung up her coat, then followed her when she took the basket into the kitchen. Let's take your bed upstairs so you know where you sleep. For the next hour, she showed Yoda around, took pictures to text to her mother, Cleo, sent one to Lucy, and after some mental back and forth, to Trey. For that one, she added the comment, Presenting Mookie's new pal Yoda. It's your fault. Thank you. Okay, there's a lot more house, but you don't have to see it all at once. We've hit the main places I live, for now, and I really need to squeeze another hour in on this project. She cupped his face, kissed his nose. So you could maybe take a nap by the fire. For the first nap, in any case, he preferred under her desk. But she got her hour in, even with pauses to answer Yoda texts. Since the dog seemed content, she put another hour in before shutting down to make them both dinner. After a successful post-dinner walk, they settled down by the library fire. Yoda curled beside her while she read another section of Poole family history. In 1864, Hugh Poole's wife of 9 months, Mary Ann, died in childbirth delivering twins. Owen and Jane. He remarried, Carlotta, in 1866, had 3 more kids. One son died in infancy. And how awful is that? She closed the book. That makes Mary Ann the 3rd bride, if we're counting. After taking the dog out for one last round, she settled in for the night. Yoda appeared to find his bed by the fire more than acceptable. She didn't wake at 3 when the clock sounded, or stir at the drifting music. But the dog's ears pricked up. He wandered out, wandered down, and, tail wagging, walked through the candlelight to the piano to sit. When invited, he perched his front paws on the bench and nuzzled the hand that stroked him. In the morning,
Sonya started her new routine. She made coffee, put on her outdoor gear, leashed the dog, and walked him outside. She had hopes that, in time, he'd handle the early morning and late night session on his own. He ate his breakfast while she ate hers and checked her emails. "Gotta go to work," she told him. He followed her to the stairs, started up with her, then stopped by the hidden door, wagged his tail. "Something in there?" She shook off a chill. "Maybe, but we're not going in there. Not today." In the bedroom, she let out a long breath at the bed, freshly made, pillows plumped. Yoda's dog bed had been nicely smoothed out. Okay, thanks. It's not necessary, but thank you. Fine." After she'd changed into sweats, Yoda walked with her to the library. He took his place under the desk. She put her mind into the work. Twice, she heard doors closing. So did he, as he lifted his head. "It's not me," she muttered, and kept working. She decided to consider walking the dog time as thinking time. The catering project had some challenges. The packages, the a la cartes, all the images, the pricing. And she wanted it appealing but streamlined, so potential clients wouldn't have to wade through everything. By the time she shut down for the day, she'd rejected 2 designs before settling on one that hit appealing and streamlined. And because Yoda paused by the damn hidden door every time she went up or down, she opened it. "You want to see? We'll go see. I'm supposed to work out anyway." He did a lot of wandering, and occasionally stopped, wagged at nothing. At least, nothing she could see. He seemed entertained by the poor excuse for a workout she managed before she just wanted out. This time, as she passed the bells, she heard one ring. The gold room. Which one is that? I think that's on the 3rd floor. It's closed off. She steeled her spine. "We're going up." She picked Yoda up as much for comfort as to spare his little legs the steps. She wasn't sure of the room, but she'd start where she had a blurry picture of a large room papered in deep gold. One of the important suites, she thought she recalled. When they reached the 3rd floor, she set Yoda down. "It's cold up here. Colder than it was before." She opened doors one at a time, draped furniture, floral wallpaper, or creamy panels. And as she reached for the knob of the door at the end of the long hall, Yoda growled. She looked down to see him standing stiff-legged, his teeth bared. "I won't let them hurt you. Or it." Though her stomach clenched, her heart pounded, she pushed open the door. She swore the air flowed like ice. The drapery over the furniture shook with it. At the threshold, Yoda barked like a mad thing. "It's my house!" She scooped him up. "It's our house!" But because the dog trembled, or she did, she shut the door again. "It's all right." As she walked away, she kissed Yoda's head. "Everything's all right. Let's go downstairs. You can have a treat." He didn't manage a howl, but more of a whine. Still, she took it as a good sign. In the kitchen, all the chairs at the small table lay on their backs on the floor. "Somebody's trying to scare us, but they won't." She put Yoda down, righted the chairs, then rewarded the dog with a treat and herself with a glass of wine. The dog brought comfort, a sweet little warm body to share her space. After their last round walk, she decided to skip pool family history for a night and went back to her novel with Yoda curled in his own bed by the fire, and slipped into sleep with the book sliding out of her hands. Did she dream? She stood in front of the mirror from her father's dreams. The predators framing the glass seemed to snap and snarl. But rather than her own reflection, she saw a room beyond, shadowy movements, as if the glass was a window and not a mirror at all. The shadows began to shift, and the light grew brighter. Firelight, candlelight illuminated a bedroom. Hers? Not the same bed, no. And the walls were covered with full-blown flowers, with pink-tipped petals over a field of the palest gold. But she recognized the room she claimed in the manor as her own. A woman lay on the bed, obviously in labor. Though Sonya had never seen a live birth, what she saw through the glass was unmistakable. 2 women attended her. Midwives? One bathing her face, the other kneeling between her legs. And through the glass, Sonya heard voices, cries, muted at first, then growing louder and more distinct. Not now, Sonya thought. Through the glass wasn't now. The woman who stood at the head of the bed wore some sort of cap on her head, a long gray dress with a kind of apron over it. And she could see the button-type boots on the woman who knelt on the bed. A dream. It had to be a dream, she thought as she lifted a hand to the glass, and passed through it like she would a doorway. They took no notice of her, the 3 women, as all their focus and energy centered on the work of bringing life into the world. "The babe's comin'. You must push. Draw up your strength, Mrs. Poole, and push." The woman in bed braced on her elbows, her face a mask of exhausted pain as she bore down. Her scream, so primal, so fierce, lanced through Sonya's bones. "There's the head, and a bony one. One more push, dearie. One more now." As the mother sobbed, the midwife turned the baby, drawing its shoulders free so the rest of him slid into her hands. "You've a son, Mrs. Poole, a fine lad. Here we are now," the midwife said as she used a cloth to clean the newborn's face. He let out a whimper, then followed it up with an insulted cry that had Sonya clutching her hands to her heart. So beautiful. She hadn't known it could be so beautiful. "I want him. I want my son." The new mother, her long dark hair matted with sweat, held out her arms, and as she wept, she laughed and took the baby into her arms. "He's Owen. I have a son. Oh, God, take him. Take him. The pain." "Take the young master, Ava. There's another yet to come. Don't push yet, dearie. Do the pantin' now. Pant while I see to this." "God help me." So the beauty became pain, with the midwife dripping sweat and the mother begging it to stop. So much blood. Should there be so much blood? Sonya knew what she dreamed now. Marianne Poole, the 3rd bride. The daughter, Jane, Sonya remembered, was born in blood, her mewling cries like sorrow as her mother lay dying. "I have to stop the bleeding. Fetch more towels. Fetch the master." But it wouldn't stop, and as it flooded the sheets, Marianne lay pale as death. "Jane. My daughter is Jane. Owen David. Jane Elizabeth. My children." Sonya's breath caught when Marianne's eyes, glazed with shock, met hers across the room. "My children. You come from them." He burst into the room, a man with her father's eyes, her father's build, in a loose white shirt and black trousers. He rushed to the bed, took his wife's limp hand in both of his. "Marianne, my love, I'm here." "We have a son. We have a daughter." "They need their mother. Stay for them." He pressed his lips to her hand. "Stay for me." "I'll stay for them. I'll stay for you. I'll just rest now," she said, and slipped away. He wept, her hand clutched in his. While the sobs racked him, the woman in black came in. She walked to the other side of the bed and took the ring from the dead woman's finger. "No!" Sonya stepped forward to stop her. "You can't do that!" With madness and power in her eyes, Hester Dobbs said,
"I can, I have, I will."
She slipped the ring on her finger, where another 2 glinted in the candlelight.
"Do you think you can stop me? Stop what I forged in fire and blood? You're the ghost here."
Furious, Sonya lunged forward and woke, standing by her own bed, with the dog whining at her feet. Shaken, she sat on the side of the bed, then gathered the dog up to comfort them both. "It's okay. I had a bad dream. Just a bad dream. But she could smell blood and candle wax. She could hear the sound of the voices in her mind, the slight Scottish burr of the midwives, the exhaustion in Mary Ann's, the grief in Hugh Poole's, and the hard, vicious edge in Hester Dobbs's. Why had she woken up standing by the bed instead of lying in it? She'd fallen asleep reading, she remembered. But the light was off now, the book closed and on the nightstand. The mug of tea she'd brought up was nowhere to be seen. She knew she'd find it washed and put away in the kitchen. So someone looked after her, doing little kindnesses and household chores. And someone wanted to scare her. Just how many were there in the house with her? And who were they? Or had they been? She glanced at the clock. 3:22. No piano music, no banging on the door. Apparently, it was over for the night. But when she got back in bed, she took the dog with her. I saw it all so clearly. The mirror, then the room on the other side, the people in it. I think I could draw them. Not my strongest skill, but I think I could draw them. I watched 2 babies being born. The first so beautiful, the second so tragic. But I saw and heard and felt. I saw a woman die. A woman who fought so hard to bring her babies into the world. I saw her just fade away. She stroked the dog, grateful for that sweet, warm body against hers. I saw Hester Dobbs. I saw that bitch take Mary Ann's ring while her husband grieved. And she saw me. She saw me, spoke to me. Mary Ann saw me, spoke to me as she died. But no one else did. I was the ghost there. Hester Dobbs had that right. On the other side of the mirror, or whatever the hell it is, I was the ghost.
Chapter 15. Considering the night she'd had, she might have slept through the morning, but she dragged herself out of bed for the dog. A walk in the brisk wind did a lot to blow the cobwebs away. Determined to stick with routine, she sat down at her desk, a little late and in her pajamas, but she sat down at her desk. The first order of business, adding the mirror dream incident to her log. Once done, she got out a sketch pad and did her best to draw the figures in that dream incident. She didn't have Cleo's skill with illustration, but she thought she managed decent likenesses. Then she set them aside. A girl and her dog still have to eat, she said, and got to work. Nothing and no one disturbed her. She no longer counted the musical iPad greetings, as she'd grown used to them. She shut down at 3:30. I'm not meeting Trey Doyle, man and/or potential client in my PJs and with a naked face. She tapped Yoda's nose and made him wag. Gotta be professional. Plus, he always looks so damn good. You haven't met him yet, she added as they walked over to her bedroom, but take my word on it. She stopped short at the sight of the short, sort of sassy red dress laid out neatly on her bed. Okay, that's new. Not the dress, but the gesture. And, thanks? But this is more for date night than client meeting. It's a great dress, though. And now, Sonya thought, she talked to ghosts as well as to herself. Holding it up, she turned this way, that way in the mirror. And who knows when I'll have a reason to wear it again, but not today. She hung it back in the closet. She hadn't thought of wearing a dress, but she could. Client meeting and all that. But not anything suity. Something casual. She pulled out a slim, ribbed knit dress in a dark, deep green. Simple lines, long sleeves, and the midi length looked good with booties. And done. When she'd changed, she studied herself in the mirror again. Okay, this works. It's like I take my work seriously, but I'm still friendly and easy. Amused, she pointed at Yoda. Not that kind of easy. Although, God, I do miss sex.
No thinking about sex during a client meeting, she told herself, and went into the bathroom to deal with makeup. Same rules applied. Professional, but casual and friendly. As she debated just the right eyeshadow, she asked herself if she really intended to carve in a 6-hour-plus round trip to visit her longtime hairdresser. The sensible thing? Give the local salon a try. If they screwed it up, she'd never return. She added earrings, just studs, and took a last look. I think I hit the mark, and it only took me 3 times as long as it would have if I'd tossed on jeans and a sweater like I figured I would. But this is better. Her iPad let out with Roy Orbison's classic, Oh, Pretty Woman. Thanks. I'm getting pretty comfortable here, despite everything. It doesn't hurt to remember how to take some time. The whole self-care thing. Now I should make coffee. She'd use the coffee service in the butler's pantry, set it up in front of the library fire. Or would the kitchen suit better? No, the library. I'm thinking about it too much. And not, she admitted to the dog, just because he's a potential client. He's just so damn attractive. The way he looks, yeah, but also the way he is. What I know of the way he is, because I hardly know him, really. And this has to stop. She made the coffee, then carried the tray up. Professional, she thought. A woman running her own business. She plumped the pillows on the sofa, added another log to the fire, and decided, perfect. The dog let out a series of barks and raced out of the room seconds before the doorbell sounded. No one's going to sneak in from outside anyway. She went down, pointed at Yoda, who danced in place by the front door. You behave. This is business. She opened the door, and there he stood, tall, handsome, with his big, adorable dog. Right on time. Come in. Meet Yoda.
Hey there.
Inside the door, Trey crouched right down and gave the dancing Yoda a good rub.
You've got Yoda eyes, all right. What do you think, Mookie?
In answer, Mookie slapped a long tongue kiss straight up Yoda's face, which caused the smaller dog to spin in circles.
We brought a homecoming gift.
Trey pulled a tug rope out of his back pocket.
Show 'em how it's done, Mook.
In 5 seconds flat, the dogs were playing tug-of-war and fake growling. You know the big guy could drag the little guy all over the house with that.
Yeah.
Trey just grinned at him.
And he probably will.
Let me take your coat. As she went to hang it up, Sonya shut her eyes. He'd brought a present for the dog. How was she supposed to resist that? So, I'm set up in the library with coffee.
Appreciate the coffee. And you making the time.
I took a look at your website, she said as they went upstairs with the dogs behind them. It's very serviceable.
I think that's a dig.
Not at all. Or, okay, not much of one. I can make it better, but we'll start with what you're looking for.
It feels dated. Pools Bay is small town, but we do have clients outlying. We're family run. I want to play that up. We've got people who've worked for us for decades, and we do internships. And there's the office itself, the house, the family house. It has a feel. You can trust us to look out for you feel. There you go.
Have a seat. Sonya poured coffee while the dogs played tug. She made notes as he laid out what he thought they needed. More as she asked questions and he answered. By the time the dogs settled down by the fire, she had the gist. Sharing a house with ghosts might have her questioning her sanity. Feeling, no question about it, a sexual buzz for a potential client definitely had her wondering what to do or not do about it. But when it came to the work, confidence ruled. You want clean, simple, traditional, with an emphasis on the history of the firm. Nothing fancy, no big hype. Doyle Law Offices is an institution in Pools Bay for a reason. I'd use a photo of the offices as a banner. It says, when you come into our house, we're going to help you. Right now you just have the name of the firm. This would warm it up. Doctors and lawyers are very personal choices, so make it personal.
I can't argue with that.
Add a tab for the staff, photos and short bios. And since you take on interns, another for that. With your success stories. Julie Smith went on to Harvard Law, that sort of thing. And you need a page for each of you, Ace, deuce, trey.
I like it, but it doesn't sound simple.
My job's to make it simple. For you and for the potential client shopping for a lawyer. Take your business cards. The one your father gave me is slightly different than yours. They should all have a look, a consistent Doyle Law Offices look. And instead of black on white, I'd suggest a warmer color. Ecru, maybe.
Ecru.
His lips curved in that slow, easy smile.
That's not a word you hear every day.
You do in my line. Coordinate your business cards, letterhead, the works. One cohesive look for one cohesive firm. Right now, your website's a white background with bright blue font, blue backgrounds on the photos. It's too staid.
Staid?
And you're not. None of you are. Let it reflect who you are and what you do. Your father traveled to Boston, sat at my table and changed my life. And he was so kind, so patient. You came here on your weekend and moved furniture for me.
Neighbors do for neighbors. And Colin was family. Family does for family.
Yes, she beamed at him. Exactly. You're the neighborhood law firm. You're the people a family can trust to take care of them.
You're good at this.
I am.
Can you work up a proposal?
I can. And if you decide against, no harm done. You'll be making a mistake, but that's on you. He laughed, sat back.
Anna's over the moon.
I'm really glad.
She told me she sold more since the new site went up than she had in the previous month. What I'm looking for isn't really to generate more business. Or not primarily. It's to keep up.
You're not looking for slick. You're looking for a fresh look that reflects the firm and the people in it.
That sums it up. So that's done. How are things going here? Any problems?
A lot of what's become the usual. I've started documenting, just to have a record. There's the in-house DJ, but that's gotten to be almost entertaining. Hell, she admitted, it is entertaining. There's doors opening, closing, and Yoda hears that too, which is oddly comforting. Something on the third floor. The thought of it had her rubbing a chill from her arms. The dog kept stopping by the servant's door on the landing. So I finally went in with him. I'm trying to talk myself into using the gym anyway. To keep her hands busy, she poured more coffee. Do you work out?
Little bit.
I had a routine in Boston. Went to the gym 3 times a week. But, well... Anyway, after a poor excuse for a workout, Yoda's sniffing around. And those bells, the ones people use to signal one of the staff to a room, one of them rang. The gold room, 3rd floor. We went up to check it out, but I couldn't remember exactly which room it was. So we walked down the hallway with the bedrooms. Everything shut. We open this door, look, move on. Then, we're at the end of that hall, and Yoda starts growling at the door. Serious growling, and I swear his hair's standing up. When I open the door, this is going to sound crazy. She had his full attention.
I doubt it.
It's crazy to me. It wasn't just chilly because that area's closed off. It was frigid, and it was like a wind going through an open window. I could see the sheets over the furniture moving, like rippling. I could see it. And Yoda's barking like a maniac, growling, snarling. I was afraid he'd run in there, so I shut the door. I brought him down to the kitchen, and all the chairs at the small table were lying on their backs on the floor.
Why don't I go up? Check it out.
Now?
Sure.
He pushed up.
Give me a couple minutes.
The idea made her throat go dry. But... No, if you're going, I'm going. She stood up. I have to live here. I want to live here, she corrected. And, well, all these weird rooms are mine to figure out. He smiled at her.
I think Colin knew what he was doing when he left the manor to you. Looks like the troops are with us,
he added when the dog stood and stretched.
Have you heard anything up there since?
He asked as they started up. No, but I want to say whatever I did hear or feel wasn't benign. Not like the invisible DJ or housekeeper. I think And here comes crazy again. I think it's Hester Dobbs.
The half-assed witch who killed Astrid Poole.
Killed her and took her ring, and lured Catherine, the second bride, out into a blizzard on her wedding night. And took her ring, and... She broke off when they reached the 3rd floor. Do you mind? She reached for his hand. Yeah, that's better.
Dobbs died a couple decades before Catherine.
Yeah, I said crazy, but I know it. Don't reach for the straitjacket, but I saw it. I dreamed it, or think I dreamed it. Everybody dreams, but these were so lucid. Then last night...
Last night?
Let's do this first, she said as they reached the door at the end of the hall. Look at the dogs. They're not growling, but they're braced, aren't they? Like they sense something and don't like it. Trey shifted, a subtle move that put him between Sonya and the door. When he opened it, both dogs made warning sounds in their throats. But inside, nothing moved.
Feels colder.
To Sonya's dismay, he released her hand and walked inside. Skirting draped furniture, he checked the windows.
Nothing open, but it's definitely a cold spot. Easily 10 degrees under the hallway.
We walked through all of this the first day, and I went through with Cleo. It wasn't like this.
Nope. It is now.
Steeling herself, Sonya started to step inside. The door slammed in her face, and the dogs went wild. As they barked and Mookie leaped at the door, she grabbed the knob, turning, tugging when it refused to move. Giving up, she pounded on the door, shouting for Trey. Inside, Trey stood as the temperature dropped enough for him to see his breath. Around him, the drapes over the furniture fluttered and snapped. Under its white sheeting, the bed began to shake, then hammer against the floor. The drawers on the covered bureau flew open, slammed shut as wind roared down the chimney. His hands wanted to ball into fists to fight what he couldn't see. Instead, he tucked them into the pockets of his black trousers.
Is this all you've got? A bunch of noise and cold air? Even dead, you're still a half-assed witch.
On a shriek, the pale gold damask wallpaper split open like wounds. It bled.
Right. I could do this all day, but the lady's waiting.
He walked to the door, paused to look back.
This isn't your house. It never was your house. It's never going to be your house. You want this room? You've got it. For now.
As he put his hand on the knob, the air stilled and warmed. The walls healed. When he opened the door, he found his arms full of Sonya and a pair of dogs leaping and licking. Are you all right? Sonya ran her hands over his face, his shoulders. The door wouldn't open. It slammed shut and wouldn't open. I couldn't hear anything.
You couldn't hear anything?
I mean, yes. The dogs were barking and jumping at the door. I pounded on it, called you, but you didn't answer.
I didn't hear any of that.
After a last look inside, he shut the door.
That's interesting.
Interesting? Interesting? I have to sit down. She did, on the floor in the hallway. Yoda scrambled into her lap and Mookie leaned on her shoulder. Trey hunkered down so they were at eye level.
Let's go on down. And it's probably best to stay out of that room until we figure it out.
Oh, you think? Staying out of the evil, scary room? There's an idea.
The room's not evil, Sonya.
Right. She pressed her hands to her face. Full panic. I don't know if I've ever hit full panic mode before, but now I'll know what to expect if I ever do again. Dropping her hands, she reached for his again. I didn't know what was happening in there to you. What happened in there?
Somebody put on a little show. Not all that impressive, but I think you may be right about Hester Dobbs. So let her have the room, for now, and we'll figure it out.
What show? Be specific. Rising, he brought her up with him, then shifted to put his arm around her shoulders to lead her away.
The room got meat locker cold. The bed bounced some. Drawers opened and slammed. The best trick was making the walls bleed.
She stopped dead. The walls bled?
She couldn't keep it up,
he said,
and nudged Sonya forward. As soon as I touched the doorknob, it all stopped. Situation normal.
Your situation normal and mine don't exist on the same planet.
You're cold. Let's go back in the library, and you can tell me about last night.
How are you so calm? I mean it, how?
Mostly calm's my crisis mode.
Giving in, giving up. She leaned against him as she worked to get her breath back. Well, Jesus. I guess that's a good thing, even though it's completely baffling. In the library, she dropped down on the couch. Trey stirred up the fire, added another log. They're still bringing them in, by the way. I haven't filled the wood rack since I've been here.
That wouldn't be Dobbs.
No, she said as he sat beside her. And I don't think whatever is making up my bed, washing my teacups, is the same as what's playing music on my iPad. And the piano player's probably something else.
She's outnumbered. Hester Dobbs.
She hadn't thought of it that way. But now that she did, some of the knots in her shoulders loosened. I suppose that should inspire calm crisis mode.
Last night,
Trey prompted and took her hand. Last night, I fell asleep reading in bed. Then I woke up. Or didn't. If it was a dream, it was incredibly detailed. I was in front of a mirror. My father dreamed of the same mirror, one with the glass full length. Predators carved into the frame. Owls, foxes, hawks, bears, all on the hunt. But I didn't see me. I saw a room through the glass. So clearly. And I walked through the mirror like it was a door.
Really?
Obviously fascinated, he kept her hand in his, and those deep blue eyes never left her face.
Where did you go?
It was Marianne Poole. She'd be bride number 3. I think it was my bedroom, but the walls were papered, and she was in a different bed. She was birthing her twins. She told him, the details still fresh and clear in her mind. When she was dying. I've never seen anyone die, but I knew. I'd have known even if I hadn't read it in the Poole book. She looked at me. She saw me, Trey. No one had seen me, but as she was dying, she did. She said she had a son and a daughter, and I came from them. Sonya swiped a tear away. She'd fought so hard to bring her children into the world, and she was leaving it. I saw Hugh Poole rush in, and I watched him grieve when she died. He loved her. That was real. God, I could feel his grief. Then I saw her. Hester Dobbs. She just walked in. He didn't see her, but I did. She took Marianne's wedding ring. After a calming breath, she continued. I said, no, you can't. You can't do that. And she looked at me. She saw me. She said, and this is verbatim because I'll never forget, I can, I have, I will. Do you think you can stop me? Stop what I forged in fire and blood? You're the ghost here. She put the ring on, and she already wore 2 others. Wedding rings, I'm sure of that. And I woke up. Or came out of it, whatever the hell it was. Standing in my bedroom with poor Yoda whining and shaking. She laughed a little. I guess I whined and shook some too.
Why didn't you call me?
At 3-something in the morning?
Yes.
She looked at him, those oh-so-appealing blue eyes filled with concern. You actually mean that. Most people who say call anytime don't actually mean at 3-something in the morning. She gave the hand still holding hers a quick squeeze. Who are you?
I can't claim I always say what I mean. I'm a goddamn lawyer. But if I tell you to call anytime, I mean it. You were afraid and had a right to be. You don't have to be alone.
It helps having the dog. I know that's silly, but...
No, it's not.
No, she agreed. It's not. And it helped telling you all of it, and you believing me. Hold on. She rose to get her sketch pad. I drew them. The midwife, Marianne, everyone I saw. He took the sketchbook.
These are great. I didn't know you could draw like this.
I'm much better at graphic art than fine art, but—
Don't diminish your talent,
he murmured, and paged through the sketches.
You'd have a portrait of Hugh Poole in the inventory.
There's a picture of his portrait in the book, and another of Marianne Poole. Younger, I think, than she was when she died. But none of Hester Dobbs.
And this is her.
She'd drawn the face from 2 angles, and another full length with Dobbs holding up her hand with 3 rings. As close as I could manage.
I didn't imagine she was beautiful.
She is. Was. Really striking. The black hair, the milk-white face, the dark eyes. Her voice is throaty, sultry. She has crazy eyes. I don't think I quite captured that.
Close enough. And this is the mirror?
Yes, my father drew it too. He dreamed about it, my mother told me. He dreamed he saw— it must have been Colin, reflected in it, from boyhood and on.
I don't remember anything like this mirror in inventory, and I think I would, but I'll check.
I did. It isn't. But I saw it, and my father saw it, so— She shrugged. I can't explain it.
Colin never mentioned it, or anything like the room on the 3rd floor. At least not to me. I'll ask my father.
He closed the sketchbook.
Got any plans for dinner?
Dinner? She glanced at the time. Oh, this has taken a while, hasn't it? I could toss something together. Not like Cleo does, but I can toss something together.
So can I, but let's try this. Let's go out.
Out?
You know, to dinner, where someone with a lot more skill cooks food that you get to pick off a menu. When's the last time you went out for dinner since you moved in?
That would be not at all.
Eating out alone can suck. Don't make me eat alone. Let me take you to dinner. You can meet my friend who cooks at the Lobster Cage. She's got mad skills.
You don't have to.
Let me take you to dinner, he repeated. You look too good to toss something together.
And the iPad on the table played Childish Gambino's Heartbeat. Stop that, Sonya muttered. Honestly, I don't know about leaving the dog alone in the house.
Why don't we give them dinner? If Mookie can join in there. I'll take them out for a walk before we go, and Mookie will hang with Yoda until we get back. Take a break.
Why be stupid? She asked herself. Why be stubborn? I could use one. Thanks. Not a date, she told herself, as they went downstairs to feed the dogs. Just 2 people going out to dinner after a shared, scary experience, she thought, as she excused herself to dash upstairs and check her makeup and hair. She supposed she had the sexy red dress ghost to thank for inspiring her to do better than jeans. When she came down, Trey slipped his phone back in his pocket while the dogs played tug.
Got us a table.
Great.
I'm going to grab my coat, take these guys out.
Oh, I'll go with you. I'm keeping Yoda on a leash outside until I'm sure he won't run off.
He looks like a boy who knows when he's got it made. And he loves you.
He does. Knowing it made her heart swell a little. It was pretty much love at first sight on both sides.
You got him from Lucy, right? Lucy Cabot?
He said as the dogs trailed them to the front of the house. I did. She's terrific. Another cold, clear night, she thought as they went out. Maybe the calendar said spring was creeping closer, but it sure didn't feel like it. You don't leash Mookie?
In town. He accepts it's the law inside town limits. Otherwise, he doesn't need it. He's a good dog.
Did you get him from Lucy?
I wasn't so much as thinking about getting a dog, and one day she brought him into the office. She'd just taken him in. She told me, "This is your dog, Trey." And he was.
She knows you well, then.
I dated her niece back in high school. You'll meet her tonight. Bree's head chef at the Lobster Cage.
Oh, you go back.
We do.
And still friends after the high school sweetheart era?
Friends after that. And the drama of the breakup. The very brief reconnect the summer of our junior year in college, and the far less dramatic parting. And her marriage to a restaurant guy in Portland, her divorce.
Divorced? Could lead to another reconnect.
No, too much friends now. Friends who know they really don't suit otherwise. I'd say this is mission accomplished out here.
They went back in and she unleashed Yoda. You listen to Mookie and be a good boy. No third floor. I'll be home soon. Since the tablet played, How Can I Miss You If You Don't Go Away, and the dogs were back on the tug rope, she decided everyone would be fine. I already appreciate you talking me into this. He opened the truck's passenger side door for her. Of course he did. I do go into town, she continued when he got behind the wheel. But maybe not as often as I should. Still, priorities.
What are they? Your priorities?
The first has to be the work. Doing good work that leads to satisfied clients, that leads to establishing a solid business. I liked working in an office, working with a team, working up to managing one. Freelancing's a whole lot different. It's just me.
I bet you're tougher on yourself than your boss was.
Maybe. She shifted. You run your own business. You, your father, your grandfather. You have a team, but the three of you are in charge. And obviously good at it, or that team wouldn't stay in place.
Are you looking to put a team together when you're established? Where you want to be?
I don't know. Right now, it's one day at a time, one project at a time. I'm good with that. Was it always law for you?
Other than dreams of pitching for the Red Sox or being a rock star, yeah. It was always the family business.
A rock star?
Owen and I and a few other friends had a garage band back in high school.
Really? And here, she realized, was another layer that fascinated. What did you play?
Covers mostly. Foo Fighters, Green Day, Van Halen, some Bon Jovi, a little Aerosmith, like that. And some really bad originals.
You wrote music?
I wouldn't exactly call it music.
And what instrument?
Rhythm guitar. Never could fully master the G major ninth. Owen was lead guitar. He's got the hands for it.
This is fascinating information. A whole new side to the village lawyer with his rescue dog and pickup truck. Do you still play?
Play at, he corrected. Now and then.
I'd like to hear you play. God, I'm relaxed, she realized as they drove into town. I wasn't sure what it would take to relax again after the gold room. He shot her a look of mild surprise.
You're resilient. I figured that out in 5 minutes after we met. It's a very attractive quality.
He pulled in to park. Resilient, she thought as she got out of the car. She'd take it. Chapter 16. The hostess, who might have been old enough to buy a legal beer, greeted Trey with a quick, flirty smile. Heard you were coming in. She flicked Sonya a look caught between wistful and envious. With a friend.
Sonya, this is Hallie.
Sonya Poole? MacTavish, Sonya corrected. Right. I'm unsure up at the manor. Wow. Welcome to the lobster cage. Your table's ready. She picked up 2 menus, the wine list, then escorted them through the dining area to a corner table for 2. Ian will be your server tonight, she continued as Trey helped Sonya with her coat. Enjoy. Oh, Trey, my dad really appreciates your help with the, you know.
Give him my best.
I will. Ian will be right with you.
She's crushing on you. She's 20.
And still, she's a very pretty girl, so you get points for not flirting back.
She's 20,
Trey repeated. Their server, short, wiry, with orange-streaked dark hair twisted into a topknot, arrived with a cheerful smile.
Hi, Trey. Welcome, Ms. MacTavish. I'm Ian, and I'll be taking care of all your culinary hopes and dreams tonight. How's it going, Ian? Going good.
Grinning, Ian made a check mark in the air with his finger.
Aced it. I never had a doubt. That makes one of us. Can I start you off with drinks? A bottle of water for the table? Wine?
Trey asked Sonya. That's a yes. He skimmed down the wine list.
We'll take a bottle of the Sauvignon Blanc, if that works.
It definitely does. He added a bottle of water before Ian walked off. So, since you know everybody, what did he ace?
Short version, Ian's dad got sick a couple years ago, so he dropped out of college to come home and help out. Got his degree online, and now he's working on his master's.
In what?
Environmental engineering. Ian's bright and committed.
On behalf of planet Earth, I'm grateful. His dad?
In remission.
That's good. A busser delivered the water and had a quick word with Trey before Ian brought the wine.
The lady'll taste it.
Trey tells me you're working on your master's in environmental engineering.
Yes, ma'am.
I did some graphics work for Green Engineering and Environmental in Boston. Ian lit up as he drew the cork.
That's one of the best. Tops my list when I'm ready to send out resumes.
When you're ready, you could let me know. I'll put in a word. His jaw dropped a full inch.
Seriously?
I can't promise it'll have weight, but it can't hurt.
Wow. That would be awesome.
When he poured the wine, she sampled. And this is perfect. Ian ran through the night's specials, then backed off to give them time.
First, you made his night, possibly his month. Second, you'd put in a word for a server you just met.
You said he was bright and committed, so he is. He put his family first, which shows loyalty and heart. If we're going to save the planet, we need the bright, committed, loyal, and plenty of heart.
We're on the same page there.
Now, let's get down to immediate priorities. You eat here all the time. What should I order?
I'm thinking the lobster ravioli.
I could go with that.
No, you can't. How can I mooch off your plate if you get what I get? And vice versa.
I see. Considering, she perused the menu. I feel a pull toward the crab-stuffed lobster tails.
Surrender to it. You won't be sorry. You should go with the mashed potato puffs with that. If you want a starter...
How am I supposed to eat the Maine, potato puffs, and the lemon-grilled asparagus if I have a starter?
Fine, but you need the jalapeno hush puppies. I have to be firm on that.
Deal. She closed her menu. My plans, loose as they were, included opening a can of tomato soup and making a grilled cheese sandwich.
One of my personal staples. I'm a grilled cheese master.
Is that right? I've never met a grilled cheese master. She leaned forward. Tell me more.
Pepper jack cheese, sourdough bread, and chili oil. You'll thank me later.
After Ian took their order, she sat back, picked up her wine. So, lawyer, grilled cheese master, teenage rocker. What else should I know? How about where you studied law?
Cambridge.
On a laugh, she leaned forward again. You went to Harvard Law?
Guilty.
I dated a Harvard Law student once for about 5 minutes. It wasn't you, was it?
I'm pretty sure I'd remember.
I didn't think so, because he was full of himself. Which is why the 5-minute relationship. If you were full of yourself, you'd have found a way to work in Harvard the first time we met.
I dated an artist once. It was more like 10 minutes. Inexplicable abstracts and a weird obsession with Virginia Woolf.
Definitely wasn't me. I'm more thrillers, fantasy, and a side of romance where the bad guys get what's coming to them. The world is saved and love eventually conquers. I like the spooky too, but I'm giving that a pass for now, considering.
Probably a good idea. You said you fell asleep reading last night. What were you reading?
It wasn't the book's fault. We'll lay it on a long workday in the gold room. Rabbit Hole. New author to me. I've only just started, but it's really good.
I just read it last week. It's going to get even better.
They talked books and ate lobster, segued into movies as Sonya became a passionate fan of the jalapeno hush puppy. She couldn't remember the last time she'd had such an easy, wide-ranging conversation with a man over a meal. That was amazing. Now I have to work out tomorrow, which is totally on you.
You're all right going down to the gym?
It's my house. She's got one room, and that's temporary. But it's my house. I'm thinking of asking Cleo to talk to her grandmother about a juju or mojo or whatever the hell it is.
Is that a serious thing?
Cleo's grandmother's serious about it. I met her when we spent an amazing spring break in New Orleans. She's fascinating. And spooky. Fascinatingly spooky, not scary spooky. She read my palm, my cards, tarot.
What did your future hold?
Some of it's more reading into who you are and what you're looking for. She was pretty damn accurate, but I put that down to her reading people well, and knowing me through Cleo. Then you get to meeting the tall, dark stranger, or going on a long sea voyage, and... She trailed off as Ian came back with dessert menus. Pulling herself out of the memory, she smiled at him. Just where would I put it? Between the two of them, they talked her into a cappuccino and the signature house-bred pudding.
And?
Trey prompted.
You thought of something before.
It's strange. I haven't thought of any of it for years. She said I'd face a betrayal, which would hurt but provide a fortunate escape and open opportunities. I'd be wise to take both. And that I'd make my home in a house of history and secrets overlooking the sea. She picked up her water glass. Looks like she was pretty damn accurate on that part, too. Spooky, she repeated and drank. I never believed any of it. Any of the, well, spooky stuff before I came here.
How do you feel about it?
Yet to be determined, she shrugged. Or partially. I love that house, Trey. Like Yoda, it was love at first sight, which I also didn't believe in before I saw the house or Yoda.
Practicality or cynicism?
Maybe a little of both, and I insist on maintaining at least some of both.
That and your resiliency will help you deal with what's in the house.
Charmed, simply charmed, she shook her head. You're not even the tiniest bit, we'll say, cynical about the manor.
I grew up with it, and to some extent in it. You've had about a month.
He glanced over as a woman with short, boldly red hair arrowed toward their table. The white chef's coat gave her away. Interrupting, mind? She snugged into the booth beside Sonya. Bree Marshall. Sonya MacTavish. Trey told me you were a wonderful chef. He didn't say you were a goddess in the kitchen.
I like you. I like her,
she said to Trey. Ian brought the coffee and dessert.
Can I get you something, Chef?
No, I'm only on a short break. We're winding down, thank Christ and all his followers. I just need Trey for one quick minute. It's not private. Eat, she added and waved at the dessert plates. Manny, she said to Trey.
Manny? What about him? I had a beer with him a week or so ago. He's fine, right?
Sure, right. Manny and me.
Manny and you what? Oh.
Now Trey sat back.
When did this happen?
It hasn't yet. Completely. Just around the edges. You know me, you know him. She turned to Sonya. We all go back. High school. Trey and I had a thing in high school. Don't worry about that. I wasn't. Good. Confident. Like her even more. We, Trey and I, had not even what you'd call a thing a few years later. Not to worry there, either. I won't.
Bree.
Trey managed to infuse the single syllable with deep frustration, mild embarrassment, and endless affection. Right. Back to it. Manny and me. A friend. You know, Marley. Talked me into going over to Algonquin a couple weeks ago. Rock Hard had a gig. Rock Hard's Manny's band. He's a drummer. I don't know if the name's a reference to the Maine coast, the music, or Woody's, since they're an all-male band.
Jesus, Bree.
Sorry. As Trey rubbed his face, Bree turned to Sonya again. Was that offensive? Not in the least. Sounds to me like it could be all three. Bree jabbed a finger at her. Bet you're right. Anyway, Manny used to drum for Trey's band back in the day. Head case. Head case? On a rolling laugh, Sonya picked up her cappuccino. I love it. They weren't bad. So I went to Manny's gig. They're solid. Trey, you've heard them. And Manny and I hung out some, and things clicked. Not that way. What do you take me for?
I said nothing.
You thought it. Then he came in the other night, hung around until closing, and more clicked. Still not that way, but... So what do you think? Yes or no?
If I say yes and things go bad, you'll be pissed. If I say no and it's what you want, you'll be pissed. So I'm going to say you're both friends of mine, both all grown up and don't need anyone's permission to... click.
I screwed up before.
Bree, no you didn't. You got out of a bad relationship because you're not an idiot.
My ex-husband turned out to be a scumbag who cheated on me with my sous chef. I caught my ex-fiancé banging my cousin in our bed a couple months before the wedding. Okay, you win. I like Manny. I've always liked Manny. I don't want to mess him up.
Then you won't,
Trey told her. Then I won't. She nodded, pushed out. I've got to get back to the wars. Bring her in again. I like her. As Bree erred away again, Sonya spooned up some bread pudding. I can see why you had a thing with her. Twice.
The second time wasn't really a thing.
I can see why. So, if I take a vow of silence, will you tell me what you think about Bree the chef and Manny the drummer?
I wonder why it took him this long. He's had a soft spot for her for years.
That's nice. And it's nice you didn't tell her that. It keeps things balanced between them. So, she took another bite of bread pudding. Head case? Nearly 3 hours after they'd driven away from the house, he parked beside her car. I didn't know how much I needed this.
You did. Everybody needs a break.
The lamp's on in my bedroom, she noted as she got out of the car.
I'll go up and check.
No need, really. My chambermaid? I don't know what to call her. I assume her. She does that every night when she turns down the bed, puts the fire on. And from the sound of it, the dogs are on guard. The barking stopped the minute she opened the door. Both dogs greeted them as if they'd been separated for months.
I'll walk them around.
I could use the walk too. Instead of getting the leash, Sonya pointed at Yoda. I'm trusting you to stick to the program. It didn't take long to realize. He'd not only stick to the program, but very close to Mookie, his new best friend. Thanks for every bit of this, she said when they walked back to the door. Please don't expect anywhere near the same level of cuisine on Friday.
We're looking forward to it. All of us. Call,
he insisted.
Anytime. No bullshit on that, Sonya.
Message received. She knew when a man was about to kiss her, and he wasn't. So she scooped up the dog and opened the door. Thanks again. I'll see you Friday. Good night. Inside, she snuggled the dog, leaned back against the door. Tonight's music choice, Peter Gabriel's In Your Eyes. It wasn't a date. The next afternoon, she bundled Yoda in the car. Armed with her mother's shopping list, she drove to the market for the supplies needed for the dinner party she now feared more than the room on the 3rd floor. She took Yoda into the flower shop, much to the delight of the florist. She sent flowers from Yoda to his foster family. And left with flowers and the possibility of another client, thanks to the work she'd done on practical art. Another stop at the bookstore netted her more candles and a book Trey had recommended over dinner. Since she'd be cooking a lot the next day, she made one more stop for a takeout pizza. After bringing in the flowers, bookstore bag, and pizza, she let Yoda walk off his time in the car before hauling the groceries in. When she shut the door the last time, her in-house DJ greeted her with the Moody Blues and Lovely to See You. I can't say the same because, big laugh, I can't see you. When she carried the groceries into the kitchen, the flowers and pizza were gone. The bookstore bag neatly folded with her new book on top. What the actual fuck? As she dumped the groceries, she saw the warming light on the oven glowed red and found her pizza inside. Dragging off her knit cap, she turned. There, on the big dining table, her flowers spilled artistically out of a low oval dish, with the new candles arranged just as artistically on the mantel. Should I be thankful that might be better than I could have done, or just a little pissed off? She decided she could be both, and went in to put away the groceries before somebody else did it for her. You know, she said to the dog, who was busy gnawing on his new chew bone, I was going to hire a cleaning service, but somebody else already keeps it all cleaned and polished. She decided to work through the evening, so had pizza at her desk,
with the fire she hadn't lit crackling. She completed the proposal for the Doyles, worked up another for the florists. As an experiment, she deliberately left her plate and empty glass behind when she shut down for the night. A light snow fell as she walked the dog. He amused her by leaping at it, turning in his happy circles. When she rounded back, she noted the lamp glowed against the glass in her bedroom. No doubt the fire would glow as well, the bed turned down. No light in that third-floor room, but she wondered if the glass held darker there than all the other windows. Back inside, she walked up, turned first to the library. No plate, no glass on the desk. And in her bedroom, a turned-down bed, a low fire, and the quiet light to guide her way. She planned out her dinner party day, not like a general prepping for battle, but like a lowly recruit who'd been inexplicably field promoted. Stage 1, marinate the giant slab of cow, then say a desperate prayer she hadn't screwed that up. Stage 2, work until noon and pretend she had no other tasks. Stage 3, put on an apron, line up all the ingredients, and face the music. Literally, as her tablet played Lil Wayne's No Worries. Easy for you to say. 20 minutes later, she FaceTimed Cleo. Hey, hi. Can you take a break? Sure. Is everything all right? I'm cooking. I'm afraid. Mom said to brown the hell out of the roast, so I did. Does this look right? She turned the screen so it showed the roast resting on a platter. I guess. This is above my pay grade. No one would pay me to cook, so it's definitely above my pay grade, but it looks right. Is it done? This early? No, I'm peeling potatoes and carrots, and I've got to do celery and onions. I need moral support. I'm here for that. Then talk to me. How's the purging and packing going? Purging's harder than I thought. Not the big stuff, but all my pretty little things. I don't want to part with my pretty little things. Then don't. We've got the room. I'm boxing some up to send with Winter next weekend, and I'm having a yard sale. Your mom's lending me her yard for the big stuff. Son, you look stressed. I'm cooking. She said it as if she were hacking her way through a jungle full of sound and snakes. I have to do all these vegetables, then sort of stir them around in the meat juices. Herbs. I need to do the herbs. I'm supposed to scrape up all the brown stuff? What does that mean? Look at the size of this pot. She turned the screen again, then attacked the pot with a wooden spoon. Oh, there is brown stuff. Look at that. Magic. Listen, everything's smooth here. Jess has taken over the apartment. Jess and Ryan? Your place is a lot smaller than theirs. They broke up. Bad breakup, and she's moving on. Jess and Ryan, and Boston in general, seemed a world away. When did that happen? About 3 weeks ago, and he's already seeing someone else. Since she moved in with him, she moved out, and she's already moved some of her things in here. Trust me, I'm ready to get out. Send vibes for the yard sale. If it works, I can pack up the rest in 2, maybe 3 days, and then I'm heading to Maine. Where's our puppy? Sonya stopped long enough to hold the screen down. Yoda angled his head back and forth as Cleo cooed at him. I need to tell you about the room on the 3rd floor. The gold room. I need to tell you before you do that yard sale and pack the rest. What about it? Sonya started at the beginning as she quartered potatoes, chopped herbs. Sonya, why didn't you call me? Now you sound like Trey. You should have called him. He's a lot closer than I am. Just stay away from that room. Trust me. But you have to know there's something there, Cleo. Not like the rest. I think it's evil. I hear myself saying that and want to roll my eyes, but I do. I think it's evil. Then we'll get rid of it. We'll find a way. I'm glad Trey was there to, well, experience it. There are more of us, Sonya. He said something like that Dobbs is outnumbered. He's so damn steady. He took me out to dinner after. What? On screen, Cleo threw up her hands. That was days ago, and I'm just hearing about it. You had a date with the sexy lawyer. It wasn't a date. I'll be the judge of that. Tell all. Hold on, I have to put everything in this pot and stir it and cook it for a few minutes. Cook and talk. In a second. Oh, God, there's so much. Is it too much? I can't think about it. I'm just stirring. We went to the lobster cage. I met his ex. Awkward. No, not. I liked her. You'd like her. She's the chef there. And I'm getting ahead of myself. Plus, I forgot to tell you about the red dress. You wore the red dress? That's a date dress. I didn't, but one of the inhabitants laid it out on the bed before the meeting. I wore the green midi. That looks great on you. So, dinner. She went through it, felt the tension drop as Cleo laughed at the band names. I already like the chef, especially since she's smart enough to like you. I wouldn't mind having her here now. I think this looks like it's supposed to. I have to put this big slab of meat on top of everything. And pour in an entire bottle of red wine. A whole bottle? I wish I was there now because I bet that's going to be amazing. And because I wish I could tell you in person, Sonya, you had a date with the sexy lawyer. Because she had to admit she wished it had been, she shrugged. He didn't make any moves. Did you? No. But he may be a client, and I'm already sort of a client. And he's being such a good friend. I don't want to mess that up. And God, Cleo, he's so attractive, so appealing, so just, well, yum. I don't want him to be the rebound guy. He deserves better than rebound guy. Sonya, you broke it off with the cheating asshole over 6 months ago. 7. Over 7 months ago. You're way past rebound territory. Do you think? Absolutely. And you weren't in love with the cheating asshole. I thought I was. I was going to marry the cheating asshole. Which would have been a mistake. Because cheating asshole, and you didn't love him. He didn't break your heart, Son. He broke your trust and insulted you, and that's way, way different. The client thing? Neither of you has a position of power over the other, so toss that one. If you want to make a move, make a move. If you want him to, let him know you're open to it. You know how. Maybe. First, I have to get through tonight. It's all in there now. All in the biggest pot in the universe of pots. What happens now? I put the lid on it, put it in the oven, and according to Winter MacTavish, I forget about it. For hours. Leave it alone for hours. Then your work is done. Mostly. Mom gave me a recipe for biscuits, but I bailed there and bought Parker House rolls. There's no shame in the store-bought Parker House roll. Good, because my nerves couldn't take the biscuits. And Anna texted me earlier in the week. She's bringing dessert. Thank tiny baby Jesus. And you for holding my hand, virtually through this process. Next time we'll hold each other's in person. Wow, this is really heavy. I think I made enough to feed most of Pools Bay. And now it's in there. Done. Don't peek. Hours. Now go for a walk with our sweet Yoda. Good idea. Yard sale vibes heading your way. Text me later. Let me know how tonight goes. See you inside 2 weeks. Cleo, out. After she disconnected, Sonya caught herself reaching for the oven door. No, I'm not going to peek in under a minute. Let's clean this disaster up, Yoda, and take that walk. As she started to deal with the unquestionable mess she'd made, she heard a mechanical hum. What the hell was that? Did you hear that? With Yoda at her heels, she followed the hum into the butler's pantry. That's the dumbwaiter, isn't it? Oh shit, that's the dumbwaiter. I think it's coming back up now. Coming back up from downstairs. She clasped her hands together while the dog sniffed at the cabinet. He didn't growl, not even when she heard a soft thunk and the humming stopped. I have to look, don't I? It's my house, fuck it all. So I have to look. Then I have to deal with... I don't know until I look. She stepped forward, and after a long breath, pulled the cabinet door open. Inside sat a large serving platter with painted copper handles and rim. A dozen star-shaped flowers circled that rim, with a single one centered. Carefully, as if it might explode at her touch, she lifted it out. Well, it's beautiful. It sort of has a blue luster, right? It looks old and... She turned it over. Jesus, it's Limoges. This is hand-painted. Look here, it was a wedding gift. It's painted on the back. For Lisbeth on her wedding day, June 12th, 1916. She was one of the brides, Sonya murmured. I remember her name from the book. On the family tree Deuce did. I guess someone thinks I should use it. As carefully as she'd taken it out, she set it on the counter in the butler's pantry. And I guess I could. It's too beautiful to just sit down there in storage. From her tablet, David Bowie sang, Right. Sonya pressed her fingers to her eyes. Gotta overlook the creepy. I don't know how, but I really have to do that. So, we're going to clean up this mess, then take a walk. A nice, long, quiet walk. And if that damn pot roast doesn't completely fail, we'll use Lisbeth's platter.
This audiobook has been broken into multiple parts to make the download faster. You have reached the end of a part, but not the end of the complete audiobook. So please check your library for the next part of this audiobook.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.